Chapter 151. On how to relieve fatigue driving, and a manual for novice drivers. In many cases, sensory stimulation not only comes from the body, but also from the psychological level of enjoyment and experience. This is like an old driver often driving, from the beginning of reversing into the garage, to the smooth use of drifting and cornering behind, integrating all kinds of skills. The control of speed and strength has gradually become familiar to me. Know when to speed up and when to slow down. Gradually, the driving driver will develop a sense of fatigue. It is difficult to find the feeling of excitement when I first touched the pair of soft headlights and held the round steering wheel. If the car is of extremely high grade, it may be delayed. For example, super sports cars like Pagani, Ferrari, and Lamborghini. Just playing with the graceful lines, the generous headlights, and the round and full body are enough to make people feel satisfied. However, ordinary household-level cars will inevitably get bored after driving for too long. At this time, it is often necessary to develop some new postures and new skills in order to retrieve the past heartbeat and awaken the inner passion. In this way, Luke experienced a pleasant evening. While looking at the night view of the Hudson River, while experiencing the excitement of the dual sky of ice and fire. It's a wonderful evening, it's memorable. Early the next morning, Luke opened his eyes and got up and sat on the bed, looking at a messy battlefield, clothes tossed around, thinking of the indulgence and revelry last night. He couldn't help but smile. Why haven't I thought about developing a new gameplay before? Luke sighed that he was too young to confine the battlefield to the bed. He gently pulled out the right hand that was pillowed by Marlena, and walked into the bathroom, naked. After a few minutes, put on her nightgown and sat on the sofa. The whole body automatically emits heat and evaporates water. He picked up the mirror and started to shave his beard with a hot sight, which was a totally unscientific and amazing operation. After taking care of it briefly, Luke recalled the schedule in his head. The more important things include going to the White House to attend the award ceremony, and meeting with the mutants of the Hellfire Club at SHIELD. Today's schedule is very full, he murmured. From now on, he is a lieutenant general. This rate of promotion has refreshed the historical record of the United States, and it is estimated that no newcomers will be able to break through. That fellow Howard, he hasn't appeared since he came back from driving the Nautilus himself. Luke ordered a breakfast through room service, thinking that Marlena might have to sleep for a while, but didn't wake her up. After all, it was a fierce game last night, which was physically exhausting. It's a pity that I can't find a strong opponent evenly matched. Luke sighed as he brushed the toast with jam. Enough postures can really give people a sense of freshness. But unable to try the violent impact of the violent storm, this is always a small regret. Take a few minutes and enjoy a simple breakfast. Luke changed into the lieutenant general's dress for the award ceremony and walked to the wide balcony. Go to Howard's first and see what he is up to. With his legs bent and a sudden leap, the figure of Superman rushed into the sky. Howard bought real estate in New York, Washington, D.C., and everywhere. Based on what Luke knew about him, he should stay in his villa on Long Island, New York. During this time, that guy has shown off more than once. He has a winery in the west of Long Island. It also stated that on Thanksgiving Day, Rogers and Luke were invited to a party. Boom! The tall and straight figure flying at high speed evacuated the waves and broke through the sound barrier. In almost a moment, Luke reached the west of Long Island. Surrounded by the sea on three sides, the climate is humid, and there are a large number of forests and hills. It is recognized by later generations as one of the most suitable areas for human living in the world. Therefore, Long Island town quickly became a gathering place for the wealthy in New York. Various townhouses are developed and established, and there are various supporting facilities. Howard, who is keen to enjoy life, bought a manor long ago. Every summer and winter, he would come to rest and vacation to experience the boring life of the rich. Bang! Luke landed exactly in the courtyard of Howard's house, shaking up a cloud of dust, because he deliberately failed to converge. The movement was so loud that the windows rustled. "I say, you can't knock on the door? Every time it has to be like a bomber dropping a bomb, scaring me to death." With his hair messed up, Howard, like a bird's nest, slammed open the window and complained loudly. He was wearing a saucy burgundy pajamas, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. It's like a young internet addict who hasn't had a good night's sleep for several days and nights, and is about to die suddenly. "So, you should build an apron in the backyard so that I can visit it easily." Luke ignored Howard's complaint and continued. "Paige said you haven't been to SHIELD for 4 days. Although it's just a named scientific consultant and there is no stipulation on working hours, the model for nuclear reactors has been improved. There is also the Universe Rubik's Cube test project. These tasks require you to give full play to that clever brain." "Hey, do you know how I spent the past few days?" Howard showed a trace of arrogance on his face and vibrated. "I got inspiration from the Nautilus nuclear reactor and set out to design a more effective and powerful energy system. It is the key to the future. For this reason, I haven't slept for a week." Luke was a little dubious, frowning and asked, "Don't you stay at SHIELD? You can't complete the design of the new energy system." It's okay. But after I came back from the Atlantic, I was quite excited that night. I spent more than 30 hours in the underground laboratory and produced the first version of the design drawings." Howard scratched his head, a little embarrassed. You know, when a scientist's inspiration breaks out, he doesn't care about the others. "So, I simply forgot what SHIELD and what job he did." Furthermore, compared to the 4 days of absenteeism by SHIELD, I have not stepped into the gates of Stark Industries for almost half a month. My secretary came here last time to determine if her boss is still alive. It was not secretly murdered, but buried in the yard. Listening to Howard's standard cold humor, Luke couldn't help feeling that the father and son of the Stark family were similar in many places. The same was true when Tony developed the Mark series armor. He just wanted to compliment a few words when he vaguely heard a coquettish female voice in Howard's room. Within a few seconds, a slender arm rested on this guy's shoulder. Half of his young face poked out, and there was still a trace of redness at the corners of his eyes and brows. It seems that this is not long after the end of the morning exercise. Untitled.com. This is what you call an explosion of inspiration, exploring science. Luke showed contempt in his eyes, and he really shouldn't have any unrealistic illusions about Howard. Fortunately, he thought that the chicken coop head and the thick dark circles were all immersed in the research of the arc reactor. Unexpectedly, it was just a sequel of excessive indulgence and multiplayer sports. When Einstein finished his thesis on general relativity, didn't he also send a message with his female secretary in the office? As scientists, we just release our inner joy and excitement in this way, instead of simply indulging in it. Female, Howard said plausibly. He simply pushed aside the unknown woman who was hugging him, and stomped downstairs. After being frightened by Luke, he has entered the time of the sage, completely immune to the temptation of female sex. "Come on, show you my latest research results." Howard can't wait to show Luke the key to the future. Chapter 152, The Arc Reactor. The first unit idea before this. "Can you get your clothes on first?" Seeing Howard's impatient look, Luke glanced at the open nightgown, which was empty and almost unobstructed. "Tonight I asked Marlena to wash her eyes again." He thought so. It's not important. Even if Einstein is wearing pajamas, he can still give lectures at MIT. The light of wisdom is far more important than a coat that covers the flesh. Howard is in a state of excitement. I don't know if it's because he just finished his morning exercises or he wants to show off his latest results to Luke impatiently. "I finally know why those French scholars like to go to brothels. You just slept with a woman, and even talked so much. If you sleep a few more times, wouldn't it be Shakespeare?" Luke teased, but did not refuse Howard's invitation. This holiday manor in the west of Long Island, because it often comes over, prepares a basic version of the underground laboratory. Anyway, Howard is not bad for money. When this guy is full of inspiration, or is eager to conduct a certain research, he can always come in handy. Moreover, according to him, sometimes the brain is blank, and it will bring the women who are ganging up here. Watching those complicated calculation formulas while doing some kind of intense exercise makes it easier to stimulate thinking and sparks. Luke said that he didn't even believe in a single punctuation mark. Have you never thought about tidying it up, walking into the underground laboratory? He asked. Compared with his son's futuristic high-tech private laboratory, the workplace of Iron Man's father is much simpler, a long metal oval table with various calculation papers and various tools in a mess. 4 leftover pizza boxes, 5 or 6 cups of fat house happy water, and a lot of coffee. From the smelly household garbage, it can be known that Howard may not lie. And he really stays in the laboratory without going out these days. Only in this messy state can I find the tools I want to use. If I clean them up and place them neatly, I may not be able to work properly. Howard waved his hand. This is a personal habit. Jarvis, the butler who occasionally comes to look after, has long been accustomed to it. Behind him are 2 stretchable simple whiteboards, densely written with a large number of formulas, and the knowledge involved is enough to stun people. Luke glanced around and asked curiously, do you plan to use Palladium as the energy core? You actually understand? Well, it's not surprising. Any incredible thing that happens to Superman seems so normal. Howard made a contrived expression, and then continued, I was involved in the Manhattan Project before, and Oppenheimer's research is nuclear fission, which uses chain reactions to release terrible energy. Although I am an arms dealer, I am not interested in uncontrollable lethal weapons, and there are already enough geniuses in that field. There is no need to squeeze in one. So you set your sights on nuclear fusion? Luke took the conversation and picked up a scribbled design drawing. In terms of thinking, it already has the prototype of a tokamak thermonuclear fusion reactor. From the outside, it looked a bit like the big guy who was later placed in Stark's Industrial Weapons Research and Development Department. Iron Man Tony Stark, inspired by it, developed a reduced version of the arc reactor. That's right. The fuel used in nuclear fusion energy is deuterium and tritium, and deuterium is abundant in seawater. About 1 deuterium atom in 6,500 hydrogen atoms. The total amount of deuterium in seawater is about 45 trillion tons. Howard snapped his fingers, and having a chat partner who could understand what he said was the best thing in the world. The deuterium contained in each liter of seawater is completely fused, and the fusion energy released is equivalent to the energy of 300 liters of gasoline fuel. Calculated according to the energy consumed in the world, the fusion energy of deuterium in seawater can be used for tens of billions of years. Therefore, as long as solving the problem of nuclear fusion is tantamount to solving the world's energy problem. Following the rhythm, Luke nodded and smiled. Even the Atlanteans, who are marine civilizations, have not overcome the technical difficulties. Where do you come from? The reaction requirements and technical requirements of nuclear fusion technology are very high, and controllable nuclear fusion is even more troublesome. Of course, this is only for the real world that Luke once lived in. There is no such thing as a scientific barrier in the Marvel Universe at all. As long as a certain genius strikes a brain, it will soon be able to produce a finished product that is close to black technology. The representative figure is Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards. Because I am the genius of the Stark family. Howard touched those 2 mustaches and said proudly, say something serious. Luke gave each other a blank look. Narcissism and genius are really Stark's family inheritance. Well, after driving the Nautilus and returning to New York from the Atlantic, I started to experiment with various energy-releasing cores. Howard coughed twice and said solemnly, perhaps it was a revelation from heaven. I discovered palladium. It is the number 46 chemical element. The element is metal, and it has excellent catalytic properties. I used palladium to electrolyze heavy water, and as a result, I observed an abnormally high energy output, and measured the output of neutrons and tritium. What does this mean? If I use palladium as the energy core to create a large toroidal vacuum chamber, Coils are wound on the outside, and electric current is applied to generate a huge spiral magnetic field inside, and then the plasma in it is heated to a high temperature. The effect of nuclear fusion can be achieved. Howard was so excited that it was an amazing discovery for him, and it was an exciting breakthrough study for the world. Details still need to be considered, for example, stability, energy loss, and how to apply. These are issues that cannot be ignored. Luke pondered for a moment, then answered. Howard is indeed a veritable genius, and easily overcome a major crosspoke difficulty. Right. I just made a rough framework, and there is still a lot of content to be filled in. After the excitement, Howard finally returned to calm thinking. Don't the US military have a paperclip plan? SHIELD has recruited so many German scientists and found a few people related to nuclear energy physics to form a team. What do you think? This is not a problem. But the Soviet Union vigorously develops the nuclear industry, and it has taken a group of people away, the remaining elites. You may not be attracted. Luke shrugged. www.mtlnovel.com. He knew Howard had high demands on researchers. Wait, I have a good candidate. Last time at the reception of the Atomic Energy Commission, I met a Soviet scientist. Howard frowned and tried to recall. His name is Anton Vank. I heard that he defected from the Soviet Union and once hosted important projects. We talked about research on nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. He is barely a junior member of the Genius Club and may be a good helper. Luke blinked. The grievances of the two generations of Stark and Anton families began. Okay, he'll go to the Atomic Energy Commission VIPs. He nodded in agreement, paused for a moment, and asked in no sense, Howard, have you ever thought about reducing the size of the reactor as the core energy source for a certain weapon, such as, for example, power armor? Chapter 153? Iron Man Dad, performing real skills power armor? Howard frowned slightly, a little confused. At this time, sci-fi master Robert Heinlein's Starship Paratrooper has not yet been released, and power armor belongs to a relatively unfamiliar concept. The popular sci-fi warfare, which won the Hugo Award, was later adapted into the classic movie Star Wars. The soldiers in it were dressed in military equipment similar to power exoskeleton. Many games and film and television works in later generations followed this concept and carried it forward. Similar to my Superman suit, Luke explained. He has always been interested in making Howard Stark into Iron Man. Why have to wait until decades later? Let Tony face the news reporter and say the classic line of I am Iron Man. In terms of brains, Howard is no worse than his son. Anyway, the timeline has been messed up, and even Guy has a headache when he looks at it. You don't need to worry about the original plot anymore. The advantage of foresight is no longer important to Luke. He had already completed the primitive accumulation and entered the developmental stage of explosive growth. Superman suit. I have always been curious about how the Hydra gang came up with that thing. It requires nanomolecular technology that is impossible to achieve at this stage. In Howard's eyes, there was an incomprehensible look. Before major innovations in microscope manufacturing technology, we could say that we knew very little about the world of atoms and molecules. And your body. Your cool suit is a mature application of nanotechnology. To be honest, I don't believe that. Hydra scientists have mastered the cutting-edge technology for controlling individual atoms and molecules and exploring the microscopic world. Luke raised his eyebrows. Trying to fool a clever genius is really not easy. Their heads are always filled with all kinds of strange questions, and they can easily find those unreasonable places. It does not matter. Luke cleared his throat and walked through the aisle. There are many unknown things in the world, just like the Rubik's Cube in the universe. To you, is it a product of this era? Howard was speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to feel reasonable, and put away his skeptical eyes. Then you mean, let me make a similar suit and use the reactor as the core energy source? As the father of Iron Man, Howard quickly understood Luke's ideas and began to consider feasibility. "Let me think about it. Your suit has a high technical content. It has soft and tough ductility and strong applicability. Nanomolecular technology allows the surface to be freely combined and changed. You have withstood the tank's main gun, but in the end it was unscathed, and the suit was not damaged. This proves that it has the function of absorbing high heat and energy. If you consider it further, it may be able to prevent irradiation. If I were to design it, I would definitely arrange atoms and molecules in a certain way to make something similar to artificial muscle fibers, and then programmatically code it, which can develop a variety of uses. For example, the surface is hardened, like an upgraded version of body armor, which can withstand machine guns and artillery. It also absorbs the refracted light around it to complete the double invisibility of the naked eye and the instrument." Speaking of technical research and specific applications, Howard, as an arms dealer, naturally has a big brain. "By the way, I remember the group of generals in the Pentagon. I wanted you to surrender your battle clothes and study similar technologies. Why didn't you have any sound later?" He paused and looked at Luke, who was listening carefully. To be honest, Howard is also very interested in the Superman suit. Just considering that Luke might not agree, plus studying other people's underwear, it felt strange, so he gave up this idea. "Well, that's right," Luke nodded. Col. Phillips tested my reaction, saying that the Pentagon and the White House are going to have an inquiry meeting. Later, the Namor of Atlantis appeared and broke the 2 aircraft carriers of the Atlantic Fleet. After I pushed them back, no one ever mentioned it. Actually, I'm a very good person, and I don't mind cooperating with the Pentagon and the White House in the last questioning meeting. Howard rolled his eyes, automatically ignored this unreliable answer, and returned to the restaurant on the first floor in his nightgown. "Jarvis, the housekeeper, is not here today. He is generally only responsible for the management of the New York mansion, and occasionally comes here." It is said that the capable butler, who is in his 30s and has the breath of a British gentleman, once served in the British Air Force. He won the championship boxer for 3 consecutive years after retiring. At the same time of extraordinary skill, the ability to do things is still very strong. He is both a close friend of Howard and a reliable helper. Thinking of the housekeeper Alfred in the next studio, he once had an amazing record of beating Superman. Every time Luke greeted Jarvis, he would be more polite unconsciously. After all, the worldview of superheroes. To be a good housekeeper, there must be some hidden tricks. "Your proposal is very interesting, but it is a bit cumbersome to actually operate." Howard was eating a sandwich, his cheeks swollen, and said, "The problem of the energy system, let's put it aside for now. The first thing we have to face is the material. Ordinary alloy steel is obviously not enough for the protection of your body, as well as the defense against heavy weapons, and the shock absorption. These all need to be considered. Secondly, I don't have an inhuman force like you. To increase the power of power armor, you need to carry various weapons, such as machine guns, micro-missiles, and thrusters. I just thought about it. If a real object is to be made, it should be a small giant 3 to 4 meters high. It may be cumbersome to operate and can only be used as a mobile fortress that attracts firepower. It doesn't feel very useful. I would prefer him to be close to a normal person's form, and it is best to attract the eye. Whether he is strong or not is a trivial matter, and it matters whether he is handsome or not. Howard swallowed the last bite of the sandwich and took a sip of hot milk. He was really moved by Luke's suggestion. Just as a truth-seeking and pragmatic scientist, Howard thought about it carefully and found that the feasibility was not high. On the one hand, there are limitations of the times. On the other hand, this involves many technical difficulties. Unless you put in a lot of energy and time, you can't get any results. There will be bread and milk. Technical problems will be solved by Atlantis. As for the materials, I can give you a surprise gift package when that time comes. Luke has a mysterious face, inexplicably a bit like an old man with a white beard who puts gifts in his stockings at Christmas. But that's all afterwards. Now roll me out and take a shower, take care of your mustache and messy hair, and then rush to Washington, D.C. Today is my honor ceremony. Hearing Luke giving orders, Howard subconsciously sniffed the pajamas on his body and found that there was an unpleasant odor of food, so he obeyed the instructions rather well. T.S.K. Tusk, the youngest lieutenant general in the history of the United States, really enviable. Before leaving, he took a bite of the lemon slices in the fruit plate and said sourly, The White House, South Lawn. Not long ago, the president added a balcony to the South Colonnade and by the way conducted a thorough inspection of the country's highest level official residence. It turned out that the problem was too serious and there were many hidden safety hazards, so I decided to launch a large-scale rectification. Now, the president's family has moved to Blair across Pennsylvania Avenue. Today is the honoring ceremony of Major General Cavill, and the press conference is scheduled here. Otherwise, it would be difficult to see the president and cabinet members gathered in the White House. Little Cavill, oh no, you should be called Lieutenant General. Before he took the stage to give a speech, facing the reporter, the president kindly held Luke's right hand. Judging from his appearance, it seems that he has not given up the idea of introducing his daughter to the other party. I just fulfilled my responsibilities and implemented the idea of maintaining world peace. This is nothing. Luke, as always, said beautiful things that he didn't believe in. He met Mr. President's daughter, even though the other party was very enthusiastic and proactive. However, Luke's interest is lacking and can't be impulsive. In the last meeting, he just smiled politely and maintained a basic demeanor to show his attitude. Mr. Lieutenant General, it's time to consider the issue of starting a family. The president was still reluctant to give up, and positively said, I talked to your uncle, Frank, and he hopes to see you get married and have children and lead a happy and peaceful life. Luke curled his lips and played the emotional card. He didn't want to step into the grave of love so early. It would only stumble his footsteps. How can the grand goal of the stars and the sea be delayed by the love of children? With all due respect, Your Excellency, I am actually not as good as the newspapers and news. Luke showed a serious expression and continued, if you know something, you should know my private life. That's not a problem. The president made a very big look, saying that he was someone who was here, and he knew everything. It's normal to like pretty girls with hot bodies. Look at little Kennedy, playing so presumptuously, but it doesn't prevent him from becoming a promising young man. I have heard of Mr. Lieutenant General's private life. Except for the Sicilian woman, and Miss Carter from SHIELD. You see, there are only two. This is not related to romanticism. It can be said to be self-cleaning and abide by the rules. It is really a role model among young people. Luke opened his mouth slightly, and some did not react. Is the atmosphere of the upper class open to this extent? Having two lovers is not worthy of being called a wandering son. He who is about to be promoted to Lieutenant General www.mentalnovel.com feels inexplicably despised. It is not easy for a young man in a high position like you to hold on to his heart and restrain his desires. Mr. President let go, tidy up his suit, and prepare to give a speech on stage. After the award ceremony, I have a family dinner. Mr. Lieutenant General must come over. After the last meeting, my daughter Mary admires you very much and says your name every day. Luke was shocked again. How could there be such a father who forcibly promoted his daughter? I feel that if he can do it, the president would like to force him to obediently. Luke, who has a sense of crisis, his brain is running fast, thinking about solutions, and many more. He looked at Howard who was sitting behind, and an idea came to his mind. It's time for this self-proclaimed dandy guy to perform real skills. Chapter 154? Can you, Mr. Lieutenant General? The breeze is comfortable and the sky is clear. The broad lawn, collectively referred to as the presidential garden, is covered with shrubs like hedges and trees, and the scenery is excellent. There is also a pool in the center, and the fountain is pouring like yazoo, which is several feet high and crystal clear. The press conference was scheduled at the South Gate, and major newspapers from New York sent journalists one after another to gather here with long guns and short cannons. Of course, these are officially recognized media. The president, who was still selling his daughter just now, walked to the front of the stage with great demeanor and talked freely. With a calm and passionate tone, I look back on the past of the United States and imagine a bright future. 40 minutes later, when the lengthy and tedious official speech was over, the reporters cheered up and stopped the urge to fall asleep. The camera was aimed at the young Major General. Wait for the Lieutenant General. Put it in any newspaper in New York. Who doesn't know that Superman is a hot news spot? As long as you post photos and write some gossip, you can increase the sales of newspapers in the industry. The only pity is that because Luke travels on weekdays, he either takes the Pentagon special car or flies directly over. This makes it difficult for the paparazzi to track, and almost no one in the industry has ever taken photos of Superman, let alone unearthed gimmicky material. Except for some anonymous photographers flying in the air, overlooking Berlin, there is also a hand-pushing aircraft carrier, 2 photos cheered by the people, respectively by different people. I really don't know how they did it. The reporter in the audience sneered. That guy is Hadlow Jameson, a young reporter from the Daily Horn. Luke started reading according to the written speech, and randomly glanced at the members of the newspaper underneath, and found a guy who could barely be considered a familiar face. According to the Age, that very clever young man may be the editor-in-chief of the Daily Horn and the father of Jonah Jameson, the #1 fan of Spider-Man. Frankly speaking, the whole process of the award ceremony is actually quite boring. It's nothing more than putting on some positive spiritual chicken soup, looking back at the hard years before the United States, and emphasizing the beacon spirit of freedom and democracy. Then, interspersed with a few humorous jokes to liven up the atmosphere. Finally, with a high and fierce tone, make a conclusion. In essence, the award-winning stars thanked CCTV, thanked Mum and Dad, and thanked all those who supported me at the awards show. This is a routine. Luke's speech was relatively brief, and it was done in 20 minutes. The next step is the President's Award, and the two shook hands for a group photo. On the surface, it looks ordinary and unremarkable, but in reality, it will be a hot topic in the newspaper in a few hours. Superman's creation, which is gradually retreating, may be popular again. I heard that in the red light district of New York, a special service for the sorceress was launched some time ago, specifically for those loyal fans who adore Superman. In this regard, Luke was not surprised. The industry in the lighthouse country has always been the hottest. When the superhero blockbuster hits the spotlight, all kinds of Iron Man vs. Magi, Hulk vs. Black Widow, Thor vs. Loki, etc. Is there something weird mixed in? Even during a certain presidential campaign, the publisher also released Blu-ray discs of Mr. Quinn vs. Hillary, seeking Clinton's psychological shadow area. Mr. President, I will have a meeting with the mutants of the Hellfire Club later. As for the family dinner, I will attend it on time. After stepping down, Luke greeted a few words casually, then left. Before participating in the meeting, he walked to Howard's side and whispered a few words to his ear. The other party's expression went from reluctance to vacillation, and then refused to welcome it until he accepted it. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. I believe that with your charm, there is absolutely no problem. Luke patted Howard on the shoulder, encouraging. Before long, he appeared in the small reception room in the Red Room of the White House. What about the rest? Luke, who quietly left the press conference, looked at the White Queen who was standing at the window, still being inspected by the Pentagon. This is the White House, the most important center of power in the country. No mutant has ever stepped into this place openly. The White Queen's tone is complicated, and her mood is even more subtle. She looked at the lively scene not far away, thinking that afterwards, she would lead the mutants to formally appear in front of the world. This is an unprecedented bold attempt and an important moment to change the future. Emma, if you take this step, you will face tremendous pressure and shoulder heavy responsibilities. Luke walked over and lost the Hellfire Club of Sebastian Shaw. It can be said that there is no leader. There are still a few people who are dissatisfied with the White Queen's superiority. They are all Xio's loyal supporters and radicals. Therefore, Luke intends to hold a consultation meeting to have a friendly exchange with the group of people. This is also conducive to the subsequent cooperation of SHIELD. For the first time, I have this feeling of inconfidence. The White Queen put her arms around her chest, and a dazed emotion appeared on her cold, proud and delicate face. It is unrealistic to expect a young girl in her 20s to bear the expectations of her compatriots and the goal of revitalizing mutants. Even if it is, if the bald professor of the same age is brought over, he may not be able to perform better than the White Queen. Responsibility can be said to be the heaviest word in the world. It takes enough courage and perseverance to be able to bear it. Little Cavill, Lieutenant General, do you know, I used to be a very inferior person because I didn't get any care from my family. The White Queen shrank her shoulders and her voice became low. My father perfectly interprets the image of a cold businessman. My mother abuses drugs, and is addicted to alcohol every day. My brother is gay, and my sister ... Kayla likes to put the best she is shown to outsiders, but she is actually not that good, and occasionally it is bad. After I awakened my talents, I listened to their hearts and felt their truest emotions. It was a nightmare. When you found out about your parents, you could not wait for each other to die, and each had a shameful secret. People collapse. It sounds like a very difficult time. Fortunately, it's all over. It's worth celebrating. Luke leaned against the table and handed a glass of bourbon to him. And after, he did his best to act as a serious listener. I chose a boarding school. Using my talent to cheat changed the fact that I had poor grades and became the most popular girl in the school. By the way, the White Queen took the wine glass, took a sip, and laughed at herself. After graduation, I might become a teacher, because everyone thinks that I have special communication skills, and I can always know everyone's personality and habits and become friends with them. But it didn't take long for me to get tired of listening to my heart. Mr. Lieutenant General, can you understand how I feel? Everyone seems to be transparent. They are the worst, the most disgusting, the dirtiest, and the real side unabashedly appeared in my eyes. I never dated any boys in school, because I could read out their innermost dirty thoughts every time. I also don't have a good friend in the true sense. Their enthusiasm on the surface can't hide the cruel fact that they will be behind them and call me bitch and little bitch. Luke laughed and became a spiritual mentor at the right time. This is ironic. The inner heart of the mentally capable person is actually riddled with holes. You have to learn to relax, Emma. Where there is a pure and flawless beautiful heart in the world, even innocent children will use hot water to destroy ant nests and release their own malice. Luke slowed down and said softly, restrain the urge to listen, so as to make life exciting. Mr. Lieutenant, I always relax every time I chat with you. After drinking the glass of bourbon, the White Queen converged on her redundant expression, and the corners of her mouth slightly cocked. This is probably because I can't guess what you are going to say. To me, lies are even more rare than truth. A slender finger lightly touched Luke's chest, tossing back and forth as if it were tickling. The other long straight leg rubbed against the crotch. If you are an ordinary person, you may want to beware, because the White Queen can be diamondized. It can easily cut through the skin and tear the flesh and blood. The seemingly beautiful temptation may be a life-king act. But Luke's face remained unchanged, and he asked indifferently, is this seduce? No, Mr. Lieutenant, this is cooperation. The White Queen's frowning brows stretched out. Her delicate face like an iceberg smiled and said, as you said before, verbal promises cannot be trusted, and paper contracts can be torn. In this case, instead of slowly building trust and reducing the efficiency of cooperation, it is better to use a deeper way to increase mutual understanding. What do you think? Looking down at the stunning whiteness, Luke shook his head and said, this is not a suitable battlefield. Mr. Lieutenant General, look at the group of people outside. Among them are the President. Untitled.com, officials from the cabinet, and generals from the Pentagon. They are all standing at the top of the power pyramid. The White Queen's smile became stronger and stronger, as if letting go of some kind of restraint and letting herself go. Don't you think it's more exciting on such a formal occasion. Luke took a deep breath, restraining his inner impulse. Most of the time, he stayed sensible and avoided being influenced by impulsive emotions. I like to take the initiative, Emma. Luke held the finger that fiddled with his chest, and said in a heavy tone, I don't like being led. Even if I really want to communicate in depth, when and where, it should be up to me. The White Queen seemed a little disappointed, and withdrew her teasing fingers. Before Luke could breathe a sigh of relief, she leaned back, half lying on the large desk. Now, the White House, can you, Mr. Lieutenant General? Notice twisted to the waist, the update will be late. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 155? Stop talking, Archdam brother likes it. West wing of the White House, outlying buildings. This is simply a trap. How can humans accept us? Xiao makes a lot of sense. Genes are the only criterion for determining the level of the population. Mutants are better, so they will be rejected. Rising Star Drake, dressed as a hippie, plays with the DuPont lighter in his hand while making noisy noises and disturbing panic. Don't let your guard down, Reagan. They may be discussing next door now how to trick the mutants onto the operating table, so that they can carry out those evil and cruel scientific experiments. Leaning on the sofa, the Iceman Reagan, who quietly watched National Geographic, shook his head, and asked, where did you hear the news? Miss Frost will not tolerate this happening. The reason she is willing to cooperate with humans is to create a better future for her fellow citizens, not to take us to hell. But it is written like that in novels. Rising Star Drake shrugged, and said, government is bad. Big company is bad. Scientist is bad. Only a small person like us can save the world. Furthermore, Reagan, Miss Frost in your mouth is a whistleblower. Can the club trust someone who has betrayed his countrymen? Hearing the last sentence, it seemed to stimulate the Iceman Reagan. The action of turning the pages of the books suddenly stopped. His face flushed, as if he had been insulted. He stared at his friend who kept turning on and closing the lighter, and said in a cold tone, shut up, Drake. Otherwise I can't guarantee that you won't use your fists to blow your 2 front teeth away. Wow. The good old man Reagan is angry and wants to find someone to fight. Is it because I told the truth and hurt your perfect goddess? Rising Star Drake said in a weird manner, and his exaggerated tone attracted everyone's attention. In this spacious reception room, there are more than 20 members of the Hellfire Club sitting in total. Most of them are young people. They used to be Sebastian Shaw's loyal supporters and strong radicals. A small number of people sitting on the sofa on the other side are barely considered moderates. There is a clear distinction between the two sides. Mutants have never been unified within, especially in their integration into society and their attitude towards humans. Drake, I warn you, speak more carefully. Miss Frost is not a traitor and informer. She saved the mutants of the club. Without her, we would still be caught by Sebastian Shaw. The war criminals and cold-blooded butchers are playing in the palm of their hands. Iceman Reagan glared at the opponent, with a little anger hidden in his tone. It's like being exposed to that point of careful thinking, and it's like getting angry from embarrassment. Not long ago, the White Queen who went to Poland, put together the atrocities committed by Sebastian Shaw in Auschwitz and put them in front of the club members as conclusive evidence. As Luke said, if you want to whitewash someone, you only need to discredit the companion who is standing with him or her in any era. There is a need to pay attention to who is worse than anyone else. Not to mention, Sebastian Shaw's dark history is indeed too numerous to count. And even the work of forgery is saved. This guy can also deceive young people who read less during World War II when news is not circulating quickly. If it were replaced by the 21st century, when the internet was developed, it would have been cleansed up long ago. Hey, who knows if it's true? Xiao can't stand up and explain anyway. Rising Star Drake said contemptuously. He was once a big fan of Sebastian Shaw, and so was Iceman Reagan. It's just that the latter became a supporter of the White Queen following the explosion of Xio's black material, and the new Star Drake still chooses to believe that a set of extreme claims that are similar to the racial theory of the Third Reich. Reagan, I advise you to stay awake. Drake, who was originally a thorny new star, deliberately turned the National Geographic magazine on the table to a page with green prairie, implying, the White Queen and the Superman Major General, there the relationship is extraordinary. I heard that when the Liberty Island talks, she knocked on someone else's door in the middle of the night and stayed alone for more than an hour. And now, we have waited for almost 2 hours, and we haven't seen Bay Queen and Major General Superman. Iceman Reagan was so angry that he clenched his fists when he heard the words. There was almost a picture in his mind. The expression of grief and indignation is like a miraculous student who knows that he has a crush on the goddess, who may have a leg with the bad guys of the foreign school behind his back. At this moment, only the classic one-cut plum can accurately reflect the complex mood of Iceman Reagan. This young man in his 20s does have an admiration for the White Queen. After all, when she was young, who would not like the young lady with white skin and good temperament, cold appearance and long legs? Click, click. Due to emotional stimulation, the cup of coffee held by Iceman Reagan condenses into ice. The talents of these two young mutants are similar to those of the later Iceman and Fireman. Our common energy systems is not the level of Iceman Reagan, not as high as the other one. He is the beta level, the third level in the mutant hierarchy. The growth space is far inferior to that of another Iceman opponent has omega level potential, and the degree of molecular level control is only limited by imagination and talent, and has not been clearly shown. Of course, on the bright side, the White Queen may not be voluntary. Rising Star Drake rolled his eyes and changed his attitude. Xiao died in the hands of the Superman Major General. He is an Alpha-class mutant. If he loses, even he, the Hellfire Club, must not be able to resist the opponent. In order to protect your compatriots, your goddess was forced to be helpless and succumbed to the lewd power of the Superman Major General. Isn't it better to say that? Iceman Reagan's palm, which had been loosened, clenched again. The picture in his mind became clearer. Listening to the words of the rising Star Drake, he felt like being humiliated by the Tauran in person. The sense of substitution is too strong. You bastard! Intense anger, mixed with inexplicable irritation and unconsciousness of ease, prompted the Iceman Reagan to wave his fist and pounce on the rising Star Drake sitting opposite. If that's really the case, maybe he'll feel better. As Iceman Reagan threw his fist, a humble thought flashed in his mind. What are you two doing? This is the White House. If you show it to others, wouldn't it be a shame to me? Just as the Iceman Reagan and the new Star Drake were fighting together, the door of the reception room was pushed open. The White Queen saw two men entangled on the sofa. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes, and she said coldly, "Remember www.mentalnovel.com. You are now representing the Hellfire Club. Pay attention to your image." Hearing the words of the goddess, the Iceman Reagan quickly released the hands holding his neck and kept his distance from the breathless new Star Drake. "Miss Frost, we are just playing around, because the waiting time is too long and it's kind of boring." Reagan scratched his head and explained awkwardly, "Yeah, I think the inspection process will not take long. Who knows that we have to wait for the press conference to end? 2 hours have passed." "How did Miss Frost talk to the Superman Major General?" Rising Star Drake asked, winking at Iceman Reagan. Obviously, he hasn't forgotten the joke he said before. "It's nothing. Just exchange opinions." The beautiful eyes of the White Queen flickered, and she turned the subject away. "Also, Luke has been promoted to Lieutenant General, so pay attention to the address. Follow me next. Mr. Lieutenant General will meet you in the Red Room." Iceman Reagan walked ahead, watching his graceful figure from his back. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Miss Frost's clothes, why do they look a little wrinkled? HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 156. Want freedom? Want democracy? Iceman Reagan walked into the Red Room first. The original fierce battlefield. The browned oak table had been cleaned up. Replace the pens, ink bottles, and landline phones. Scan the papers that fell on the carpet, sort them neatly, and put them on the table. The windows with good view are open, mainly for air circulation and to shed the strong hormonal breath. In short, unless it is a veteran driver with a wealth of experience and keen observation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to realize that there had been a tragic fight involving hundreds of millions of elite soldiers. Please sit down. Don't be restrained. Try to relax a little bit. Luke sat behind the oak square table, propped his hands on the table. When speaks, his breath is steady and his tone of voice is brisk, and he doesn't seem to have done any exercise at all. Despite the physique of the White Queen, she is slightly better than Malina. Plus the gene activation of mutants, it has a bonus in endurance and flexibility. For Superman, at best, it's just a warm-up level. The legendary war hero is so young. Bing Renrua came to have a more thoughtful mind, but after seeing the Superman Lieutenant General, it was like a pot of cold water poured down, and the idea of not accepting defeat was instantly extinguished. The opponent looks taller and taller than the newspaper photo, and his cold temperament is undoubtedly revealed. Makes people give birth to life. This is the strange feeling of a big man. In comparison, the Iceman Reagan, who is obviously a few years older, has to appear young and immature. It was only the first time that he met, and he felt that he was completely defeated. In his heart, the BGM of One Cut Plum sounded again, as if snow fell on his shoulders. They are all the younger generation of the club, and mutants whose abilities are around the beta level. The White Queen stood at the table and introduced briefly. Although Sebastian Shaw's racial theory is useless for the future development of mutants, but for one thing, he did a great job, is to recruit club members according to the abilities of mutants. Beta class like Iceman Reagan and New Star Derek belong to the backbone with limited growth space and slightly insufficient potential. To become the pawn of the Hellfire Club, you need at least an alpha level ability level. For example, the White Queen. Speaking of it, the alpha class mutants of the Hellfire Club are almost all in Luke's hands. Red Devil Azazo, Steel Shell, Rapids, was either thrown into jail, or beaten to death, or skewered into crayfish. Few survived intact. This also led to the Hellfire Club. At present, except for the White Queen, there is no decent and reliable combat power. Emma said about the club's situation. You have followed Sebastian Shaw for a while, and you may also have some violations of the law. Behavior. Luke tapped his fingers on the tabletop lightly, scanning the past with sharp eyes. The original spacious reception room. More than 20 people came in at once, and it was undoubtedly a bit crowded. Like the Iceman Reagan, with the rising star Drake standing in front. Beside them are young people who are no more than 27 years old. There are a lot of hippie rebellious dresses, exaggerated hairstyles, colorful hair colors, ear studs, nose rings, leather clothes, tattoos, metal chains, and so on. In such a dress, let alone mutants, even if you are a normal person, you will be discriminated against when you go outside, for fear of avoiding it. It's a bit like a non-mainstream gathering of cement at the entrance of the village. Kill Matt. Luke remained silent on the surface. A trace of disapproval flashed across his eyes. Do not even do basic image public relations. Still want to be accepted by the outside world? But you don't have to worry. Emma specifically raised this question during the Liberty Island talks. After some serious discussions, SHIELD decided to give up the power of investigation as a sincere cooperation. Glanced at the seemingly calm White Queen, and Luke threw the credit to the opponent. The first thing he has to do is to appease people's hearts. It is not desirable to blindly use authority and be tough. As expected, part of it expresses a sense of ease and gratitude. Even Iceman Reagan subconsciously exhaled, and his tight shoulders couldn't help but relax. There is a threshold for recruiting members in the Hellfire Club. As a small person who is not even a chess piece, if you want to be admired by Sebastian Shaw, You have to show it. Iceman Reagan once froze a small area of the sea, creating opportunities for other compatriots to rob a British cargo ship. And the new star Drake is an arsonist, who uses the fire alarm to break in and steal. Most of the members of the Hellfire Club have similar criminal experiences. They have lost the support of their families and have no source of income, so they can only rely on side-by-side and illegal ways to obtain money. Even the proud and cold White Queen has a black history of being a croupier in a casino, dealing cards online, and cheating gamblers. In addition, I hope everyone can let go of their vigilance and form an initial foundation of trust to facilitate further cooperation plans in the future. Luke took out Constantine's signature skill, but there was no way. Zakang's flicker ability was really easy to use. To be honest, I have a certain degree of understanding of mutants. You have been ostracized, discriminated against, bullied and oppressed before. This is indeed an indisputable fact. He paused, scanned the young faces, and continued, but because of this, he must be more active in fighting for the right to speak of equality and freedom. A better future, a more comfortable life, a brighter future. These should not rely on human charity, because the power gained in this way is only a kind of political correctness, a kind of implicit discrimination. The White Queen was deeply convinced. She and Luke reached a cooperation, not only greed each other's body and technology. They have quite the same views and opinions on the future and planning of mutants. So, it doesn't matter if there is no emotional foundation. Their respective interests do not conflict, and they can form a good complementarity. This is the key. Of course, the physical strength and skills of the Lieutenant General also belong to the category of bonus points. Nakavel, Lieutenant General, how do you think we should fight for our rights? Protest, or establish a trade union, choose representatives, and then negotiate with the government? Rising Star Drake took the lead to ask questions. He is a thorn in himself, habitually creating embarrassment and trouble for others. To change the image, this is the first step, Luke replied plainly as if he was dealing with a reporter's interview. I can understand that young people like to use exaggerated dresses and amazing words to express their own difference. But ignorantly opposing the mainstream and being unconventional, this will only arouse public disgust and will not help mutants to enter the world stage. Rising Star Drake was stunned. He didn't expect that the first thing he would do was to comb his hair like an adult and put on serious clothes. This is the trend. Mr. Lieutenant General, if the people will have a bad opinion of me because of what I wear, it can only be said that it is a pity that they are not free enough, not democratic enough, and do not understand this country at all. Greatness. Drake is plausible, just like some intellectuals on the internet in later generations. They are free and democratic. Even if I breathe the air, I feel that there must be a fragrance of freedom and democracy. Freedom. You are reading www.uukanzu.com democracy. Tell me, by the way, I don't know what your name is. Luke raised his eyebrows and crossed his fingers, intending to let this guy experience the severe beatings of the society. Drake. Everyone calls me New Star. Drake didn't realize it at all. There was a big danger on the top of his head, and he was still immersed in pride. Oh, Drake, right? Let me tell you what freedom and democracy are. Luke releases the biological force field, turning on 30% of the power. The air seemed to freeze suddenly, and the invisible pressure spread all over the room, making people feel short of breath, especially Drake. He bears the brunt and was the most severely affected. The freckled face was flushed, and there was a ho-ho in her throat, but she couldn't say anything. I see, Drake, this is the freedom and democracy you want. You can speak at will, but I also have the right to choke your throat, or even go further, to break your neck. Luke stood up slowly, his tall figure resembling a towering mountain, full of indescribable power. Now, do you still need them? HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 157. Debut and become an idol. Build an international superstar after a few minutes. I want to say these points. Who agrees and who opposes? Luke propped his hands on the table, with a peaceful smile on his lips. The reception room of the Red Hall was silent and no one made any noise. After the new Star Drake's lessons learned, no one wanted to be the first bird and stood up stupidly and expressed opposition. Iceman Reagan glanced sympathetically and remained silent, Drake with a dull look on his face. Deep in his heart, a big word miserable could not help appearing. As an active member who likes to win the eye and show his presence. Although Rising Star Drake is a hippie, he always cares about face and dignity. This kind of seemingly illusory stuff may be more important to him than life. It is a pity that those treasured things were all destroyed by Superman just now. The heavy pressure exerted by the biological force field made Drake unable to bear. Who thinks he is a mental boy, feels breathing difficulties, causing various physical discomforts. Within a few seconds, my legs started to feel weak. Then he didn't hold it up, and fell to his knees on the spot. Because Luke didn't make any offensive moves, to outsiders, it was probably the Superman Lieutenant General who released the breath of a strong man. The timid Drake couldn't resist it. His mind was shaken, and he was convinced. It's so miserable. Iceman Reagan thought that the Hellfire Club would inevitably begin to circulate in the future. The new star Derek was as timid as a rat, and was scared to kneel to the ground in shameful history. To some extent, this is already a social death within the mutants. Since everyone agrees with me, please sort out your personal image as soon as possible and prepare to attend the Peace Summit in Paris. Luke nodded with satisfaction. The young people in the Hellfire Club still know how to listen to their opinions and learn their lessons. When they walked out of the reception room one after another, the White Queen finally put down her cold disguise. Leaning on the sofa with her legs up, her posture was quite seductive. Luke did not squint. He had experienced a warm-up exercise and 2 rollover accidents. I thought you would build an approachable and friendly image, so that you can better attract the members of the club. Emma raised her head, her shoulder-length blonde hair dripping down. Luke, who was sitting in his seat, shook his head. He was not Sebastian Shaw. He wanted to be the leader of the mutants. Of course you do, good people. Lieutenant General gave a weird smile and joked, what I want to play should be a ruthless, tough villain. Only if I go too far, the members of the club will recognize you more and move closer to you. At this moment, they may be trying to help you fight for the rights and interests of your compatriots, and they will not hesitate to make mistakes and submit to my ... under the coercion. Luke's tone is full of deep meaning, and his super hearing has already caught the conversation between Iceman Reagan and New Star Drake. It can only be said that the people are always extremely rich in imagination when it comes to engaging in pornography. So, I am the approachable leader? The White Queen's eyes flickered, seeming to agree with this statement. However, she felt that there was something in Luke's words, and there were other meanings. The last sentence obviously has other meanings. Changing your image is the first step. What's next? The White Queen didn't think deeply, and turned to the next topic. She still doesn't know about her scandal. It has gradually spread in the club. Most of the plot content of Is the 18th Ban series, covering keywords such as humiliation, compulsion, and infringement. Of course I made my debut and became an idol, Luke said solemnly. Idol? A series of question marks popped out of the White Queen's head. To eliminate prejudice and change public opinion, we must first let the public accept the good image of mutants. Luke talked freely, as if he had an idea. Idol refers to an object that is worshipped and sought after. Most of the clubs are young people. You can choose a few with good appearance conditions, for example, Iceman Reagan and Rising Star Drake are very suitable. Get a combination, take a resounding nickname, such as Forest Fireman, Hellfire Gemini and so on, and then cooperate with the federal government as a superhero. For example, the simplest arrangement is for Reagan to cooperate with the New York Fire Department to successfully rescue several fires, and arrange for newspapers and reporters to focus on publicity and guide the direction of public opinion. Trust me, Emma. At that time, young people in New York will change their minds and think that mutants are cool and worthy of idols. Luke has a clear mind. He is going to learn the practice of a certain parallel world. Use the special status of S.H.I.E.L.D. as a link between the government and superheroes. Recruited mutants, this seemingly restless time bomb, to their subordinates as a derivative brand to develop value. Are you sure this works? The White Queen was hesitant, a little unacceptable. After all, this time Node Elvis has not made his debut yet, leading rock music and becoming a pioneer. Bob Dylan, a latecomer, should have a runny nose in Minnesota and played home. It is hard for people now to imagine what the entertainment will happen in the future, the idol of the whole people, and the economy of the rice circle. There will be no problem. It just takes time. Building a good and positive public image is a long project. Luke is quite certain, if superheroes are regarded as a kind of popular culture, mutants can become branch products of this huge brand. When the internet age comes, I will establish a personal blog for them to attract a group of loyal fans. S.H.I.E.L.D. changed www.mtlnovel.com to become the world's largest entertainment agency. Is responsible for cultivating superheroes, developing peripherals, and selling products. Even, it can sign a contract with the federal government, send them to station in a certain city and become the local image spokesperson. As we all know, the superheroes of Marvel World always get together in New York, which is not conducive to the career development of other cities. Is like the next studio. Each hero has a territory. Batman stays in Gotham, Superman belongs to the metropolis, the Flash is the savior of Midtown, and the Green Lantern, apart from the universe sector to be protected, also has Seaside City. The public always follows the opinions of the mainstream. When the government is wary of mutants, and the elites show rejection of mutants, naturally, the people at the bottom will follow this trend. Luke stood up, looked at the lawn outside the window, smiled and said, "If you want to change this, you only need to lower your threat, let them relax their vigilance, and temporarily accept the mutants to integrate into society." The White Queen stretched out her finger and tapped her red lips. Then, he nodded and said, "Then do as you want." HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 158. Everyone is brother, how could I lie to you? Chapter 158. Howard is upright, not close to the female director Lou. How's the talk? Howard was about to leave the lunch meeting when he saw Luke sneak in. Not bad. The mutants of Hellfire Club are very good at listening to opinions. We had a friendly exchange. It can be said that the host and the host had a great time. Both are very satisfied. Mr. Lieutenant General is serious nonsense. By the way, are you ready? I'm going to the Mr. President's family dinner later. I can't lose my momentum. Howard held up his head, touched those two mustaches, and puffed his chest up and said, "Go out and ask, who doesn't know the love prodigal, the romantic tycoon, the dating master, the arsonist, the dream lover of New York women, Howard Stark's reputation when dealing with a woman. As long as I am on the move, it must be stable and will never fail." Seeing Iron Man's father full of confidence and thinking of his son's impressive record, Luke couldn't help but relax. After all, Howard was also a master in the tens of thousands of flowers. His specialization skills, not lost to scientific research and business acumen. "Wait, Luke, you promised to take me to that place." It's not a lie to experience a new feeling and find the excitement of life. Howard, who thought he had paid a certain price, hooked the other's shoulders and lowered his voice sneakily, like a novice driver waiting to get on the road in a red light district. "We are all friends. How could we lie to you?" Luke waved his hand. He did agree to some not easy to say, in exchange for Howard's help. "You can also go out and find out who doesn't know about the title of Superman the Sorceress Pile Driver. To tell you, my ancestor was actually a demon hunter. The grandfather's name was Gerald, nicknamed White Wolf, and Boo the Butcher of Ravikan has always had a good relationship with those enchanting, passionate, and unrestrained sorcerers. And I, indeed, have heard some stories with a few. At this time, Luke decisively took the rumors in the market as his background. Sucking. As expected of you. By the way, where is Bruvican? Howard got the answer. His eyes glistened, showing a look of eagerness. As a scientist full of knowledge-seeking spirit, he just simply wanted to see the ragged, enthusiastic female warlock sisters. It would be better if you could share your life insights and discuss your biological knowledge. Blaviken. You don't know what you said. Anyway, I promise you will be satisfied at that time. I will never deceive my friends. Luke had a righteous face and promised to slap his chest. As he said before, many times a man will be controlled by his lower body and his upper body. Even when a genius like Howard is reduced to an old-fashioned critic, it is difficult to think normally. Just need to think about it a little bit. Those rumors in the market are actually not credible. What kind of female warlock piledriver, succubus online temptation, are just those unscrupulous booksellers who promote fan books? Luke, you are so enviable that you have such a legendary ancestor. Howard is very interested in the deeds of Geralt the White Wolf, especially with Yennefer, Triss, and various female elves, succubus, centaur women, and full of enthusiasm. Lust is so terrible, it turns a world's top genius into a mentally retarded. Luke glanced at the believable Howard, and shook his head. Even Iron Man's father can't resist the warm and plump Snow-White breasts. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lieutenant General Cavill, I've come here. What other gifts do I bring? Blair State Guest House across Pennsylvania Avenue. Mr. President opened the door with a smile on his face. He took the high-end red wine tied with a bow and invited him in. Stark, why are you here too? It's just that, seeing Howard following Luke. The president's smile froze, subconsciously revealing an expression of disgust. This is a family banquet, quite a special occasion. The relationship is not close enough. Even the qualifications to enter the door. The president invites Luke to win the relationship and sell his daughter. And Howard, what is this guy doing inexplicably? Haha, Your Excellency, Luke and I are busy with work, so we are delayed until this time. Howard chuckled and stepped through the door with one leg, and explained, I heard that the president's wife made Texas sawbone steak, which is delicious in the world. I want to take the opportunity to taste it. Taste your uncle. So rich will not go to high-end restaurants. Although Mr. President is so angry that he wants to scold his mother, he can't show it on the surface. Welcome. The boneless steak is indeed Beth's special skill. His tone was a little blunt, and he couldn't hear any sincerity. Howard didn't care about these details, and went down the steps. Followed Luke through the hallway, changed his shoes, and sat on the sofa in the living room. This is Lieutenant General Cavill, really young and promising. Why is there another one? Harry, didn't you mean that only one guest was invited? The president's wife was busy working in the kitchen, but after hearing the movement, she wore an apron and walked out. Her reaction was similar to that of her husband, and her heart was full of joy when she saw Luke's first glance. I can catch a glimpse of Howard, who has a straight suit and meticulously combed hair, and the smile on his face disappears instantly. This is Howard Stark, a famous scientist, successful entrepreneur, and the world's top genius. The president barely squeezed out a look, and introduced the annoying guy who came over. Oh, it turned out to be Mr. Stark. It was really rude just now. The president's wife looked at Howard, a little regretful. Except for being slightly older, this mustache man is pretty good in other aspects. But it depends on who the reference is. When the young lieutenant general, who was sitting upright and staring straight, stayed next to Howard, his charm index fell off a cliff. I told Mary to come out. The president's wife exchanged a few words and called her daughter, who was staying in the room, to the living room. To be fair, the president's daughter is also a young girl with a dignified appearance and outstanding temperament. It is said that she loves detective novels, www.untitled.com, and also tries to create her own, and her submissions have been favored by publishers many times. It's your turn to go. Luke bumped Howard with his shoulder. After he greeted a young girl named Mary, he asked, Your Excellency, I have talked with the mutants of the Hellfire Club today. Some things need to be reported. The president, who was not in a very happy mood, was slightly taken aback. He originally wanted to leave time for Luke and his daughter to create some personal space for them. Lieutenant General Cavill, I never bring work back home. He smiled and refused. This is very important news, related to the Soviet Union. Luke emphasized his tone. The president was surprised when he heard the words. The signs of the Cold War have already appeared. The rise of the Red Bear cannot be ignored. Well, let's go to the study to discuss. The president looked solemn and nodded. Luke, who achieved his goal, blinked at Howard. The latter understands it. It's time to perform real skills. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 159. Howard is upright, not close to the director of female salute. Chapter 159th chapter. Howard is upright, not close to the female director Lou. Thank you for your kindness, I am not very accepting of this. In the study, Luke sat on a chair, waved his hand to reject the cigar that Mr. President handed over. Many people know that this Lieutenant General does not have any bad habits. Neither smokes, but only tastes the wine. The only thing worth criticizing, maybe only private life. But this little problem is really insignificant for young people and upper-class society. Even the nominal leader of the country, the president who enters the White House, may not have any better private lives. What's more, the Lieutenant General of the Pentagon. Well, it is a good thing to have good habits. Few young people like you actively refuse to destroy the body gadgets. Mr. President did not feel irritated, but complimented him. Yes, I value that regularity of work and rest very much. Luke smiled slightly. He does some warm-up exercises to promote blood circulation before going to bed every day. Then I will sleep until dawn, and never leave fatigue and stress until the next day. Like Malina, Peggy, Emma the White Queen. Any woman who spent the night with him said that the work and rest of the Lieutenant General was normal. This is one of my few personal hobbies. I can't change it for a while, and I don't want to change it. The smell of tobacco can calm my mind and think calmly. The president took out a premium cigar from the box, played with it for a while, and patiently smoked it with a long matchstick, showing that he enjoyed the process very much. This box was given to me by Churchill. We have a common language in the taste of cigars. Although my personal doctor has instructed to reduce the intake of tobacco and alcohol, humans have no cigars and whiskey in their short lives. Doesn't it lose most of its meaning? Luke nodded in agreement. Although he is not interested in tobacco and alcohol, it is because of other hobbies. The Prime Minister also gave me a box. I will bring it over the next day and give it to Your Excellency the President. He somewhat doubted whether Churchill gave cigars to everybody. It is said that Roosevelt had also received it after his death. That's so embarrassing. The President chuckled twice, then lowered his voice and said, "Don't let Beth know that she doesn't like me smoking cigars. Of course, this is a secret between men." Luke blinked his eyes and replied very well. After a few minutes, the chat was over, and the two of them returned to the right track. SHIELD has received intelligence and found that the Soviets have been acting frequently in recent times. Not only is it vigorously developing the nuclear industry, but also intends to restart the super soldier program during World War I. As far as I know, they have a Leviathan. The secret organization is actively recruiting biological experts and cultivating outstanding fighters. In order to delay as much as possible, create opportunities for Howard, Luke opened his mouth and talked about the latest developments in the Soviet Union. The president sitting across from him is not a mediocre politician. On the contrary, he is very ambitious and enterprising. After World War II, the president who entered the White House took the lead in putting forward the strategic goal of seeking world hegemony. The defeat of the Axis powers, coupled with the decline and weakening of Britain and France, relying on the developed military strength and economic accumulation, the bald eagle began to covet the throne of the world hegemon. If it weren't for Atlantis turnout, it would temporarily block the White House and the Pentagon, and prepare to intervene in the internal affairs of other countries to implement global expansion. At this time, maybe both polarities have been formed. Lieutenant General Cavill, the Red Empire is indeed worthy of vigilance. They may be the worst enemy. The president exhaled a mouthful of cyan smoke, and said solemnly, "Sometimes, I am also amazed by the firm belief of this group of people and their ability to act out of collectivism. The winner of World War II is not only the silently developed United States, but also a Siberian red bear." Among the Four Nations Conference in Yalta, another great power of the Heavenly Dynasty appeared on the world stage and showed mysterious power. That is an unopened copy, and it will not be included in the world map for the time being. Regarding the peace summit to be held in a few days, and the distribution of Atlantis benefits, I will trouble you, Lieutenant General Cavill. The president put down a quarter of his cigars and solemnly said, "The future of the United States belongs to young people like you." Luke chuckled. He didn't want to do front and back waves. It would be easy to be shot to death on the beach. The bright future of Beacon Country clearly belongs to a real estate tycoon who has not yet been born. That is the most suitable person who can lead the United States to greatness again in his lifetime. Squinting. In the next 40 minutes, the two people staying in the study talked a lot. During the president also asked Luke if he was interested in going to Moscow. And at the worst point, the two sides started 3 wars, and the Soviet Union fired a nuclear bomb. Does he have the confidence to intercept it? On such a question, Luke naturally avoided talking about it and was vague. He is not the Manhattan doctor in the next room, and he is not interested in engaging in humanoid deterrence. Let's stop here today. Beth's boneless steak should be ready too. The president pressed off the cigar in his hand, waved his hand to diffuse the smell of tobacco, and opened the door with a smile. Then, he saw a scene that was very contradictory. In the living room, Howard is sitting on the sofa with the president's wife and the president's daughter on either side. He seemed to have said something funny, making the other two people cover their mouths and chuckle, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. How is this going? The president has a dumb face and a complicated heart. Inexplicably, it feels like being attacked by the old king next door to his wife and daughter. Originally, he admired Howard's talent very much, and Stark Industries was also an important defense contractor for the Pentagon. But now, the president looks at the man with a mustache who winks his eyebrows and tries his best to show humor, but he gets more and more annoying. What are you talking about? I heard laughter in the study. The president suppressed his anger and asked dryly, Your Excellency, I just talked about what I saw when I was in the UK. Howard cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, I used to live in London, when the war hadn't started. For a while, I wanted to grow a beard in order to show my manhood, but the hotel owner laughed at me. Ha! Your mouth is just like my wife didn't shave her hair. He really said that at the time. It was really rude. Then how do you answer? Luke followed up with a compliment. I looked in the mirror, then nodded. Well, you're right, it's very similar. And the boss left proudly. Howard said seriously, as if something happened. The president's wife sitting next to her laughed and barked. Women are always more receptive to colorful jokes than girls. Mr. Stark's experience is really rich. The president didn't smile, and felt very dissatisfied with how close his wife was sitting with Howard. Anything else interesting? I want to hear it too, so I can learn more. Still in London, the innkeeper, his wife usually works as an assistant to the magician in the theater. One time, he went home early and found his wife stripped naked and standing in the bedroom. Howard touched his beard, and learned how to move and tone, and said seriously. The innkeeper felt very confused, so he immediately asked. His wife hesitated and didn't know how to explain it. Later, under pressure from the boss, his wife said that she had recently learned a magic trick, and then she yelled, Now is the time to witness a miracle. A naked magician who was also undressed, changed from a cupboard, came out. This surprised the innkeeper. He didn't expect his wife to not only change alive, but also to make the other party's clothes disappear. It's incredible. This time it was the president's daughter who couldn't hold back a smile, shrugging her shoulders hard. Her round face showed two blushes. After finishing the little joke, the president's wife finally remembered the Texas sawbone steak and rushed into the kitchen. Other people also sat at the table, and it didn't take long for a seductive fragrance to float out. It's really good craftsmanship. Luke has no interest in the president's daughter, but he is full of praise for the free-bone steak made by the president's wife. After one bite, the gravy is full and the taste is rich. Neither looks greasy nor loses its fresh and tender taste. It is reminiscent of Little Sheldon's secret beef. "Just eat happily," said the president's wife reservedly. She is used to the recognition of her cooking skills. "Is there any secret recipe? It's so delicious. I have tasted beef like this, and I will go to the restaurant in the future. I'm afraid I won't order steak again." Howard jumped out. The big chunks of beef couldn't stop his mouth. "With all due respect, ma'am, I would like to exchange all shares in Stark Industries for this recipe." Compared to Luke's plain compliments, Howard's exaggerated statement is more likely to win the favor of the president's wife. This is the strength of the prodigal son, dating expert, and arsonist. Directly launched an offensive against the president's daughter. The intention is too obvious. A little haste. Using roundabout tactics to please the president's wife is a wiser choice. Of course, this was just to relieve Luke. Howard also has no interest in becoming the president's son-in-law. He is an indulgent and uninhibited prodigal, and he cannot step into the grave of love so early even if the president's daughter is also called Mary. 1 teaspoon of cumin, a cup of brown sugar, 2 teaspoons of smoked red pepper, 3 teaspoons of dried mustard. Some fluttering presidential ladies happily said the secret recipe. Howard made an expression of listening carefully, and took the paper and notes down. It's like he really cares about this secret beef recipe. The president next to was dull, and he wanted to smash the steak on the plate on the other person's face. What is this guy doing to please my wife? The president remembered the 2 previous jokes, and felt inexplicably like the hapless innkeeper. During the 20-minute meal, Howard's rainbow farts echoed on the table, compliments, and the laughter of the president's wife and her daughter. As for the president, he is like an outsider, unable to intervene at all, so he can only talk to Luke for a few words. The marriage plan to promote her daughter was just like this, and the powerful Howard made a mess. After dinner, the living room was full of people. While Mrs. President was tidying up in the kitchen, Mr. President finally found a chance. He deliberately ignored Howard, who was getting close to his daughter, and cordially pulled Luke to look like an enthusiastic elder. "Lieutenant General Cavill, what do you think about family and marriage?" The president knocked on the side, and winked at his daughter by the way. It's just that the latter was talking to Howard about Agatha Christie's latest novel, and he didn't notice his father at all. "I'm still young, not rich enough in experience, not knowledgeable enough, there is nothing to say." Luke smiled faintly, avoiding the topic. "Your Excellency, when talking about this, did you want to introduce someone to me?" "I don't have any thoughts on this for the time being, but Howard has always wanted to find his ideal partner. If there is a suitable lady, I might as well introduce him." "Right, Howard." From Agatha Christie to Arthur Conan Doyle's Howard nodded decisively. There was a sincere color in his eyes, and his voice was low and said, "Yes, I have long wanted to stabilize and live a peaceful life. I just didn't find the soulmate I dreamed of." "Your Excellency, although there are various rumors about Howard from the outside world, he says that he is dating 3 or 4 women at the same time a week, busy at work during the day, going to the hotel overnight, proficient in time management, and has a leg with many Hollywood female stars." Luke took the topic more and more, and said vigorously, "But I can guarantee that Howard is definitely not as written in the newspaper. He is an upright person, fascinated by science, and is a friend worthy of association. I believe that he can become a friend in the future, a qualified husband, an excellent father." Without waiting for the stunned president to come back to his senses, Howard humbly said, "Luke is the role model I need to learn from. Don't look at him at his young age, but he is clean and self-conscious, not close to female." Two cheeky guys, like crosstalk, frantically talk to each other in business, so that the president has no room to intervene. Experienced all kinds of accidents this evening, Mr. President was a little tired, and finally gave up the idea of selling his own daughter. He waved his hand, saying, "It's getting late, Lieutenant General Cavill, and Mr. Stark, I won't leave you overnight." Luke got up immediately after hearing this. After a few greetings, he left with Howard. "How's it?" "Well done, right?" Howard walked out of the Blair State Guest House and said triumphantly, "More than that, I am worried that if I continue to stay, Mr. President will smash the bottle of red wine I brought on your head." Luke smiled. "Howard is worthy of being a friend of women. Even the madam of the president can handle it skillfully. So, I paid a huge price." "Luke, don't forget what you promised." Thinking of the president's look in his eyes before leaving, Howard couldn't help but feel cold behind his back. But, in order to step into the legendary magical world, what kind of sorcerer, female fairy, succubus, centaur? Even if the president writes his name on a notebook, it's worth it. "As I said, everyone is friends and won't lie to you," Luke promised. Anyway, he has participated in the Peace Summit in Paris, and he is going to Carmitage. There is no problem with Howard. Blair State Guest House, Presidential Suite. Sent away the two troublesome guys, the president returned to the study. He needs to smoke a cigar, calm down. "Who are you?" Just sitting on the chair, a strange figure suddenly appeared in the room. The other party has his hands behind his back, wearing a weird purple helmet, and a purple-green vintage gown. "You don't need to know who I am." The stranger's voice is hoarse, his skin leans toward the grey face, and he unconsciously reveals a hint of arrogance. "I was the Pharaoh of Egypt, the monarch of the Persian Empire. But I haven't tried it yet." "What does it feel like to be president?" The frightened president wanted to speak out, but found that his mouth was closed tightly. "That young lieutenant general is very strange. I haven't heard his name, and there should be no such person in history." The stranger talked to himself, pulled out the chair, and took the cigar in the president's hand. "I also like the smell of tobacco. Howard Stark, he is a celebrity, worth noting, and Superman. I have to be careful. I have been observing this timeline for a while. Untitled.com. It is not exactly the same as the world I have conquered. This is a good thing, and it arouses my interest. It's really not easy to avoid the Supreme Mage. After hiding for so long, I found the opportunity while Guy was playing with Damam." The stranger talked to himself, talking about something the president could not understand. When the cigar was smoked and heard, there was a cry from outside the study. "Harry, my dear, the bath water is ready." The president's wife knocked on the door. "Okay, I will come out soon." The stranger fiddled with his throat, and his voice became like the president. "An interesting life is about to begin." He stood up, took a potion from his belt and punched it into his neck. The invisible nanoworm was injected into the body, and in just a few seconds, the appearance was transformed into a presidential appearance. The latter sat in a chair, unable to move, but his eyes were full of horror. The president is like looking in a mirror, seeing the stranger and gradually becoming himself. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 160. "We solemnly promise that we will not dispatch Yan Shuangying easily." A few days later, the Royal Hotel in Paris. Diplomats and representative teams from all over the world have arrived at the place of stay. Surrounded by reporters from major newspapers, there are also crowds of people eating melons. The former was carrying a spear and cannon, and the flash of the camera was constantly pressed, and the sound of click became a piece. To use a cliché, today is a historic moment. For the first time, human beings have come into contact with other civilizations and established stable diplomatic relations. Those blue-skinned Atlanteans living underwater is like a magnet, attracting everyone's attention. As for the previous war, because it ended too quickly, and excluding the coastal cities of the continental United States, other places were basically not affected. For the British, the French, and the people of all countries in the world, naturally, We can continue to have friendly and equal exchanges as soon as nothing has happened. Those unpleasant little things, just erase them as chalk. Anyway, it's not me who suffers. Superman, hurry up and take pictures. Present on behalf of the president. Big news. I have thought about the title. War heroes arrive in Paris today. A black car stopped at the entrance of the hotel. The reporters saw the tall figure walking down and pressed the shutter vigorously. At the same time, there was a warm cheering around, as if a certain Hollywood star appeared on the stage. In a short time, the atmosphere rose to the top. I almost thought I was in Hollywood. James Dean sitting next to me. Howard glanced at the crowd blocking outside, and said with emotion, "It doesn't matter if your popularity in New York is high, how come to Paris is still the same?" Lieutenant General Cavaliers a heartthrob. No wonder the president would say that. If he is so popular with you, the next election will be nothing. No more suspense. These are all the work of Colonel Phillips. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing to entrust the promotion of Superman to him. Luke simply waved his hand, turned his head and said, "Who knows?" The cheers and applause among the crowd has become more intense. Is like a mountain whistling a tsunami, rushing toward your face. The front row of onlookers were extremely excited, and there was a young girl who was too unrestrained. While calling the name of Superman, she boldly lifted up her coat to reveal the beautiful scenery. There was another sound of pressing the shutter. The reporters' faces flushed, not only because of seeing the young girl's strong breasts, but also because of the excitement of getting news materials. Shock. The Superman of the Liberty Beacon has such a story with a naked girl. Ha ha, I think of it, you are still the Paris liberator. I knew that today. I would never choose to be a scientist. Einstein couldn't get a woman to show him his breasts. Howard is half teasing. But every minute of his speech on stage, he can earn $1,000. This can be in the red light district of Paris. Find 20 or 30 beautiful girls, let them show their breasts. Luke shrugged, surrounded by the driver and bodyguards, walked into the door of the hotel. There is an interesting episode behind his title of Liberator of Paris. Although the French and Italians are neighbors, they are not used to seeing each other. Before Luke became a general, he led a roaring commando to assist the Allied forces in landing on Sicily and taking down the city of Rome. Later, the name of Superman spread. The Italians had a thicker skin and directly referred to the fall of the city of Rome as a rescue plan that the Italians actively cooperated with. The French ridiculed this, ridiculing that the Italians would only play this kind of boring word game. When it comes to the battlefield, they will not do anything except cook pasta and surrender with their hands. It's just that, later Superman eliminated the battleship-class soldiers of the Third Reich in Paris and put an end to World War II. Charles de Gaulle learned how to call him the Liberator of Paris, and claimed to be French Marshal Leclerc. The city liberated with Superman almost made the Italian next door laugh. This is roughly equivalent to a guy with a bank account balance of zero, saying that the assets of himself and Bill Gates together can exceed more than 90% of the wealthy people in the United States. You know, Superman was a battleship-class soldier of the Third Reich in the Paris War. Leclerc also took his armored division and hid in Normandy, waiting nervously for news. The level of amusement is basically the same as throwing a shuriken at the original Hokage from 800 miles away. And then everybody boasted that he had fought Senju before. In response to this matter, the Italians later specially made up a lot of insults. When encountering acquaintances on the street, there must be a few lively atmospheres. Many classic insults are spread from them. I think Colonel Phillips has done a good job of propaganda. He has made you a popular culture all over the world. Howard, as an entourage, said seriously. But the stories that have been spread are so exaggerated. I feel ashamed after listening to them. Luke shook his head. In order to gain prestige, he handed the propaganda work to Colonel Phillips, who had retired to the second line. Unexpectedly, the other party did not know where to recruit a group of third-rate writers and worked tirelessly on fan creation. Afterwards, what Superman was in Paris, fighting 300 Aryan demons alone. Broke into Berlin alone and fought with the mustache head of the Lord for 3 days and 3 nights. Stories like this have spread all over the North American continent, then formed a cultural output, spread to Europe here. The nickname of the sorcerer Spiledriver, that's how it came. Like Luke and Sieglind and others, after the second processing of the people, it became more and more outrageous. Although many newspapers have repeatedly refuted the rumors and issued announcements to correct this statement, but the people with independent thinking ability do not believe it at all. There are also fans of Superman calling complaints and sending complaints, believing that this is a slander and contempt for the heroes of the war. How can the 3 battleship classes reflect the power of Superman? So, it must be 300. Moreover, those Aryan demons will not be tall and burly super soldiers. Must be 4 or 5 meters tall, like a moving hill. There are horns on the top of the head, and the skin is dark, fierce and ferocious. The horrible shape of spitting out flames, swallowing flesh and soul. This is the price of being famous, Howard gloated. By the way, you are sure to wait until the meeting is over and show me those exciting things. He followed Luke to Paris, naturally not to participate in the peace summit. Of course, I never lie. Luke nodded and walked into the elevator. See you this afternoon. You can go and have some fun during this time. The girls in Paris are very enthusiastic. The peace summit will be held tomorrow at the Palace of Versailles-en-Yvelines, on the southwestern outskirts of Paris. The length of the meeting was 3 days, and the participants and leading speakers were similar to the previous Yalta meeting. Just added some extra cheers, a symbolic appearance, and small countries that don't even have the right to vote. I really want to go to the Moulin Rouge and watch the dancers dance the can-can dance with their thighs exposed. Howard stretched out his hand to press down on the 22nd floor, but he didn't conceal his idea of collecting style. Then I wish you a pleasant experience. Remember, if you meet a beautiful dancer named Satine, please tell me. Luke smiled, talking about the movie Stalk that Howard would not understand. The elevator door was about to close, and one hand grabbed the gap in the middle. Sorry, there are still people going on. An Asian face appeared in Luke's sight. The man was about 30 years old, in a suit and leather shoes, and had a good temperament. Lieutenant General Cavill. I should have admitted it right. The Asian man who caught up with the elevator speaks fluent English. Your Excellency must be Director Zheng Xian. Luke paused and said with a smile. In addition to the United States, Britain, the Soviet Union, and France, those participating in the peace summit also represented the Eastern Spear Bureau. The man standing in front of him is the leader of the contemporary Spear Bureau. I didn't expect Lieutenant General Cavill to know my name. Zheng Xian was a little surprised. www.mtlnovel.com. Spear Bureau has always been Loke, and outsiders only know his last name. Can call out his full name, which proves that the director of SHIELD also knows himself. On the Pacific battlefield, the Spear Bureau sent people to tear up the neon Superman, which impressed me deeply. The corner of Luke's mouth twitched. Compared to the SHIELD Bureau, which is still in the developing stage, the spear game is much stronger. These are all trivial things that can't be put on the table. A while ago, Atlantis was making waves along the coast, and we were almost strung into lobsters. I was wrong. I was captured as a prisoner. Zheng Xian blurted out, exposing the heavenly nature of food eaters. At this peace summit, only Chief Zheng is the only one. Luke has a good attitude and asked softly. There was originally a casual agent Yan. He is good at using double guns. He is the trump card of the Spear Bureau. He likes to tell if there are bullets in the gun. Zheng Xian didn't conceal his thoughts, and smiled. It's just that some changes happened in the middle. Agent Yan has another task. So I placed the order. Luke's heart moved. So he could be sent by the Spear Bureau? That must be a big deal. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 161. Red Light District Dancers. There are 5 traitors. The elevator went all the way to the 20th floor, and with a ding, The thick metal door opened automatically. Here, Lieutenant General Cav. I'll talk next time. Zheng Xian opened the iron fence outside, and after going out, he turned his head and smiled at Luke. It is very interesting to chat with Director Zheng. I will meet again tomorrow at the Palace of Versailles. Luke also smiled at the corners of his mouth, making a happy appearance of a very happy conversation. When the opponent left, Howard withdrew his strange gaze and asked, I never knew you had any knowledge of Eastern culture. So you could have a good chat with that guy in the spear game. There are so many things you don't know. Howard, as a prodigal son in love, you should understand one thing. Keep your own mystery and always surprise others in order to maintain attractiveness. The 22nd floor arrived. Luke stepped out of the elevator, stepped on the soft carpet, and came to the corridor. Treat Zheng Xian. Be more polite. Don't look at him speaking so well. It's really offending. It will always make you suffer. Thinking of Howard's mean and vicious tongue, Luke specifically exhorted him to avoid waiting for any conflict between the two parties, which would lead to a bad ending. The Divine Spear Bureau has a profound background and was founded by Jiang Heng of the Holy Shield Brotherhood. They are the big brothers of the Celestial Group. Together with Kunlun and the Heavenly Gods, the overall strength is much more than that of the Avengers in its heyday. Really have to match up. Luke will also have a headache. You must know that the Manchu, who holds the 10 Commandments in his hand and is a powerful man, can stay in the Celestial Dynasty and can only escape abroad. From this, we can infer the hidden strength of the spear game. Got it? Do I look like the kind of troublemaker? Howard muttered a little dissatisfied, turned and walked to his suite. He also did not invite Luke to the red light district to collect the wind. The other official paid homage to the Lieutenant General, and tomorrow he had to preside over the peace summit at Versailles. At this time, if it spreads to a sensual place and sees a dancer showing her thighs, his reputation will definitely be affected. Howard is not the kind of guy who only knows how to play and can't tell the importance. I take back the previous sentence. Being a celebrity is nothing to be envious of. At least I can go for fun now, and you can only stay in a hotel room. Howard chuckled twice, humming a light tune, ready to take a break, recharge his energy, and wait for the fierce battle in the evening. By the way, Howard, kind reminder. Luke opened the door, but did not enter, as if he remembered something. There are statistics. When the Third Reich occupied Paris, there were 100,000 temporary prostitutes in this city, so you pay attention. Howard was in a happy mood. His face changed in an instant. I thought that I might be infected with AIDS, and my enthusiasm suddenly disappeared. It's like entering the sage time. Everything becomes dull. You are such a bastard, Luke. Must I be trapped in the hotel and spend a boring afternoon? Howard said bitterly. Then he slammed the door with a bang. This is a kind reminder. Luke shrugged, showing a cheerful smile that succeeded in mischief. The news, he said, is not baseless. Later generations said that in the summer of 1940, France became a huge naked camp, and the Germans walked in bravely. The irony in it is particularly obvious. At that time, the occupiers of the Third Reich had dedicated brothels, which were full of Parisian women who sold their bodies for their livelihood. The most interesting thing is that in 1942, 2 million men in France were imprisoned, but the birth rate that year had risen sharply. Therefore, Luke reminds Howard to take care of his lower body, and it is not purely messing up. At this point in time, if you go to the red light district of Paris, there is a 3040% chance that you will be successful in winning the bid. In case Howard is really so unfortunate, wouldn't he directly change the future and wipe out Iron Man? I am doing this for your own good. Luke closed the door, took off his military jacket, leaned against the bed, held the back of his head in his hands, quietly meditating. However, what happened in the Spear Bureau? I can actually let the chief take the initiative in person. He was very interested in the other tasks that Zheng Xian said before. Is just a peace summit. The other party will never come to Paris. Before SHIELD had negotiated with it, the delegation was absent. At night, the banquet hall of the Palace Hotel. In order to welcome the delegations of various countries and a certain liberator of Paris, the French made the ostentation very large. Top chefs, top service, splendid magnificent architecture, and beautiful dancers dancing can dance. For a while, the atmosphere is very hot. The delegations from various countries were formed in small circles. The atmosphere of the cocktail party is staggered, and the soothing and elegant music flows. On the long table, there is a dazzling variety of delicacies, which can be taken at will. There is also a wide stage that is eye-catching, the graceful female singer, and a group of charming and passionate dancers, is so immersive that you can't help yourself. This is the case with someone who is following Luke. Howard, who was originally gloomy and bored, immediately became energetic after seeing this scene, like an injection of stimulant. Look at your virtue. Can you have the demeanor and reservedness of a genius scientist? Luke took a sip of champagne and said disgustingly, "If I keep my demeanor and reservedness, I can only lie on the big hotel bed tonight and enjoy my loneliness by myself." Howard plausibly said, "If I lose the above, I can spend the spring festival evening with a passionate Parisian dancer." This kind of multiple choice question, 90% of men will know how to do it. The dance troupe that the French finds, there is always no risk. "I hope you can stand up tomorrow." Luke put aside Howard, who was energetic and waiting for his release, and walked to Zheng Xian with champagne. The director of the Spear is obviously a well-informed old driver. Just glanced at the dancer's white thighs, then withdrew his gaze and focused on the French blue dragon on the plate. The tender and beautiful lobster meat, lying quietly in the iced array, makes people can't help but move their index fingers. Director Jung Hyun likes food. Luke leaned over, passing the mustard soy sauce at the table. "By the way, you can squeeze a little lemon juice, if you can stand it." Zheng Xian took the mustard soy sauce, but did not touch the lemon, and smiled. "Lieutenant General Cavill, we meet again. To tell you the truth, I don't have any other hobbies, but I have a soft spot for food." Luke was not surprised at all. The Tankao people have their own food-eating attributes, which is normal. Fortunately, this peace summit was held in Paris, not London. He said so. British fish and chips, fried fish with chips, and looking up at the stars are probably driving a celestial man crazy. Ha ha ha, Lieutenant General Cavill is really funny. Zheng Xian took a bite of lobster meat with a satisfied expression on his face. To tell the truth, the Spear Bureau attended the peace summit. In addition to discussing the issue of Atlantis, it has another purpose. Luke leaned over and chuckled. "Can you tell me? If it's confidential, then I won't ask. Untitled.novel.com. Lieutenant General Cavill is the leader of SHIELD or a hero of World War II. There is nothing to hide." "Of," Zheng Xian answered readily. "Besides, I still have a place to ask, Lieutenant General." Luke's eyes flashed, and he secretly sighed. The chief of the Spear hasn't heard of any abilities, but in terms of conversation, his skills are quite good. Speaks neither humble nor overbearing, free and easy, and it also makes people feel close unconsciously. Director Zheng Xian, please tell me that I am quite familiar with the origins of shield and spears. It is my duty to help each other when encountering problems. Luke was straightforward and showed his attitude. Can make a good relationship with the Spear, and it will be easy to do things in the future. SHIELD is an international official organization. Maintaining a good relationship with the world's major powers is profitable and harmless. Lieutenant General Cavill is also a refreshing man, Zheng Xian praised, chewing lobster meat with a sweet taste and a bit of springy teeth. "Then I will tell you the truth. There are 5 traitors in the Spear Bureau." HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 162. Some things, just do it and get used to it. There is a traitor in the Spear game. Luke's first reaction when he heard the news was that he felt very unreal. As everyone knows, SHIELD is dubbed Snake Shield due to its large number of young people. Except for the director and a few reliable henchmen, There are basically all hydras under his hands. When Nick Fury learned the truth, his throat hurt and he disbanded S.H.I.E.L.D. on the spot and went underground. So, in terms of hating 2 or 5 boys, he and the Jin elder brother of a well-known winery must have a common topic. Others are hidden undercover, for 3 years and 3 years. They are about to become the boss. And they belonged to each other, and they were clearly working hard to develop the organization. But he found that there was a group of young people around him. The base camp had been infiltrated from top to bottom. Traitor. So Chief Zheng Xian, this time I came to Paris for the main purpose of hunting down those 5 people. Luke's expression remained unchanged, and he took a sip of champagne, calming his surprise. Can a traitor be found in the spear game? This is not politically correct. As far as he knows, all the members inside are firm in their beliefs, as if they have been stamped with thought. Not to mention being a young man, a betrayal of the organization, and he has not even taken a needle or thread from the masses. Compared with superheroes who are active in a decadent capitalist society, they have no idea where their consciousness is higher. Everyone knows that the superhero circle in Beacon Country has always been chaotic. What kind of domestic violence, private life disorder, when the next door Lao Wang gave people a green hat? All kinds of problems, one after another. This must be placed in the Spear Bureau, which is a serious problem that requires inspection, confinement, and even suspension. Facts have proved that no matter which parallel universe it is, in terms of discipline and organization, no one can compare to the Celestial Dynasty. That's why Luke showed a surprised reaction. Will there be a traitor in the spear game? And there are still 5 at once. This doesn't sound credible at all. Lieutenant General Cavill, you seem to be surprised. Zheng Xian was pulling the lobster meat while looking at Luke with strange eyes. He always felt that this Superman lieutenant seemed to have a deep understanding of the spear game. From the moment of meeting, the other party showed a kind of all-in-my expectation. I have guessed what you want to say next. This kind of similar aura is like controlling the overall situation, knowing everything, and full of confidence in every gesture. Zheng Xian has seen so many big people, even the Kunlun monks who are hidden from the world, he has been dealing with for a period of time. It was the first time I met someone like Luke. Indeed, regardless of the Aegis or spear, everyone is an intelligence agency. The appearance of a traitor is not a trivial matter. Luke restrained his emotions and wrote lightly, but looking at the appearance of Director Zheng Xian, he doesn't seem to be anxious. Seriously speaking, they are not members of the Spear Bureau. Zheng Xian chuckled, wiped his mouth unfinishedly, and smiled. This incident has been in the past for a long time. The 5 traitors stole a treasure, and then fled the territory under the jurisdiction of the Spear Bureau. There is an old saying in the Celestial Dynasty that family ugliness should not be publicized. Therefore, at that time, the Sacred Spear Bureau did not intend to make a big noise. It just carried out a large-scale raid for a while and did not find anyone, so I just gave it up. Who knows, I received the news not long ago. Those 5 traitors secretly offered sacrifices to the evil god, causing a big incident in Southeast Asia. A ray of light flashed through Luke's eyes. Although Zheng Xian was a little vague, he still used the content to complete the whole incident. The 5 traitors are probably the founders of the Shuai. They were originally ascetic monks in Kunlun, but they stole the keel privately and came to this world. The 5 people escaped the hunts of the Spear Bureau, traveled around the world, and finally took root in the Neon Island country after World War II. The sacrifice to the evil god in Zheng Xian's mouth is actually a dimensional beast outside the main universe. Shuai didn't know where to learn of its existence, and enshrined it as a god. Often looks for a suitable container to let the opponent come. The host that is parasitized is named Haikong. The potential of the body will be developed, and all aspects of strength can be greatly strengthened. Daredevil once turned into the Black Sky, opened the Shadow Domain, and rubbed a ticket of street heroes from Hell's Kitchen on the ground. That's it. So what can SHIELD help? Luke asked politely. Although the Magic Spear Bureau is powerful, it has a profound background. However, The intelligence network is still a bit worse because it does not have any contact with the outside world. Estimated that Zheng Xian did not expect it either. The 5 traitors he wanted to find were actually hiding in the Neon Island country. This may be black under the lights. It would be great if SHIELD is willing to help. Agent Yan has superb marksmanship and outstanding business abilities, but in the final analysis he is unfamiliar with the world. Wanting to find the 5 traitors is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Zheng Xian didn't seem to notice. Luke just politely climbed up the bar and said eagerly, "I'll ask Lieutenant General Cavill for this matter. I would like to express my sincere gratitude on behalf of the Spear Bureau." Luke was taken aback, looking at Zheng Xian's serious face and warm attitude. "I seem to be routine." He couldn't help but have such thoughts. "Often walks by the river, how can I not wet shoes?" Director Lu has always been the only one who used other people's routines to go to the parliamentary will and go down to the evil capitalists. Who wants to get it? Tonight, I even met my opponent and unknowingly fell in the words of Director Zheng. "Director Zheng Xian, after talking so much, it turns out that you are here waiting for me." Luke shook his head, without any irritation. "This guy is a sociable person. He is open and generous when talking. It seems that he doesn't hide anything from you and makes people feel good. In fact, he didn't reveal any key information." Sure enough, it is not ordinary people who can mix with the director these days. "Ha ha ha, I am a thin-skinned person and I am afraid of rejection." "Don't take it seriously, Mr. Lieutenant General. If you have the opportunity, I ask you to taste the 8 famous cuisines of the Celestial Dynasty, and make sure that you don't bring duplicates every day." "It's an apologize." Zheng Xian laughed heartily, still in that gentle manner. "The little request just now, please don't take it to heart, Mr. Lieutenant." Luke pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "That's not good." Asking someone for help also depends on sincerity. According to the rules of the Celestial Dynasty, you have to drink at least a few rounds before talking about business. Before Zheng Xian could answer, Luke beckoned and called the waiter with the tray. "It's okay to promise to help, just as a good relationship. But the place I lost just now, somehow I have to find it back." "Go on, vodka. Come as much as you want." Luke waved his hand with great pride. The waiter hurriedly moved several boxes of vodka supplied to the Soviet delegation. "I did it, Director Zheng Xian, you are free." Luke is no nonsense, he just filled himself with a cup. Anyway, no matter how strong the stamina is, it looks like soda to him. Then I will do it too." Zheng Xian finally showed a wry smile. He did not expect that the domestic wine table tradition would be exported to foreign countries. There is a saying in the old saying, "Death my life to accompany the gentleman." "Mr. Lieutenant General, I will give it up today." Zheng Xian thinks he has been battlely tested, and he is also the number 1 person on the wine table. He raised his head and drank 3 glasses directly. "Regardless of whether you can drink it or not, you can't lose your momentum." So, a good welcome dinner turned into a wine fight meeting. Soviet Mosey, who was sitting over there, also came to join in the fun. After all, where there are vodka, they are there. I saw that boxes of vodka quickly bottomed out, and the waiters rushed to replenish their drinks. It didn't take long for the whole venue to sound like Luke's dots. Not drunk. Can continue to drink." "Come, Lieutenant Cavill." "General, it's done." 2 hours later, Zheng Xian, who has always been steady, opened his mouth and said with a big vague tongue, "Besides Luke, he can stay awake, sitting upright, even Soviet fur lying under the table." The whole hall is filled with a strong smell of alcohol. As for the French, the British, they had already cursed rude savages secretly, and they went back to the room with the dancers in their arms. "Send Director Zheng Hyun back to the room." Looking at Zheng Xian, half of his body sliding under the table, Luke nodded in satisfaction. "Wait to find a passionate Parisian girl, let Chief Zheng know what is exotic." Of course, afterwards, whether the other party should write an inspection and conduct a review to the organization, that is not Luke's concern. This little prank, I hope Director Zheng will not take it to heart. Watching Zheng Xian, who was helping to leave, Luke shrugged and came to Paris, the romantic capital. How could it be possible without a romantic encounter? The next day, early morning, I said, "You may not have the energy to attend the meeting after tossing all night." Luke, who was sitting in the dining room enjoying breakfast, glanced at Howard, who had weak legs and thick dark circles under his eyes, and couldn't help but mockingly said, "The body is really dying." You can buy some mummy powder in Europe from the 17th to the 19th century. Many doctors believed that mummy powder could cure all diseases. What kind of arthritis, stroke, tuberculosis. All encompassing, all can be cured. Among them, about mummy powder, the most famous saying is that of aphrodisiac and impotence, who is sildenafil drug, commonly known as Viagra, has not yet been developed. If you want to solve the male problem, you can only ask for help. All this is an accident. When you were fighting with the Soviets last night, I spotted the goal, launched an offensive against a beautiful dancer, discussed the end of the party, and invited her to my room to talk about biological reproduction. Mystery. Howard rubbed his waist, sat down. His face was full of joy. Who would have thought that she also had an equally beautiful sister? I didn't hold it all at once. Instead of seeing two enthusiastic twin sisters standing in front of them, it would be impossible for anyone to refuse. Luke brushed the croissant with a layer of jam, and sneered, "It's best to do what you can." "You're not young anymore, Howard. It's a difficult task for you to fight one against two." Howard snorted while pulling a piece of bacon, puffing up his chest and saying, "Sometimes skills are more important than physical strength. I have been in love for so many years, and I have already summed up a set of secret skills. Next time I have a chance, I can teach it to you, Luke." "Stay away from me. I have no interest in multiplayer sports between two men." Luke showed a look of disgust, and said solemnly, "I'm still young. Physical strength and durability are the biggest capital, and I don't need those fancy things." Howard, who was hurt by tons of crit in his heart, took a sip of lemon, and said sourly, "This is where I admire Superman the most." The two exchanged a few words, and Luke, who was wiping his mouth, saw Zheng Xian walking swayingly into the restaurant. He smiled quickly and greeted him. "Director Zheng Xian, how did you go last night? I believe you have fully felt the enthusiasm of the people of Paris." Zheng Xian, who hadn't died of alcohol, saw Luke approaching, and he wanted to spit on his face. "I woke up this morning and found a foreign girl in my arms. The carpet tops and shirts fly around, and the sheets are messy." Dizzy head. He wakes up instantly. "This is a mistake, and you will be remembered and warned when you return to your country." When he walked out of the room, Zheng Xian had already begun to think about how to confess to the organization, and wrote a sincere review letter by the way. "Lieutenant General Cavill, you hurt me." Zheng Xian is very regretful now, very regretful. Drinking mistakes. The ancients sincerely did not deceive him. "Director Zheng Xian, you are still single and unmarried. There was a spring breeze, and you have an exotic relationship. This is also a good story," Luke said with a smile, then patted the other person on the shoulder. Mentalnovel.com. "See you at the Palace of Versailles." Looking at the young lieutenant general who was flying away, Zheng Xian silently sat at the table, holding a cup of hot milk in both hands, sips while sipping, and commemorates his lost virginity. This kind of thing, doing it, and slowly getting used to it. Howard stood up with his legs weak, and gave a word of comfort. When he was 16 years old, after a passionate collision with a female teacher, he was in the same mood as Zheng Xian. "By the way, do you want to go to the Moulin Rouge together tonight? I can show you the style of Paris." Hearing Howard's friendly questioning, Zheng Xian shuddered all over. Thinking of the piles of review books and the organizational torture, he shook his head quickly. "It's no wonder that before I went abroad, the leaders confessed earnestly, saying that there are too many temptations in the outside world, and the sugar-coated cannonballs of capitalism can corrupt people's hearts." At that time, Zheng Xian hadn't paid attention to it, thinking that he was determined and fearless. Unexpectedly, being cautious, step by step, still stumbled in Luke's hands. "I'm sorry for the leader." The director of the spear thought silently with tears in his eyes. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 162 something. There is a traitor in the spear game. Luke's first reaction when he heard the news was that he felt very unreal. As everyone knows, SHIELD is dubbed Snake Shield due to its large number of young people. Except for the director and a few reliable henchmen, there are basically all Hydras under his hands. When Nick Fury learned the truth, his throat hurt and he disbanded SHIELD on the spot and went underground. So, in terms of hating 2 or 5 boys, he and the Jin elder brother of a well-known winery must have a common topic. Others are hidden undercover. For 3 years and 3 years, they are about to become the boss. And they belonged to each other, and they were clearly working hard to develop the organization. But he found that there was a group of young people around him. The base camp had been infiltrated from top to bottom. Traitor. So Chief Zheng Xian, this time I came to Paris for the main purpose of hunting down those 5 people. Luke's expression remained unchanged, and he took a sip of champagne, calming his surprise. Can a traitor be found in the spear game? This is not politically correct. As far as he knows, all the members inside are firm in their beliefs, as if they have been stamped with thought. Not to mention being a young man, a betrayal of the organization. And he has not even taken a needle or thread from the masses. Compared with superheroes who are active in a decadent capitalist society, they have no idea where their consciousness is higher. Everyone knows that the superhero circle in Beacon Country has always been chaotic. What kind of domestic violence, private life disorder, when the next door Lao Wang gave people a green hat? All kinds of problems, one after another. This must be placed in the Spear Bureau, which is a serious problem that requires inspection, confinement, and even suspension. Facts have proved that no matter which parallel universe it is, in terms of discipline and organization, no one can compare to the Celestial Dynasty. That's why Luke showed a surprised reaction. Will there be a traitor in the spear game? And there are still 5 at once. This doesn't sound credible at all. Lieutenant General Cavill, you seem to be surprised. Zheng Xian was pulling the lobster meat while looking at Luke with strange eyes. He always felt that this Superman lieutenant seemed to have a deep understanding of the spear game. From the moment of meeting, the other party showed a kind of all in my expectation. I have guessed what you want to say next. This kind of similar aura is like controlling the overall situation, knowing everything, and full of confidence in every gesture. Zheng Xian has seen so many big people, even the Kunlun monks who are hidden from the world, he has been dealing with for a period of time. It was the first time I met someone like Luke. Indeed, regardless of the Aegis or spear, everyone is an intelligence agency. The appearance of a traitor is not a trivial matter. Luke restrained his emotions and wrote lightly, but looking at the appearance of Director Zheng Xian, he doesn't seem to be anxious. Seriously speaking, they are not members of the Spear Bureau. Zheng Xian chuckled, wiped his mouth unfinishedly, and smiled. This incident has been in the past for a long time. The 5 traitors stole a treasure, and then fled the territory under the jurisdiction of the Spear Bureau. There is an old saying in the Celestial Dynasty that family ugliness should not be publicized. Therefore, at that time, the Sacred Spear Bureau did not intend to make a big noise. It just carried out a large-scale raid for a while and did not find anyone, so I just gave it up. Who knows, I received the news not long ago. Those 5 traitors secretly offered sacrifices to the evil god, causing a big incident in Southeast Asia. A ray of light flashed through Luke's eyes. Although Zheng Xian was a little vague, he still used the content to complete the whole incident. The 5 traitors are probably the founders of the Shuai. They were originally ascetic monks in Kunlun, but they stole the keel privately and came to this world. The 5 people escaped the hunts of the Spear Bureau, traveled around the world, and finally took root in the Neon Island country after World War II. The sacrifice to the evil god in Zheng Xian's mouth is actually a dimensional beast outside the main universe. Shui Yui didn't know where to learn of its existence, and enshrined it as a god. Often looks for a suitable container to let the opponent come. The host that is parasitized is named Haikong. The potential of the body will be developed, and all aspects of strength can be greatly strengthened. Daredevil once turned into the black sky, opened the shadow domain, and rubbed a ticket of street heroes from Hell's Kitchen on the ground. That's it. So what can SHIELD help? Luke asked politely. Although the Magic Spear Bureau is powerful, it has a profound background. However, the intelligence network is still a bit worse because it does not have any contact with the outside world. Estimated that Zheng Xian did not expect it either. The 5 traitors he wanted to find were actually hiding in the Neon Island country. This may be black under the lights. It would be great if SHIELD is willing to help. Agent Yan has superb marksmanship and outstanding business abilities, but in the final analysis he is unfamiliar with the world. Wanting to find the 5 traitors is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Zheng Xian didn't seem to notice. Luke just politely climbed up the bar and said eagerly, "I'll ask Lieutenant General Cavill for this matter. I would like to express my sincere gratitude on behalf of the Spear Bureau." Luke was taken aback, looking at Zheng Xian's serious face and warm attitude. "I seem to be routine." He couldn't help but have such thoughts. Often walks by the river, how can I not wet shoes? Director Lu has always been the only one who used other people's routines to go to the parliamentary will and go down to the evil capitalists. Who wants to get it? Tonight, I even met my opponent and unknowingly fell in the words of Director Zheng. Director Zheng Xian, after talking so much, it turns out that you are here waiting for me. Luke shook his head, without any irritation. This guy is a sociable person. He is open and generous when talking. It seems that he doesn't hide anything from you and makes people feel good. In fact, he didn't reveal any key information. Sure enough, it is not ordinary people who can mix with the director these days. Ha ha ha, I am a thin-skinned person and I am afraid of rejection. Don't take it seriously, Mr. Lieutenant General. If you have the opportunity, I ask you to taste the 8 famous cuisines of the Celestial Dynasty, and make sure that you don't bring duplicates every day. It's an apologize. Zheng Xian laughed heartily, still in that gentle manner. The little request just now, please don't take it to heart, Mr. Lieutenant. Luke pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "That's not good." Asking someone for help also depends on sincerity. According to the rules of the Celestial Dynasty, you have to drink at least a few rounds before talking about business. Before Zheng Xian could answer, Luke beckoned and called the waiter with the tray. It's okay to promise to help, just as a good relationship. But the place I lost just now, somehow I have to find it back. Go on, vodka. Come as much as you want. Luke waved his hand with great pride. The waiter hurriedly moved several boxes of vodka supplied to the Soviet delegation. I did it, Director Zheng Xian, you are free. Luke is no nonsense, he just filled himself with a cup. Anyway, no matter how strong the stamina is, it looks like soda to him. Then I will do it too. Zheng Xian finally showed a wry smile. He did not expect that the domestic wine table tradition would be exported to foreign countries. There is a saying in the old saying, "Death my life to accompany the gentleman." Mr. Lieutenant General, I will give it up today. Zheng Xian thinks he has been battly tested, and he is also the #1 person on the wine table. He raised his head and drank 3 glasses directly. Regardless of whether you can drink it or not, you can't lose your momentum. So, a good welcome dinner turned into a wine fight meeting. Soviet Mosey, who was sitting over there, also came to join in the fun. After all, where there are vodka, they are there. I saw that boxes of vodka quickly bottomed out, and the waiters rushed to replenish their drinks. It didn't take long for the whole venue to sound like Luke's dots. Not drunk. Can continue to drink. Come, Lieutenant Cavill, General, it's done. 2 hours later, Zheng Xian, who has always been steady, opened his mouth and said with a big vague tongue, "Besides Luke, He can stay awake, sitting upright, even Soviet fur lying under the table. The whole hall is filled with a strong smell of alcohol. As for the French, the British, they had already cursed rude savages secretly, and they went back to the room with the dancers in their arms. Send Director Zheng Haiyan back to the room. Looking at Zheng Xian, half of his body sliding under the table, Luke nodded in satisfaction. Wait to find a passionate Parisian girl, let Chief Zheng know what is exotic. Of course, afterwards, whether the other party should write an inspection and conduct a review to the organization, that is not Luke's concern. This little prank, I hope Director Zheng will not take it to heart. Watching Zheng Xian, who was helping to leave, Luke shrugged and came to Paris, the romantic capital. How could it be possible without a romantic encounter? The next day, early morning, I said, you may not have the energy to attend the meeting after tossing all night. Luke, who was sitting in the dining room enjoying breakfast, glanced at Howard, who had weak legs and thick dark circles under his eyes, and couldn't help but mockingly said, the body is really dying. You can buy some mummy powder. In Europe from the 17th to the 19th century, many doctors believed that mummy powder could cure all diseases. What kind of arthritis, stroke, tuberculosis. All-encompassing, all can be cured. Among them, about mummy powder, the most famous saying is that of aphrodisiac and impotence, who is sildenafil drug, commonly known as Viagra, has not yet been developed. If you want to solve the male problem, you can only ask for help. All this is an accident. When you were fighting with the Soviets last night, I spotted the goal, launched an offensive against a beautiful dancer, discussed the end of the party, and invited her to my room to talk about biological reproduction. Mystery. Howard rubbed his waist, sat down, his face was full of joy. Who would have thought that she also had an equally beautiful sister? I didn't hold it all at once. Instead of seeing two enthusiastic twin sisters standing in front of them, it would be impossible for anyone to refuse. Luke brushed the croissant with a layer of jam, and sneered, it's best to do what you can. You're not young anymore, Howard. It's a difficult task for you to fight one against two. Howard snorted while pulling a piece of bacon, puffing up his chest and saying, sometimes skills are more important than physical strength. I have been in love for so many years, and I have already summed up a set of secret skills. Next time I have a chance, I can teach it to you, Luke. Stay away from me. I have no interest in multiplayer sports between two men. Luke showed a look of disgust, and said solemnly, I'm still young. Physical strength and durability are the biggest capital, and I don't need those fancy things. Howard, who was hurt by tons of crit in his heart, took a sip of lemon, and said sourly, this is where I admire Superman the most. The two exchanged a few words, and Luke, who was wiping his mouth, saw Zheng Xian walking swayingly into the restaurant. He smiled quickly and greeted him. Director Zheng Xian, how did you go last night? I believe you have fully felt the enthusiasm of the people of Paris. Zheng Xian, who hadn't died of alcohol, saw Luke approaching, and he wanted to spit on his face. I woke up this morning and found a foreign girl in my arms. The carpet tops and shirts fly around, and the sheets are messy. Dizzy head. He wakes up instantly. This is a mistake, and you will be remembered and warned when you return to your country. When he walked out of the room, Zheng Xian had already begun to think about how to confess to the organization, and wrote a sincere review letter by the way. Lieutenant General Cavill, you hurt me. Zheng Xian is very regretful now, very regretful. Drinking mistakes. The ancients sincerely did not deceive him. Director Zheng Xian, you are still single and unmarried. There was a spring breeze, and you have an exotic relationship. This is also a good story, Luke said with a smile, then patted the other person on the shoulder. Novel.com. See you at the Palace of Versailles. Looking at the young lieutenant general who was flying away, Zheng Xian silently sat at the table, holding a cup of hot milk in both hands, sips while sipping, and commemorates his lost virginity. This kind of thing, doing it, and slowly getting used to it. Howard stood up with his legs weak, and gave a word of comfort. When he was 16 years old, after a passionate collision with a female teacher, he was in the same mood as Zheng Xian. "By the way, do you want to go to the Moulin Rouge together tonight? I can show you the style of Paris." Hearing Howard's friendly questioning, Zheng Xian shuddered all over. Thinking of the piles of review books and the organizational torture, he shook his head quickly. "It's no wonder that before I went abroad," the leaders confessed earnestly, saying that there are too many temptations in the outside world, and the sugar-coated cannonballs of capitalism can corrupt people's hearts. At that time, Zheng Xian hadn't paid attention to it, thinking that he was determined and fearless. Unexpectedly, being cautious, step by step, still stumbled in Luke's hands. "I'm sorry for the leader." The director of the spear thought silently with tears in his eyes. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 163. The appearance of Mr. Omen. Someone greets a superhuman body. The Palace of Versailles. Delegations from various countries have entered. The one in the front is naturally the 5 gangsters. Bar 5 permanent members. As early as the Yalta meeting, they had already planned the basic outline of the establishment of the United Nations. Later, with the official signing of the United Nations Charter, this international organization with symbolic significance greater than practical significance was formally established. This is also the reason why Luke thinks he can start to build a World Security Council and get the full version of S.H.I.E.L.D. ahead of time. Are you ready? You will have to wait for the opening remarks. The whole world will see Superman and judge your words and deeds. Howard sat listlessly in the back. After the tragic fight last night, he did feel like his body was hollowed out. "My body is like an overworked, overloaded machine. Must converge." Howard rubbed his sore waist and changed to a more comfortable sitting position. "Do I still have stage fright?" "Just read it according to the manuscript." Luke behaved very calmly. This kind of occasion should have been the president's voice. It's just that the latter gave him the job. In less than a year, this lieutenant general rose rapidly at an alarming speed and became a mountain that the White House and the Pentagon would not dare to despise. Can achieve such results, in addition to its own strength, rely more on historical processes and opportunities. Instead of worrying about my problem, you might as well think about it. How can your own excessively indulgent and weak body be able to cope with those hungry, thirsty, wolf-like female warlocks? Luke's mockery made Howard suddenly vigilant. He thought very hard, and finally decided to cancel the trip to the Moulin Rouge tonight. "You said, do I want Stark Industries to cross the border into the pharmaceutical industry?" After hesitating for a few seconds, Howard asked another question. To him who believed in him, he was hesitant and embarrassed. After all, this is a man's indefatigable weakness. "Are you going to do that stuff?" Luke froze for a moment, wondering whether to give sildenafil to Howard, who had a middle-aged kidney overdraft. He still remembers the molecular formula and the synthesis method to some extent in the last life. He read a lot of urban novels, and many protagonists made their fortunes like this. "Forget it. I still hire a fitness coach and start working hard." Howard was disappointed and waved his hand. The studied drug cycle is too long to dissolve the near thirst. At this moment, he realized the helplessness of being an ordinary person. If you are like Luke, you have superhuman physique. Or, like Rogers, become a super soldier. That would be great. Luke glanced at the speech and ignored Howard, who was secretly hurt. If he knew that this guy wanted to become a super soldier, just for the sake of Ieyasu knew, the golden gun would not fall, he would definitely be even more disgusted. A few minutes later, across from the long oval table that could almost fill half of the venue, the Atlantines finally entered. This group of sea people wearing breathing helmets stepped into the gate, and instantly became the focus of the audience. The reporters at the venue pressed the shutter forcefully, and the flash was connected into one piece. Because Neymar suffered from a broken back, he was unable to move. Therefore, the representatives attending the Peace Summit were replaced by the commanders of the 3 largest tribes of hammerhead sharks, killer whales, and seahorses. At this meeting, they will jointly propose to dismiss Namor as a king and add this article to the terms of the agreement. As for whether to send the guillotine, the 3 Legion commanders are still considering. The royal family of Atlantis has maintained its reign for a long time. The various tribes under his hand usually behave very docilely, and there is nothing unusual. But when there is a vacuum in power, some Atlanteans will inevitably be ready to move. No matter what you do, kicking off Namor is the key. Let's start. The representatives of various countries exchanged draft peace agreements with each other, and the specific details have been discussed on Liberty Island. Now, it's just a cutscene. By the way, it was made clear in front of the world that the human world and Atlantis established diplomacy and reached initial exchanges in civilization. The 2 sides looked around, and after confirming that the provisions were correct, Luke, as the opening speaker, got up and walked to the stage. Dialogue and reconciliation is the only way to peace. I am very happy to see that the marine civilization represented by the Atlantis and the terrestrial civilization represented by mankind can come together. As a pacifist, I sincerely hope that this is just the beginning, not the end. A glorious history will be created in our hands, and a bright future will be in our hands. The young man standing on the high platform, everything he said was transmitted to thousands of households in the form of radio waves. On the black and white TV, Luke's tall figure and stern face were shown. Every word uttered from his mouth is full of power, sonorous and powerful. If you see it, this is Superman. He has become a hero in the eyes of the world, a great symbol. Far away in a mansion in London, a man with a gloomy face and a low voice looked at the picture on the TV and sneered. The man is unusually tall, dressed like a tuxedo, and his hair is meticulously combed. The most eye-catching thing is the diamond-shaped ruby on his forehead, shining with a strange light. What can be done? Sebastian Shaw, he is an alpha mutant. And Namor, who has the dual genes of Atlantis and mutants, is arguably the most powerful on this planet. One of several people. Leaning on the sofa, the enchanting Black Queen Selene sighed. As a result, the 2 people teamed up, and they were unable to defeat Superman, and even suffered a disastrous defeat. Moreover, his resistance to magic is very high, and I didn't get any advantage in the last short match. The man paced back and forth, looking at Luke on the TV from time to time, his face sinking like water. Will this Superman interfere with my plan? After a while, he stopped and looked at the Black Queen. Who knows? Sebastian Shaw provoked him because of a mutant. The Black Queen Selene stretched her waist, revealing her beautiful curves. Superman seems to be very interested in mutants. No, to be more precise, he seems to want to bring us under his jurisdiction. It can be said that this is an implicit desire for power. DSK. In that case, Superman is not as bright on the surface. The tall man can't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he hears this. He has his own things to do temporarily, and does not want to be an enemy of Superman. The strength of that guy has been verified by many people with lessons. Nathaniel, would you be afraid too? I thought you, who had faced the mutant god, had much less respect for the strong. The Black Queen teased the other party intentionally or unintentionally, just like watching a crowd of people eating melons. Apocalypse is naturally the strongest creature I have ever seen. He is infinitely close to God, and my abilities are also bestowed by him. The full name of a tall man, you are reading www.uukanzu.com, is called Nathaniel Essex. He is a radical expert in genetics. Actually, he noticed the mutant earlier than Bolivar Trask and Sebastian Shaw. Compared to his real name, Nathaniel Essex has a better-known title, Mr. Omen. He and the Black Queen are both veterans of mutants. Sebastian Shaw, in front of these 2 people, he also wants to be a future generation. I am a scientist and believe in data. Judging from Superman's record, his strength is likely to be close to Apocalypse, not much worse. Mr. Omen laughed in a low voice, like Yixiao. So, I very much hope to keep the well-water in peace with him. As for the mutants, I don't care about their life or death. The Black Queen was a little disappointed. she still wanted to encourage Mr. Omen to provoke the contradiction between the other party and Superman. "That's a pity. I rarely have such a strong desire for a man, wishing to eat him in one bite." Charming woman, watching the man on the TV, two drunken red cheeks rose up on her cheeks. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 164. I have a dream to become a dimensional demon. Give up your unrealistic fantasy. Superman is different from other men. He is the top powerhouse who can defeat Sebastian Shaw in one fell swoop, as well as Neymar. You may not be able to squeeze the opponent out. Seeing the swaying appearance of the Black Queen in spring, Mr. Omen poured cold water into the water. He knew that the other party was proficient in black and white magic, and was once an awesome and famous witch. Is most passionate about drawing a living soul, replenishing life, and prolonging life. For Selene, a strong person like Superman is simply an incredibly delicious meal. The strong young body and the extreme vitality make people salivate just thinking about it. Mr. Omen can guarantee that if Superman appears in this mansion, Selene will definitely not hesitate and take the initiative to recommend himself. This is not necessarily true. The Black Queen's red lips slightly opened, and a confident look appeared in her eyes. No matter how strong the individual is, the instincts of male creatures will not change. The possessiveness in your bones, as well as the nature of plundering and taking, will always exist. As a witch with a long life, Selene is well informed and experienced. The understanding between men and women is not much worse than magical attainments. She gently propped her cheek with one hand. Her beautiful body leaned against the sofa, revealing a lazy style. Mr. Omen turned a blind eye. He was a mad scientist similar to Sebastian Shaw. The desire for women is far inferior to the pursuit of power and the search for truth. By possessing excellent and attractive female creatures, we can obtain both physical and psychological satisfaction. This is a temptation that no man can refuse. The Black Queen stared at Luke on the TV, thinking she had a good chance to take her as a minister under her skirt. No matter what the other party said, they are only young people in their 20s. The experience that everyone has, it takes enough time to sharpen them in order to truly grow. There is a saying in the East that people who are good at swimming tend to drown in the water easily. Mr. Omen reminded him and said no more. His relationship with the Black Queen is not a commander, a subordinate who obeys orders. Give it a try, Nathaniel. The Black Queen didn't take the other party's reminder to heart, and chuckled lightly. I have absorbed so many souls, and I have been far away from achieving the goal. Superman is the powerhouse you've seen, infinitely close to apocalypse. The quality of his soul completely exceeds the standard, enough to make up for the lack of quantity. Selene, who has been active on the European continent since the Roman Empire, is tired of everything in the world, and only one goal remains. That is to become the demon who controls a certain dimension. Sit on an equal footing with the Supreme Master. The one behind is actually more difficult than becoming a god. In the circle of dimension demon god, there are also 3 or 6 or 9 grades. Is as strong as Storak, the Lord of the Crimson Universe. At his peak, he can break the wrist with the 5 gods of the universe and the court of life, provided that he stays in his domain. A big boss of this level, even the Supreme Master had to show due respect when he saw him. There is also the often overlooked Trinity Wishandi, which can be said to be the most powerful magical in eternity. The reason why the Supreme Master of the past can be so high profile, in addition to its own strength, it is also inseparable from a deep background and a solid backing. Those dimensional demon gods who want to extend their tentacles to the main universe have to show some face. Relatively speaking, it is called the weak, and there is Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. There is also Damam, who is often sacked by others, and has failed to collect debts many times, but has been blackened. The former refers to the time when he fails to sit on the throne of Satan and unify the hell. It was Mephisto's peak moment, daring to compare with Odin, and also hammered the universe-level combat power measurement unit Planet Devourer. It's just that the strength of this lord fluctuates up and down. When it's weak, Even Doctor Strange can rub against the ground. Therefore, when discussing the qualifications, I habitually put him behind. As the latter Damam, it was purely because his upper limit was too low, that he failed that amazing fate. He was originally a wizard, accidentally discovered the dark dimension, and entered into it, becoming the master of it. Is like a novice village player who directly fills up the experience and rises to a high level. This also caused Damam, who was among the dimensional demon gods, to have no personal ability corresponding to it. In short, in the circle of the dimension demon god, the starting point is the Heavenly Father level, and the upper limit can be as high as the Almighty Universe level. With the power of the Black Queen, unless luck is overwhelming, like Damam, rule a dimensional world. Otherwise, even if you become a god, it will be the weakest one if you die. Wanting to challenge Gehenna is purely dreaming. As long as it doesn't interfere with my plan, you can do whatever you want. Mr. Omen said. He is very happy to see that the Black Queen diverts Superman's attention and creates more opportunities for herself. If Apocalypse really wakes up, what should you do? The Black Queen said lazily. The mutant must have never expected that his loyal subordinates are actually just a shameful thief thinking of stealing power. Mr. Omen's complexion remained unchanged, without the slightest irritation. The first half of his life was no different from ordinary people. He got married and had children, got married and started a business. The only difference may be the special identity of Mr. Omen as a geneticist. In the 19th century, Darwin published The Theory of Evolution, which caused a shock in the academic world, and one of his British colleagues, Mr. Omen, wrote a paper that was more radical and unacceptable to the public. Both of them were strongly questioned for a while, and the voices of criticism surged like a tide. In order to prove that his theory is correct, Mr. Omen began to devote all his time to research, and he became a little insane. One day, he participated in the excavation work of the Egyptian archaeological team, and finally encountered the awakening apocalypse. This mutant is himself a supporter of the survival of the fittest theory. He found that Mr. Omen's research was very appetizing for him. So in a good mood, he bestowed Nathaniel Essex with powerful abilities and accepted him as a subordinate. It's just that Tanky didn't expect that Mr. Omen would be a 25 boy. He didn't regard a mutant who was buried in the ground, sleeping all the year round, as the supreme god, and worshipped him. Instead, he was thinking about how to steal the opponent's power and replace it with the card secret of the new world. Celine, instead of worshipping others, it is better to go to the altar by yourself. Mr. Omen turned off the TV, and the diamond-shaped jewel on his forehead gleamed. The mutant's genes contain the secrets of the gods, and I will successfully crack them soon. Apocalypse is just an old guy with backward thinking. He never thought about exploring the source of his power. And I am different. I understand the value of knowledge and the value of truth. The Black Queen looked at the energetic Mr. Omen, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly, and said, "You mean to cooperate with Hydra to build a mutant gene bank?" As far as I know, the SHIELD led by Superman has already started to do it. This is it. Mr. Omen's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Then see who can get the first step and reach the end. He believes that by studying mutants, the genetic code can be solved. Can become an almost omnipotent mutant like Apocalypse. Celine, if you want to seduce Superman, you should hurry up. Mr. Omen moved his eyes slightly and said softly, after the peace summit is over, his reputation will reach the apex. A man who has a successful career and has reached the pinnacle, in the situation of complacency, usually has little resistance to beautiful women. The Black Queen seemed to be beating her heart. She flirted with her dangling hair, smiling charmingly. Paris. Is really worth a visit. Versailles. Luke, who had finished his opening speech, returned to his seat and suddenly felt the chill behind his back, like a cold wind blowing. "Who is thinking of me?" He glanced around and found no suspicious person. This Superman lieutenant with a record-breaking reputation does not know that someone is greedy for himself in London. Black Queen Celine. The last time he and Luke were only on their sided, the two did not have too much intersection. After eliminating Sebastian Shaw, He didn't take him to heart. The effect is good. I was almost moved by you and shed tears of moving. Howard leaned in quietly and joked, pacifists. This is really funny. Shut up. You are not qualified to say such things, Howard. Luke cast his contemptuous eyes and sneered, every penny earned by Stark Industries comes from war and death. Howard shut up decisively and stopped talking. The history of each campaign's fortune is always accompanied by subversion and violation of rules, especially in military-industrial enterprises. Those banknotes that keep flowing into the pockets exude a strong smell of blood. They rely on war and chaos to complete the primitive accumulation. As Marx said, capital came to the world, and every pore from head to toe was dripping with blood and dirty things. Therefore, people who have too high a moral bottom line are often not suitable for participating in the game of politics and finance. Even if he is as cheeky as Howard, he is not embarrassed to say that he is a conscientious businessman. Wait, it will be your turn. After a while, Luke bumped Howard with his shoulder and whispered softly, after that is the technology sharing session of Atlantis. I gave you a list before. Have you seen it all? What? Oh, that.untilnovel.com. I will write it down. Howard lowered his head and dozed off, suddenly sober. His tired face turned excited. SHIELD has given 3 places. I am going to choose a portable life-saving system, reverse restoration of high-pressure water cannons, and Atlanta's unique energy dissipation and shock absorption technology. Luke nodded in satisfaction, and it seemed that Howard was still obsessed with power armor. These 3 technologies are all difficult problems encountered when developing power armor and putting them into practical use. The original Iron Man. It's done. Look at your performance. Don't make Atlantis feel too distressed. Luke patted Howard on the shoulder. In the agreement drawn up by the Peace Summit, the group of undersea people needed to provide a land world with 20 cutting-edge technologies. This is the most critical one besides the establishment of diplomatic and trade channels. Business negotiation, cutting meat with a blunt knife. This is my strength. Howard raised his chin slightly, put on a pair of gold wire glasses to cover the dark circles under his eyes, and sat on the main seat with his head high. When facing Luke, he was only nonsense. But replaced by the defeated Atlantis, he can finally strike out. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 165? Paris Nightlife. There is a big evil omen. The live broadcast is only the process of signing an agreement with Atlantis in the first hour. The following tour meeting was about the distribution of benefits, resource exchange and other key programs, which were not made public. The release of may interfere with the good mood of the people of the world, as well as their glamorous longings and fantasies on the political surface. After all, no one is willing to expose the true face of his robber in the eyes of the public. Even the 5 major currents. The face of the permanent members of the council at this moment is indeed no different from the Ross regardless of the country and civilization. It is essentially the relationship between the strong and the weak, and the interest relationship between exploitation and exploitation. As long as it is a game, there will always be losers. The win-win situation mentioned in the official rhetoric. In fact, it means that the stronger side will win twice. This is the first day, and I feel like living a year. Howard stepped down, like a general returning home in triumph. He successfully got the technology he wanted from Atlantis. Moreover, I also use my own profound professional knowledge and related professional genius brains to get the follow-up core content. The gang of people on the seabed faced aggressive, constantly throwing out various academic terms, and bombarding Howard frantically, like the Napoleon army in the Battle of Waterloo, could only retreat steadily and raised the white flag. Such a result was completely expected by Luke. Howard is also a veteran who often goes in and out of the Pentagon, has passed the congressional wall, and deceived the military's funding. Dealing with Atlantis, who had been shut down for nearly 10,000 years, was not fully prepared, and it was not easy to catch it. There are 2 days left. Luke shrugged. Tomorrow will be about the mutual circulation of trade channels, and the day after tomorrow will be the negotiation and discussion on the issue of mutants. The day after tomorrow is an important occasion. I want to preside over the meeting." Howard curled his lips. He had no interest in meetings except when he was speaking. As a boss, there is always no way to understand the feelings of subordinates unless he is sitting there, listening to the boring tirades. "If there is nothing to do with me next, then can I sneak away? No one will find out anyway." Howard is a person who can't sit still. He has already been out when he should show up, and the process after that is like a tool, sitting in a daze. For him, this is undoubtedly a meaningless act that wastes life and time. How can a genius waste extremely precious life and time in a daze? Whatever you want, but it's still the same sentence. You can play around, don't get any diseases. Luke is the focus of the audience. He can't follow Howard halfway. "I see. Frankly speaking, the tone of your words reminds me of my dad." Howard shrugged and said with some dissatisfaction, "Anyhow, he is also a recognized lover in New York. The flowers have been horizontally for so many years, and they have always adhered to the principle of Ninquilin, hungry and never choose food, never do it." "I don't have a son like you," Luke said lightly. "Fuck. That means I can't beat you." Howard was almost choked to death, clenched his fists, got up quietly with a depressed mood, and left quietly, because even if Luke didn't fight back, standing there, he might not be able to break the defense. Back to the Palace Hotel, Howard lay on the bed and fell asleep. When the night came first, Howard stood up, only feeling energetic, as if he was resurrected with blood. The tired body finally got enough rest. Howard called room service and ordered a sumptuous dinner. After filling his stomach, he put on brand new clothes and smeared his hair shiny. When walks, there is a kind of flamboyant temperament. "Well, put on your shirt and step on the battlefield." Luke, that guy, who doesn't know how to enjoy life, is about to become a staid and boring person like Rogers. Howard looked in the mirror and habitually stroked his mustache. It's time to experience the nightlife of Paris. Howard, with his hands in his pocket windbreaker, walked out of the hotel when a cold wind hit him, causing him to shrink his neck. Paris in this era is a veritable city that never sleeps, and it is the most enchanted place in Europe. Since the end of World War II not long ago, those brothels next to each other, and nightclubs one after another, still remain. There are countless noisy and dirty low-end bars in the dark, narrow streets. It can be said that when it comes to having fun, there is no better choice than Paris. Go to the Moulin Rouge. Rich people like Howard will naturally not go to cheap, low-level brothels. He got into the taxi and said the location directly. The driver who drove couldn't help but smile knowingly, showing an expression that a man understands. There are two most famous dance halls in Paris. One is the Lido on the Champs-Élysées, and the other is the Moulin Rouge in Montmartre in the north of the city. This is where Howard wants to gather. Compared to the Lido's Broadway style, he wants to see the local flavor of France more. About 20 minutes. The taxi stopped in the Montmartre neighborhood. Howard paid the fare, looked up at the red mill on the roof with a large impeller, and said with emotion, "This is the nightlife." After the end of the war, due to the economic downturn in Paris, this romantic city fell into erosion. In the middle of the night, I can often see men and women in the cold and humid alleys, whispering to each other, and then stepping into the darkness. One is to provide financial relief, and the other is to give physical comfort. Very pure relationship. What's more, the play is more unrestrained, such as those poor and lazy artists who are eager to succeed. There is a little money in his pocket, and he often shoots directly regardless of the location. Therefore, the newspaper said, this is a city full of desires, and the bustling surface is full of sewage. Describes it well. This gentleman, are you the first time you come back? Before Howard went any further, a man in a peaked cap stopped him. Do you want to film? What? Selling movies? With great interest, Howard, who was waiting for the guide to find him, suddenly felt dull. As an old driver with rich practical experience, who still watches movies. Sir, Don't go. This is a German thing. I can't see it anywhere else. The man with the peaked cap stopped Howard again and opened the trench coat. There were blurry photos hanging in it. The specific content was not suitable for children. Sir, you can come with me if you want to go, and you can start with 30 people. Believe me, you will never be disappointed. Rommel also used them to exchange pesticides and food in North Africa. Howard was taken aback for a moment, remembering the story Luke had said before. The high-ranking people of the Third Reich once secretly found someone to shoot pornographic films. All kinds of people, groups, scenes, scales, extremely large. In comparison, the Roman Empire, the gatekeeper at night, and seriously wounded in love are all pediatrics. Later, Rommel established the African army. These pornographic films were also regarded as hard currency and exchanged with the local indigenous people for daily necessities. I didn't expect Paris to have this stuff too. Howard moved in his heart, considering whether to store it. When it's okay, you can learn posture and experience to improve your business level. Can I buy a copy? Howard drew out a few bills and stuffed them into the hands of the man in the peaked cap. The price is good, and it will be delivered to the Palace Hotel. Mentalnovel.com, room 1024. This is Luke's room number. The Palace Hotel. No problem. The man with the peaked cap was still a bit crooked. Hearing Howard reported his position, he instantly extinguished the small flame of greed. That is the place to entertain foreign guests. Can't afford to offend. Then, sir, do you lack a guide? I am familiar with this one, especially the dancers in the Moulin Rouge. The man with the peaked cap winked, knowing that Howard was a big man who had come to have fun, so he hurriedly started pimping. It's just right, I'm missing. Hiss. What a big omen. Howard nodded happily, trying to agree, but from the corner of his eyes he glanced at a passing black-robed woman. The opponent is tall and wrapped tightly, but it is difficult to conceal the attractive curve, especially the pair of eye-catching, very obvious terrible omens. Was shocking. Forget it. Remember to send the copy to the hotel, and I will stroll around by myself. Howard wiped off his hair, and it was time to show off his skills. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 166. Boys should protect themselves when they are away. The tall woman in black robe walked over, bringing a gust of fragrance. The beautiful scenery, which is seen as a ridge and a peak, is like an attractive magnet, pulling Howard's line of sight. He touched his shiny hair and smiled at the corners of his mouth. He thought he was quite gracious and stepped forward, ready to start the prodigal mode of hitting up with her sister. It's just that the thought-provoking prologue is still in his mouth. The black-robed woman with a particularly obvious figure and a particularly prominent curve suddenly stopped, and took the initiative to smile at Howard. Sir, what's the matter with you? Sorry, I think I may be lost and can't find my way, Howard said sincerely. Try to make this obvious excuse appear real. He has already thought about the next question and answer session. A bunch of local love words similar to Lost in Your Heart are already ready. It seems that you are coming back to the Moulin Rouge for the first time. The black-robed woman didn't answer the conversation, but instead of playing cards according to common sense, she said, Mister, where are you going? I can be your guide. This is all right. Seeing that the other party offered to become a guide, Howard couldn't help but stunned. Can all obvious and clumsy lies deceive people? Immediately, his face showed a confident smile. Silently sighed inwardly. My charm and nowhere to put it. In Howard's eyes, it was obviously his own distinctive and unique temperament that attracted the attention of the other party. Otherwise, how could this black-robed woman who has an exaggerated figure and can't move her eyes easily agreed to be his guide? Yes, I am a tourist. Howard behaved politely, alive as a wolf in sheep's clothing, trying to use such a disguise to deceive an ignorant girl, a young woman who has lost his feet. The reputation of the Moulin Rouge is outstanding. I have a friend who happens to be very interested, but he is too busy with work and can't spare the time. so I can only let me visit in his place. Howard spoke very candidly. It seemed that he was not interested in those beautiful dancers with thin and translucent upper bodies, draped in gorgeous feather services and metal pieces, accompanied by the frenetic rhythm of music, twisting buttocks and raising thighs. That's really rare. Most men come to the Moulin Rouge for pleasure, and there are few honest people like you. The black-robed woman raised her hand to cover her red lips and chuckled unexplainably. Her tall figure, coupled with the pair of high-heeled leather boots, was almost equal to Howard. Thank you for the compliment. I prefer an interesting soul to a vulgar appearance. Howard began to create personality, ready to show his humor, freshness and excellence, so as to impress your heart and complete the score. Interesting souls are 1 in 1,000, and you can't find them all over the place, but the beautiful skins are the same. There are so many. Howard pondered, like a man with a story. On the wet and cold Paris streets, there was lively music and lively shouts from the Moulin Rouge not far away. Colorful lights hung on the rotating large impeller, revealing ambiguous and bright light. In this situation, a man and a woman looked at each other and laughed at each other. According to the 8 o'clock file of dog blood of later generations, the next step should be emotional hugs, lingering kisses, and the camera keeps pulling up, giving a preview of the next episode. Howard, can I call you that? During the chat, the two walked out a distance unknowingly. After a brief conversation, the black-robed woman already knew Howard's name and his job: a tobacco merchant selling cigarettes that cause chronic death and destroy the body. When you think about it, in fact, it does not seem to be very different from a weapon that harvests life. Anyway, in the United States, these two gadgets are legal commodities that can be put on the shelves in a grand manner. Of course, Rainier. Howard nodded gently. The concealed sight passed quietly over the other side's violent omen. It's like a dragonfly tapping into the water and walking away. Why don't we find a quiet place, sit down and talk about Michelangelo's sculpture art? Howard restrained his eagerness and rubbed his hands. Talking about life ideals, poems and songs, and increasing mutual feelings are just to achieve the last step. Otherwise, he is a standard engineer who has nothing to do with Sudoku games or think about the development of power armor. Isn't it more interesting than strolling through the streets of Paris? Okay, I know there is a hotel nearby. The black-robed woman raised her mouth, seemingly happy, and nodded in agreement. And many more. So fast. Howard, who was accustomed to seeing all kinds of scenes in and out of Fenayou Place, was still a little shocked. What he meant just now was to find a coffee shop or a quiet tavern to continue sitting for a while. Who knew that the other party was more direct than himself, and asked about going to the hotel. Will it be too fast? Howard hesitated. It feels like this is the rhythm of going up to base at the speed of light. Howard, as a prodigal son, is generally used to walk the heart for a while, and then go directly to the kidney. After all, a little emotional foreplay can facilitate in-depth exchanges later. Don't you want to go? Just have a cup of coffee together, nothing else. The black-robed woman who claimed to be Rainier showed a fascinating amorous feelings. The omen of shaking up and down between the walks made Howard feel a little uncontrollable and dream about it. You said that, as a gentleman, it's really hard to refuse a lady's invitation. Howard tightened his trench coat and followed the steps of the black-robed woman into the dark night. That Howard, Luke, who returned to the hotel room, could not help cursing secretly when he saw the man in the peaked cap squatting outside the door holding a bunch of copies. Even if this guy watches pornographic movies, he still wants to buy the copy for his collection. Even if you buy it back and collect it, let yourself pay for him. Even if you help him pay the bill, you still want to slander your reputation. Unexpectedly, Lieutenant Cavell liked this tune. Zheng Xian, who had been fishing and writing a review book all morning, saw the exposed photos on the copy and made two chuckles, making a disgusting expression of "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Do you need me to send a copy to Chief Zheng Xian?" Luke glanced at the opponent and directly fought back. "I closed the door to look at this, and do some traditional craftsmanship. This does not violate the rules of the Spear Bureau. Zheng Xian secretly hurt himself as if choked, turned and left. In fact, this is also a sugar-coated cannonball belonging to capitalism. It is detrimental to the image of the organization, and it will also be labeled as infidelity. The capitalist society is so sinister, it is full of temptations. Zheng Xian returned to the room, sighing, and continued to write a review book. The guy who bought the movie with you, is he in the Moulin Rouge in the Montmartre neighborhood? The man in the peaked cap almost made his legs weak when he saw the lieutenant's epaulets on Luke's military uniform. While rejoicing that he hadn't made any crooked ideas, he answered honestly, yes. That gentleman was going to the Moulin Rouge to visit the collection. Later, when he met a woman, he followed her, put things down and go downstairs to find my driver to collect the money. Luke curled his lips and took over the copies that recorded the licentious scenes of the senior officers of the Third Reich. As a lieutenant general of the Pentagon and the top leader of SHIELD, he is used to not holding banknotes for a long time. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are all arranged by the military. In addition, Skynet's mobile phone sales are good, and the market is gradually expanding. Very early on, Luke no longer worries about money and realizes his personal financial freedom. Paris is the home of vampires. I hope this guy Howard won't be so unlucky. He just happened to run into a vampire who came out looking for food. Luke threw the copy on the sofa, his head resting on a soft and comfortable cushion. On the European continent, creatures such as vampires and werewolves have always been very active. They did have a glorious history for a period of time, until human guns blasted the gloomy castle. The vampire relying on Duke Dracula was dragged down from the power pyramid. This group of dark creatures once thought of uniting their dead opponent werewolves to make a comeback. It can face the order established by the three major temples, and the casserole big fist of the secret magic mage. The vampires who thought they were elegant nobles decisively chose to obey their inner will and shrank in the corner honestly. It always feels wrong. Luke closed his eyes and sorted out the details of the day's meeting. After a brief review, he got up and stood at the window, overlooking Paris at his feet. Supervision is like a sharp sword, piercing the dark night, and has a panoramic view of the surrounding blocks. Luke couldn't help but feel a headache when thinking of that fellow Howard. It seemed that luck had not been very good all the time. The Moulin Rouge is a gathering place for 3 teachers and 9 students. Except for the tourists watching the performances, the old drivers of healthcare, all kinds of down-and-coming artists, and gangsters come in endlessly. Luke opened the window and flew high into the sky. After a few breaths, I arrived at the Moulin Rouge. Howard is usually a little confused, but his brain is still good at critical moments, and he belongs to the leader of the SHIELD scientific research team. In case the butterfly wings flapped and accidentally took this guy away, by the way, it would also take away Iron Man. Master Yi probably restarted the timeline. Let me see, whether that is looking for fun, or is it unlucky and sad to meet the vampire who is looking for food. Supervision covers the entire Montmartre neighborhood, and a large number of images flooded into my mind and were quickly screened out. Among them, most of them are some unsightly, artillery shots of 18-band images. The people of Paris are still open enough. www.untilnovel.com. The nightlife is quite rich. Found it. It only took less than 10 minutes for Luke to locate Howard's exact location. This guy was lying on the bed with the key to the hotel shaking in his hand, humming a brisk little tune in his mouth. The sound of water flowing in the bathroom, the surface of the frosted glass, outlines an extremely prominent astonishing curve. It looks like nothing. Luke frowned and found that the woman in the hotel room had an extremely slow heartbeat, and the biomagnetic field emanating from her body seemed to be something wrong. Unlucky Howard, he said a little sympathetically. Instead of rushing to save people, he quickly flew back to the hotel, holding a bowl of fruit and then flying back, and watched the live broadcast with ease. Chapter 167? Don't come here, I regret it now. In the hotel, Howard was lying on the big bed, humming a little colored tune, with a little excitement in his heart. Tonight, I will definitely have a great time. He glanced at the attractive figure cast on the frosted glass, and couldn't help himself. His pants moved. That guy Luke, if he knew that I could spend time with such a stunner, he would definitely express his envy. Hey, Howard laughed triumphantly, taking off his upper body quickly with his hands and feet. The girls in Paris are direct and open enough. I love this city to death. He didn't expect that Rainier was a passionate girl in her bones, and she offered to come to the hotel to open a room. Said to come up and have a cup of coffee to warm up. But there is no coffee maker in the room. Obviously the drunkard does not mean wine. I'm still very charming, but I usually stay in the laboratory, and Luke is too good as a bastard, which covers up my own light. Howard regained his self-confidence, ready to show his glory, and practice the rich skills gained in the battle. Rainier, are you all right? If you don't mind, I want to go in with you. Mum messes with Fack. Howard was wearing big pants and pushed open the bathroom door. After he saw the scene clearly inside, he broke out a foul language. The chicken that was originally sturdy instantly became soft and prostrate, and no longer had the slightest masculine aura. In the bathroom, the steaming heat turned the front protrusion back, and the hot body curve became hazy. And what made Howard completely utterly sexual was the affair subject named Rainier, with a large amount of blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth and residues of suspected shredded meat remaining between his teeth. Sorry, I'm a little hungry, so I can't wait to eat something first. The woman's enchanting voice seemed particularly horrified at this time. Howard glanced at the bathroom, and a bruised arm stretched out of the towel rack inadvertently. Cack. Listening to the sound of chewing on crunchy bones, I saw the missing fingers of the palm. A puke of vomiting surged directly from the bottom of Howard's heart. Is this a vampire, or a man-eater? Even though Howard often complains, women who scream in fright when they encounter a small incident, rather than having time to stand in place and make noises, it's better to run really hard. But when he really faced this situation, all three legs began to weaken, and he didn't have any strength at all. Fortunately, as a top scientist in the world, Howard's remaining sane tells him that this is likely to be a patient with porphyria. Due to variation in the process of heme production, or the formation of phytochrome due to environmental differences, patients with such diseases cannot be exposed to sunlight. In addition, the anemia is severe, the face seems to be corroded, and it is possible to have a strong desire for blood. Many popular sellers, as well as the vampires mentioned in classic movies, are based on such patients. There is no vampire in the world. A series of thoughts flashed through the materialist Howard's head, except for the third leg that was still weak, and the remaining two legs recovered a bit of strength. He decisively grabbed the door and was pulled back abruptly before he even reached the door. Rainier's beautiful face became abnormally distorted, and she said coldly, Howard, the dinner hasn't started yet. Where are you going? Eat dinner? Howard shivered. He is just a scientist. In addition to the vehicle proficiency and the ability to make girls, I don't know much about physical skills, fighting and the like. Luke, save me. In a critical moment, Howard can only call out the name of Superman. Bang! I saw his voice fall to the ground, and a tall figure like a cannonball slammed through the ceiling and appeared in the room. I seemed to hear someone calling for help. Luke descended from the sky, holding a fruit plate in his hand, like a passing crowd eating melons. Oh my God! At this moment, it makes me happy that you are showing up. Wait. Why are you just coming out of the cinema and eating fruit leisurely? Howard was so excited, as if he had seen a savior. It's just that this touch didn't last long. He looked at Luke's relaxed look of spitting out grape skins, with a suspicious look in his eyes. Don't you hide aside. Watch it for a long time? Luke nodded and grinned. It's not a long time, just a while. The Superman Lieutenant General, who passed it all by, glanced at the female vampire who hadn't recovered, and curled his lips. The other party didn't feel like a purebred vampire. The self-proclaimed aristocratic guys were very particular about drinking blood, using only an third of the essence of the human heart. How could it be possible to gnaw human flesh, even with leather belts, without any signs of eating? Which family member are you? Didn't you know that hunting without authorization violated the precepts of the three temples? Ignoring Howard's urgent A's, Luke remained patient and asked a few more questions. I don't know what you are talking about. Looks like there will be an extra meal tonight. The female vampire is like an incompetent child with intellectual disability, yet she hasn't realized that the situation is wrong. The alluring smell from the blood stimulated her senses. Reason has long become a useless thing, and there is only a hungry and bloodthirsty in my heart. Well, it turned out to be a wild vampire who doesn't understand anything. Luke shrugged, spit out the grape skins in his mouth, and threw away the clean fruit plate. In order to ensure that you do not have nightmares at night and that you have a normal appetite for the rest of the day, advise you to close your eyes, Howard. Howard heard the words and obeyed the instructions. At the critical moment of life and death, he showed a rare obedient attitude. Big chest and no brain, sometimes it's right. The sight of the female vampire was swept across. Luke didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. Bang! Power under your feet. Even if there is a biological force field to keep the room safe, the floor still resembles a cardboard that has been hit violently, shattering and cracking instantly. Reinforced concrete is like gypsum powder, instantly crushed into dust. The power of horror burst out all of a sudden, pushing Luke's figure. Almost less than a second, he engulfed the suffocating strong air current and approached the female vampire. Regardless of how she was carrying, Luke stretched out his hands and pushed hard. The other party was like paper, the bones of the whole body were twisted and deformed, and the flesh and blood of his skin instantly eroded. It's like getting a solid shell from the front. Half of his body, like splashed red paint, poured on the wall behind. The world is quiet, Howard. You can open your eyes, but it's better not to look back. Solving a vampire easily, Luke grabbed a clean sheet and wiped his hands. Because of the protection of the biological force field, the sludge-like debris did not splash on the body. What's happening? Howard opened his eyes slowly. He only felt the vibration of tearing eardrums in his ears, and then he recovered his calm except that there was still a white palm pinching his neck. It's okay, the female vampire from you reading www.youcanzoo.com even kept a hand. It seems that she really loves you. Luke joked. Vomit. 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 Unable to hold back his curiosity, Howard looked back and immediately fell to his knees, clutching his stomach and vomiting. The beauty that once made him very impulsive for mating has now become an abstract painting evenly distributed on the wall. Poor Howard, I told you not to look back. Now, not only will you have a nightmare and lose your appetite, you will have to ask if you can regain your power again in the future. Luke showed sympathy in his eyes. I believe that the scene just now will definitely impress Howard, and he will never forget it in his life. He'll never go out again tonight. After this lesson, Howard had a heavy psychological shadow on a venture. He is very regretful now, very regretful. Chapter 168. Underworld. Death Walker Howard, who was almost alive, returned to the hotel room and sat on the sofa blankly. From his hollow eyes, it can be seen that this guy has not yet freed himself from the picture on the wall of the hotel. The big omen that once warmed people's hearts instantly turned into a pool of sticky minced meat composed of organic and inorganic substances, plus carbohydrates. It was indeed a heavy blow to Howard, who was going to show his glory and had a fierce battle in the second half of his life. Whether he can rise again is a big problem. It is time for Stark Industries to transform the pharmaceutical industry. Otherwise, the inheritance of the family will be broken in one's own hands. Howard lowered his head and stared at the silent lower body, with a sad expression on his face. This is a thing of the past as a universally recognized robber and lover in New York. Would you like something to eat? Luke touched his stomach, ignoring Howard's saddened motions. After a whole day of boring meetings, He had not had time to eat dinner. How can the little fruit in the compote fill your stomach? I want to eat. Too. Howard rolled his throat twice, and the surge of vomiting struck again. It's so fragile. It's a pity that there is no survival program of PUE in this era. That's the real meal. Luke shook his head. When he was cleaning his house in Brooklyn, he smashed his head with a shot at night and saw the muddy brains of red and white flowing out. Afterwards, he could eat pizza and listen to the song as if nothing had happened. That's the big heart from experience. I ordered a lobster spaghetti. Are you sure you don't want to eat some? Howard, facing Luke's kindly question, the sound of vomiting in the toilet became more intense. It's too miserable. A failed appointment will often bring a heavy price that is difficult to pay. For Howard's tragic experience, Luke not only did not have the slightest sympathy, but gloated. After this lesson, he probably would never be interested in the woman who took the initiative to send it to the door. 10 minutes later, room service rang the doorbell, and Luke's lobster pasta and Howard's sugar-free coffee delivered to the door. Can you stop sucking so excessively? I just came out of the toilet and felt like I had already vomited my bile. I really don't want to experience it again. Howard held the bitter coffee in both hands, and an enviable look appeared in his eyes. He couldn't look directly at any sticky sauce, or red strips. Can you blame me for this? Your psychological endurance is too fragile. As an arms dealer, and you have been on the battlefield, how can you say that the residual limbs and vague flesh and blood of the human body should not touch you? With an innocent look, Luke rolled the noodles with a fork and added masses of plump and thick lobster meat. He continued to feast and make a sucking sound. No one stipulates that arms dealers must personally use human bodies to test the goods in his hands. My limited moral conscience does not allow me to witness with my own eyes how quickly the weapons I have made are reaping lives. To be honest, it will make me sleepless at night, and lose the joy of life. Howard was very honest and plausible. Although he has a clear understanding of the fact that Stark Industries may dwarf fortune. But as long as you don't take the initiative to understand, you can spend money calmly. Perhaps many wealthy people are keen on doing charity after they succeed in their careers. Except for reasonable tax avoidance and a good reputation by the way. There is also a small part of the reason, it is to eliminate the inner feeling of guilt. Of course, a capitalist who feels uneasy in his heart if his own money is not clean enough is certainly not a qualified capitalist. Unexpectedly, you still have a moral conscience. I look up to you, Howard. Serious capitalists shouldn't have this. Luke wiped his mouth with his napkin and joked. By the way, there are so many dancers in the Moulin Rouge that you didn't like. You have to pick a wild vampire who ran out for food. Why? You have a special sexual addiction? Luke Kettin drank, and began to talk about the subject. Let me call Peggy and ask her to contact the New York Temple. Oh, no, the European continent should be in charge of the London Temple. Howard heard the back, his face dull. It feels like a kindergarten student facing quantum mechanics. This is no longer a question of super not superclass. He is almost about to subvert his worldview. The temple ... What organization is it? Also, Rainier is really a vampire? Howard asked hesitantly. I said, you can accept the sorcerer in this world with long thighs, a family of witch hunters who have passed on for thousands of years. But there is no way to believe in the real existence of vampires? Luke couldn't help but complain. At this time, do you still think that Rainier is a patient with porphyria? Howard, don't deceive yourself. There are such beautiful patients with porphyria in the world. For a while, Howard was speechless. His thoughts were like a tangled mess, and he couldn't pull out the thread for a long time. But why do they exist? I mean, if there really are vampires in the world, why haven't humans discovered it? After holding back for a long time, Howard finally gave up thinking and started asking questions, like mutants. The authenticity of this group has been confirmed very early. But as for vampires, they will only appear in movies and movies. Luke walked to the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass of whiskey. He snapped his fingers and smiled and said, this is a good question. The answer is simple. because there are 3 temples and a bunch of burly mages who like to use hammers, flail, and big swords. They are responsible for maintaining the order of the dark world, and avoiding vampires, werewolves, demons, and demons from intruding into this world. What? There are werewolves? Wait, so really exists, devil, demon? I always thought it was just a curse adjective. Howard was a little brain down by the huge amount of information. It's just one night, and the worldview I have established for more than 30 years has instantly turned into ruins. Luke looked at the sluggish look of Iron Man's father, could not help but handed him a glass of wine, and comforted him insincerely. If I tell you, the guys in the Norse mythology do have prototype characters. They live in Asgard. If you can study the Einstein-Rosen bridge, you may be able to find it. By the way, Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, is an old liar. Lucifer, who lives next door, runs a good bar. God is likely to be a black man. Oh, Howard, what's wrong with you? A pair of dementias. Arrived early. Howard only felt his brain buzzing. Luke's voice was always near and far, as if from the horizon, and like the whisper of an ancient god. His only remaining reason, as well as the ability to think, was completely defeated and disintegrated. You can't give me some time to digest it? What a bastard. Half an hour later, Howard, who poured half a bottle of whiskey, finally returned to normal. In a short period of time, his world was destroyed and reshaped. Almost able to accept the planet where he lives, there are basic settings for vampires, werewolves, demons and demons. Even if Luke now says that he is a cosmic person from the M78 nebula, Howard will not feel surprised. Your receptivity is too bad, Luke despised. Let me open the door to a new world for you today and increase your knowledge. Howard burped, and a strong alcohol squirted out. Then he raised his ears and listened quietly. According to the records of the temple, Dracula was the first vampire in human history. He is known as the first ancestor by later generations. He is not afraid of the sun, has super regenerative ability, and is a very difficult guy. Luke played the role of a teacher, bringing the world's top scientists into another world. It's just that his descendants are divided into many factions, and those factions are scattered into dark families with different surnames. With the passing on from generation to generation, the abilities of those vampires will be weakened a lot, and they will become afraid of the sun and cannot appear during the day. As mentioned above, they belong to the normal blood race. They are not many. They mostly live in Eastern Europe. They obey the precepts of the 3 temples. They are basically captive animals. Luke paused, took a sip of whiskey with ice, and continued, and the female vampire you saw is called Rainier, isn't it? She doesn't belong to the orthodox blood. Howard held back the tumbling of his stomach and asked curiously, there are unorthodox vampires? Of course. Around the 14th century, the Black Death swept Europe. There was a guy named Alexander Covinus who was a survivor. Luke recalled this past event and talked about it. The library of the temple is not open to outsiders, but he is about to go to Carmitage to study magic, and he is appointed by the Supreme Master, and occasionally opening a back door is nothing. This guy is very lucky and very unlucky. Fortunately, he can survive the plague of the Black Death. Unfortunately, he met Hydra. Luke shrugged. There must be something wrong with the timeline of this world. Otherwise, why even Underworld is mixed in? Finally, I have to say that the Hydra in Marvel's world is really an almighty backpot man. Even vampires can be involved. A series of complaints flashed through Luke's heart, and continued, the Hydra group believes that Alexander Covinus, since he can survive the Black Death, should have a special physique. Then injected him with vampires and were mixed with werewolf blood. As a result, he created a monster that is not afraid of the sun and has the explosive power of werewolves at the same time. To some extent, this is a low-profile version of Dracula. Howard was a little fascinated by it. He didn't expect to learn this secret about the human world in his lifetime. At that time, the Hydra already existed? He asked suspiciously. The history of this organization is much longer than you think, Luke said plainly. www.untitled.com. Facts have proved that any experiment and any plan of Hydra will always end in a rollover. The successful Alexander Corvinus ran away. He gave birth to 3 sons, 2 of whom were William and Marcus. One of them became a werewolf and the other became a vampire. It sounds like a ninja's sense of sight. And then, Howard is like a reader who is chasing the watch and can't wait to know what happened next. It's a very cliched plot. It's probably that the 2 brothers turn against each other. Vampires and werewolves are mortal enemies. There is no possibility of reconciliation between the 2. Luke glanced out the window and said relaxedly, "The vampires have the upper hand." They cooperated with the human aristocracy and also formed a sharp-knife team of elite fighters called Death Walkers. Am I right, Miss Hiding Outside? Chapter 169? Your ancestors and I are colleagues, miss. Where is the lady? Howard looked dumbfounded. He stood up, looked out the window with the probe, and found nothing unusual. This is the 22nd floor. Howard gave a dry laugh, wondering if Luke had heard it wrong. There is no support outside, and one who can climb up with bare hands is afraid it is not a human-shaped spider. So, you still haven't gotten rid of your fixed cognition. Luke shook his head helplessly, determined to completely break Howard's rigid thinking. His eyes condensed slightly, and high-temperature rays shot out. He has strong control, without breaking glass, making amazing movements. Rather, it cuts the passage through the floor-to-ceiling windows just like laser cutting. The hotel manager shouldn't ask us for compensation, right? Howard had nothing to say. He was a little nervous now, for fear of a vampire jumping out of the window. The heavy shadows left in my heart can't be removed so quickly. It's so cold outside. It looks like it's still raining. Vampire. Miss, are you sure you don't come in to avoid the rain? My room is quite big. Although the heartbeat of the vampire hiding outside was extremely slow, Luke still noticed it. Through the structure of the brick wall, supervision scanned a slim figure like a gecko, firmly stepping on the smooth window surface. The sound of breathing that was almost still fell on his ears, extremely clear. As expected of Superman, a few seconds later, a slightly cold voice came. The tall woman with a long black windbreaker wrapped in a tight-fitting leather jacket is hung upside down above the French windows. Just a jump, he came in from the hole cut by the hot site. Flexible movements and agile skills, completely beyond the scope of ordinary people. Vampires look pretty good. Howard retreated a few steps, standing behind Luke, and commented. The tall woman who appeared in the room had black shoulder-length hair and a delicate face with coldness. The snow-white skin reflected a white porcelain-like light. Especially those eyes flashed with a firm look. Another iceberg queen. Howard glanced around and blamed the other party on the type of the White Queen. It belongs to the beautiful stunner who makes male creatures very conquering and satisfying. It feels very appetizing for Luke. He has always liked this. Howard cast a silent look, and thought silently. What? The vampires nowadays treat the commandments of the 3 great temples as empty words? Luke ignored Howard, whose old habits were hard to change. He was very polite and stretched out his hand to invite the vampire lady who visited late at night to sit down. Now the European continent is the base camp of dark creatures. This pattern will not change until after the Cold War. At that time, vampires and werewolves gradually moved to North America. Mr. Lieutenant General joked. Whoever dares to ignore the orders of the Supreme Master, wouldn't that mean he is seeking his own death? The tall woman was expressionless and sat on a separate sofa, keeping her distance from Luke and Howard. It's just that there was an explosion near the Moulin Rouge tonight. I am a Death Walker within the family. I have the responsibility to investigate the reason behind it and see if the werewolves are secretly planning some conspiracy. I followed you. The residual smell of that friend, chasing all the way to the hotel. And this was the misunderstanding. Compared to Rainier, who lost her mind when smelling blood, this vampire lady's attitude was much more polite, making Luke omit the part of doing it herself. Every time he encounters a guy who can't communicate, he can only have friendly communication on the physical level. To be honest, This is a bit tiring. What a coincidence. This lady, what's the name? Luke asked Selena. The answer was concise. Well, Miss Serena, the question you mentioned just now is exactly what I want to say. Luke narrowed the smile on his face, and his voice became less gentle. Since the three temples issued the precepts and signed contracts with the leaders of the dark world such as vampires, werewolves, etc., there have been very few cases of private foraging and hunting of human beings relatively speaking. I have read the records of the New York Temple. For at least 30 years, no vampire family has committed such a crime. The last time it was traced back to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. A certain nobleman couldn't bear the bloodthirsty and injured an innocent girl. Later, he was dragged into the sun by the temple mage and tortured by exposure to the sun. Luke paused and looked at Serena's face. The other party didn't feel irritated, and seemed to have no deep feelings for the same race. But not long ago, my friend Howard Stark was attacked by a female vampire named Rainier. Luke pointed to Howard, who was acting as an outsider, who was very cooperative, and nodded vigorously. Since you are the Death Walker of the family, you should know the consequences of violating the temple precepts. I hope. By the way, which family are you? We are led by Victor and Marcus, Serena replied. Currently it is the three elders, and Marcus presides over the family affairs. Victor is still sleeping. Luke raised his eyebrows, looked a little aggressive, and continued, then you have to give me and my friend an explanation. Mr. Lieutenant General, there is not a woman named Rainier in our family. Serena frowned and explained, I checked the scene, and even though she is a little non-human, from the memory of blood remaining, we can know that she does not belong to our family. It's not very convincing. Luke shook his head without giving in. Paris is the home of vampires, and the Moulin Rouge is the living quarters of your family. Then my friend is attacked. No matter where Rainier comes from, you must give a satisfactory account. Serena frowned more tightly, her eyes turned cold, and her right hand leaned under the windbreaker. You are a little unreasonable, Mr. Lieutenant General, she said angrily. Don't make any small movements, Miss Serena. This will make you lose your only decentness. Luke didn't care about the tense atmosphere of the sword. He picked up the wine glass on the table and drank the last sip of whiskey. Anyone should cherish the opportunity that others are willing to sit at the table and communicate with you, because turning it off is equivalent to announcing the rules of the game. At that time, you and your family will only end up worse. Luke lowered his head to play with the wine glass, and chuckled softly. Miss Serena, you think I am unreasonable. It is because you have never seen what it is. The real barbarity.mtlnovel.com. Is this a threat? Serena took a deep breath, and the beautiful curve wrapped in the leather jacket was another obvious wave. No, this is a reminder. Luke put down the cup and said seriously, the reason why I kept my patience, did not send an army to your family, blasted your home with cannonballs, dragged all the drunken vampires under the sun, and dried them into a pile of ashes. It's not that you are so beautiful that makes me feel unbearable, nor is it that vampires are terrible and make me jealous. My ancestors and I have a colleague relationship. Lieutenant General Covinus, I have to give him a little bit of face. Serena, with an upright personality, originally wanted to draw a gun and punch the young lieutenant in front of her with more than a dozen holes. When she heard the last sentence, she was silly. What did you say? Ask for leave. The bald manager called to learn the overtime culture of a certain mobile phone company. There is no way to do it. I can't update it today. By the way, I adjusted my schedule and plot. I stayed up late every day and wrote until 2 or 3 o'clock. I had to go to work during the day, and I felt like I was going to die suddenly. Sorry. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 170. If you don't give money, it's not a prostitute. Who is Alexander Covinus? Serena frowned and asked. She said she had never heard of the name. The ancestor of vampires is generally recognized as Dracula. Of course, There are a few people who say Cain. The spread of this saying is that some creators quoted the Bible and regarded Cain, who killed Abel and was punished by God, as the first vampire. In fact, there is no relevant record in the Orthodox scriptures, Apocrypha, or Apocrypha. It's just that many people have read a few novels and took the origins of the fabrications seriously. Hey, Marcus has to hide his father's name. He is really a filial son. Luke shook his head and said with emotion, Elder Marcus never mentioned it. Serena squinted her eyes. The vampire she belongs to is a council elder system. 3 elders take turns in power, and the other 2 are sleeping separately. Right now, Marcus and Victor are sleeping. The one in power is Amelia. Dracula is not your first ancestor. Strictly speaking, Alexander Corvinus is. He is the world's first undead. He has the dual bloodlines of vampire and werewolf. He was once considered perfect by Hydra. Biological. Luke gave a long list of titles. No one would have thought that Lieutenant General Corvinus of the Pentagon had 2 sons secretly. One is the werewolf ancestor, and the other is the leader of the vampire family. This is a secret no one knows. If it hadn't been accidentally heard from the mouth of the Supreme Master, Luke probably wouldn't associate the gray-haired old man with the undead. Oh, this sounds ridiculous. Serena's eyes were full of suspicion. Anyone who hears a stranger, points to another stranger, and then says that he is your ancestor, will not believe it. You can go back and read genealogy or history books. Luke smiled as if to Howard Cope, and continued, the Lieutenant General Corvinus, who you described as a guerrilla, was originally a Hungarian warlord. He experienced the plague caused by the Black Death. The people in the village, including his original wife and daughter, died, and he was the only one who was still alive. Hydra believes that Corvinus' body is immune to diseases and realizes the secret of eternity. So he captured him and conducted a series of experiments, and the result was a perfect monster with the power of a werewolf, the characteristics of not afraid of the sun, and the speed, flight, and recovery capabilities of a vampire. Howard was stunned. When he was in and out of the Pentagon before, he had seen the serious old man who was always stern. I thought that vampires would never grow old. He spit out. Don't underestimate Lieutenant General Corvinus. Before that, he had been a warlord, a big capitalist, and his resources were not lower than anything. Luke reminded. The advantage of vampires is probably to live a long time. Alexander Corvinus, I don't know how many identities he has. He can use his own power to erase the traces and clues of vampires and werewolves in the human world. The energy required for is more than 1.5 stars. You weren't wondering before, why are mutants unable to completely hide themselves in the human world, while creatures such as vampires and werewolves do not believe in their real existence? Luke glanced at Serena, who seemed to be suspicious, but actually listened carefully, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly and said, because someone is obliterating the marks in the dark to silence the sound, has been caught and sliced. The psychological shadow of research, plus 2 sons turned into monsters, makes Alexander Corvinus want to live a peaceful life with all his heart. But he couldn't let go of William and Marcus, the brothers who fell in love and killed each other. So the poor old father kept doing the tiring work of wiping their butts. Miss Serena, haven't you been curious, why are most of the cases of homicide, kidnapping, and imprisonment of young girls that were supposed to be on the news to make a big noise? As far as I know, do you have any? Minimize the act of wiping the ball. Luke seemed to wake up the dreamer with a word, and the intuitive Serena frowned slightly. After thinking about it, it seems a bit strange. Marcus and Victor are asleep, and Amelia, the ruler, does not interfere with the affairs of the family. So, Victor's crony Klein got a rare opportunity to give orders. That guy is a careerist. He has always been very unruly, and he often tried repeatedly on the edge of the rules of the 3 great temples. For example, take the innocent and ignorant gold worship girls who love to enjoy themselves to the family party. and then give them a first embrace without hesitation. The temple mage only stipulates that vampires cannot hunt humans privately. But if those girls couldn't bear the first embrace and died violently, it would not be within the scope of hunting. This logic is similar to that as long as you don't give money, you don't count as prostitution. A lot of things have been done, and there will always be times when the car rolls over. Klein made big news several times, but there was no movement later, and he did not attract the attention or warning of the temple mage. Mr. Lieutenant General, you mean that ... Alexander Kovinus, take care of our teammates. Serena's voice was very cold. She stretched into the windbreaker, and slowly let go of the hand holding the weapon. This is only 100 years old, and she can be called a young lady vampire. She doesn't know that she actually passed the death. Any stranger who is hostile and actively attacks will be identified by Luke as an enemy, and then he will manually turn the opponent into a sticky object mixed with organic and inorganic materials. Even though everyone has heard of Superman's name, everyone knows that the other person is very strong. However, those talented and extraordinary guys are always suspicious of this. The arrogance rooted in their bones makes it hard for them to fully believe that a human being will be so terribly strong that it cannot be resisted. Yes, although he didn't want to let you know. Luke nodded. Now the offspring of vampires and werewolves are developing well. Before the three major temples had brought the former in captivity, the dark creatures on the European continent were rampant. Vampires cooperate with the nobles and high levels of Eastern European countries to treat ordinary people as mobile blood banks. By the way, you are really inferior to one generation. Luke leaned back tactically, leaned into the soft sofa, looked at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, and said with a chuckle, "Long life keeps the old generation asleep, while the new generation of vampires is keen to enjoy. And it's okay to engage in salons, gatherings, licentious parties, multiplayer sports. Live a life of indulgence every day. When Marcus wakes up, it is estimated that he will be to death. It is not right." The reason for this development was originally the result of the acquiescence of the three elders. Serena felt a little embarrassed when she heard the first half, because Luke is telling the truth. The new generation of vampires in the family are obsessed with enjoyment, and a capable death walker like her is an outlier. Don't say let them hunt. They may not be the opponent if they encounter a fully armed human army head. Otherwise, the Soviets would not be driven out of the country with tanks and artillery back then, and stay rooted in Paris. When it comes to the second half, I feel confused. Is this the result of the acquiescence of the three elders? In comparison, werewolves are more interesting. Between Luke's words, there was a feeling of being superior, which made Serena a little uncomfortable. Lucian is a smart leader. Novel.com. He led his compatriots, hundreds of years ago, got rid of the status of a slave, out of your control, and soon climbed to the throne of the underground world. He learned the advantages of vampires and began to consciously cooperate with humans, break into the police system, control the neighborhood gangs, and develop in an orderly manner. Hearing Lucian's name, Serena narrowed her eyes. That is the leader of werewolves, the number one enemy of vampires. Then, her back became cold and her heart throbbed. This Superman lieutenant has a very clear understanding of vampires and the werewolves, whether it is past history, or every move at this stage. Many details are even more detailed than what she knows as a Death Walker. At least she doesn't know that Lucian has cooperated with humans. This proves that there is a ghost in the family. Go back to your elders and ask them if they know the name of Alexander Kovinus. By the way, let them explain as soon as possible. Luke closed his eyes, seemingly tired. If Miss Serena doesn't plan to stay here overnight, she can leave. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 171. Here raindrops, falling on the green grass. There is no doubt that Serena has absolutely no idea of staying overnight. Although in terms of vampire aesthetics, this Superman Lieutenant General is quite suitable as a guest in the curtain. Although the style of most vampire families is relatively open, It is not an exaggeration to say that it is arrogant and extravagant. After all, a long life of hundreds of years, if you don't have some fun, it would be too boring. Good wine, food, beautiful body, gorgeous clothes, lively banquets. Only these can fill the emptiness in the heart. But Serena is an exception. She doesn't like those. The hatred in her heart made her take the initiative to join the Death Walker and choose to fight the werewolves. In the previous 100-year-old adult birthday, many people said that they would give Serena a male favorite, or come to a naked outdoor party, but she sternly refused. Then I won't bother. Serena went out the window without any problems. The night wind roared, turning the corners of the clothes, blowing hunting noises. She is agile, like a running hunter, hurried to a manor in the Moulin Rouge. This evening was not ordinary for Serena. She heard too many secrets. The Superman Lieutenant General told the history of vampires and werewolves, as well as the names of ancestors who do not know the true or false. As a result, the vampire lady, known as the werewolf killer, was a little confused, thinking about going back to look through the history books, or ask Thales. That guy is a polymath who has won the trust of the elders and has a good understanding of the origin of the blood race. Alexander Corvinus. Serena whispered softly, slender like a bird, passing by the houses. 20 minutes later, the downpour fell. Selena, who was soaked all over, pushed open the thick door with intricate patterns, and a strange and confusing breath came upon her face. In the wide hall, gorgeous women wear revealing costumes. Gorgeous long skirts outline the curves, and the lowered tube tops are white. This is even more attractive than the dancers of the Moulin Rouge. They either sit or lie down, either rubbing ears and entangled with each other, fall on the sofa, or sit on each other's laps with their arms around the man's neck. Vulgar laughter and flirting whispers echoed in the hall. All kinds of high-end tobaccos and luxury wines on the table have produced a psychedelic-like effect, which makes people can't help but indulge. Where is Klein? Serena was indifferent. She took off the soaked windbreaker, tight-fitting leather suit, waistcoat, and the silver pistol pinned to her waist, and she showed a sense of murder. Maybe in the study. Serena, come and have a drink. A drunk woman with heavy makeup handed over the goblet, which was filled with scarlet liquid. Not red wine. It's warm blood. Serena ignored it and turned away. She seemed incompatible with the atmosphere of the whole hall, as if she was a female soldier who had strayed into the upper class. Selena, what's the matter with you? All the way up to the study on the second floor, Serena passed the hand who wanted to stop her, pressed her hands on the door, and slammed it open. Bang! Hurry up. Klein. The coquettish voice, the moving call, came to an abrupt end. Klein, who was working hard, put on his pants in embarrassment and threw the unsatisfied woman aside. This is a misunderstanding. Selena, listen to my explanation. Just. How do you say it? I just idle nothing to do. And then, the black-haired man with a little white face said incoherently. However, Serena, who broke in, didn't care at all, didn't look straight, and said, give me the key to the underground library, and then you can continue playing. Klein, what do you want this to do? Victor is sleeping, it's best not to disturb him. Klein, who seemed to be ignored, was a little bit irritated. Is he not handsome enough? Or is his job not good enough? I didn't even look at it. It hurts self-esteem too much. Just give it to me, your little pet is still waiting for you. Serena said coldly. She was anxious to verify that what Luke had said was true. Although Klein is the manager of the family, he will handle most of the matters, and he will give orders, and he also shows his desire to pursue Serena. But the latter still has no good attitude, because Serena doesn't like mother-in-law. She has no interest in calculating cowards, hiding behind, and never daring to charge. This is the key. Tomorrow night Elder Amelia will hold a dance party. You have. Klein stared at Selena, who turned around and left, so angry that he wanted to curse. It's like sending messages on time every day, licking the dog with courtesy, but never getting a reply from the goddess. Klein, Why don't we continue? The woman who was wrapped up like a water snake was pushed away without touching it. Roll. Klein roared roughly, a look of a ruthless scumbag unplugged. Immediately afterwards, he released his anger on other people. Pierre, you useless trash. Didn't stop Serena. Where did she go today? I'll check it later. There was an explosion at the Moulin Rouge tonight, and she might have gone to investigate. The subordinates guarding the outside of the study were also very aggrieved. The opponent was a Death Walker, an elite fighter who specializes in hunting werewolves. Selena is a bit abnormal. She is very anxious to go to the underground library. What information is she looking for? Klein still has a keen sense of smell. Not only is he very concerned about the goddess' every move, but he also noticed something wrong in time. Half an hour later, the subordinates who inquired about the news came back and reported the situation truthfully. What did she go to the Palace Hotel? Still staying in the room for so long? Klein frowned, feeling that things were not simple. The people who live there are all representatives participating in the peace summit, isn't it? The more he thought about it, the more irritable Klein was, as if he heard raindrops falling on the green grass. Jealousy, as well as the humiliation just now, prompted him to prepare to make some irrational actions. Find a few people. Bang! Serena slammed the door open again. Klein, who was planning to do bad things, almost had a heart attack. Lena, is there anything else for you? He asked with a guilty conscience. I want to see Elder Amelia. Serena asked straightforwardly. She was holding an old book in her hand. It records the history of Marcus and William, the ancestors of werewolves and the leaders of the vampire family. What do you want to do? Klein's expression became solemn, and it was no small matter to summon the elders. Even if he wanted to pursue Serena and win the other's heart, he couldn't easily agree to it. Alexander Covinus, I want to know the meaning behind this name. Serena was cold. She remembered everything Superman said, gritted her teeth and said, this may end the war between our family and the werewolves for so many years. If the Marcus family and the Wolf King Lucian belong to the same blood, perhaps history will be rewritten. What are you going crazy? We are noble blood. What does it have to do with werewolves? Klein was furious. He didn't admit to being involved with werewolves. Hundreds of years ago, the Wolf King Lucian was still a lowly slave, and all werewolves were slaves. The explanation given by Serena is equivalent to telling the white people that you and the black slave actually have the same dad. Let the vampires in the hall know that not only are they unacceptable, they even think it is a humiliation. I have never heard of Alexander Covinus. This is all a lie. Serena, this is all human deception to you. Klein scolded coldly, extremely severely. Regarding this, Serena was non-committal. She only trusted her own judgment. Elder Amelia is here. The subordinates who were observing the whole time glanced at the open iron gate outside the window. Untitled.com. There will be a dance party tomorrow night, and Victor will be awakened, and Elder Amelia is here for the handover. Although vampires claim to be a longevity species, they have not reached the horror of being immortal. The younger, low-ranking blood races have at most 100 or 200 years of life. High level with a more pure blood can live for 500 to 600 years. Through a long sleep, it can be extended a little longer. Only ancestors like Duke Dracula and Alexander Covinus can overcome the 1,000-year barrier. Now, I don't need you anymore. Serena spoke contemptuously and turned to leave the study. She is going to find Elder Amelia, or Victor herself. Tomorrow night, the latter will be awakened. Chapter 172, Pure Relationship. Negative distance contact. Alexander Covinus. Elder Amelia looked at Serena in front of him, and Klein, who was frustrated, behind him. As a family elder who has lived for hundreds of years and one of the three in power, she probably guessed what happened. Dear Serena, you are talking about the past history of our family from a certain human being. Amelia stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. This gorgeous, charming woman is in the peak period of vampires. Is neither as old as Marcus, nor is he weakened like Victor. She can live for a long time, and in the future, she may be the elder with the most power in the family. After all, Marcus and Victor, they will soon step into the grave and return to the embrace of darkness. As for Amelia, she can continue to enjoy the beautiful feelings of power and status. Therefore, the elder's approach to the past that has been deliberately concealed and covered up is the same as before. There is no need to let the juniors of the family know that it is not a glorious thing. A long time ago, the period of ignorance in the Middle Ages, vampire Marcus cooperated with High Lord Victor to imprison William, the ancestor of the werewolf who was prone to madness, and then established a huge family. There have been many dirty transactions and ugly betrayals. I really want to say it, but it doesn't sound very nice. You are too innocent, child. The first person in our family is Marcus. There is no Alexander Covinus, and there is no blood family born of the same origin as a werewolf. Amelia, who is about the equivalent of a human being in her 30s, has a smile on her face. She held Serena's hand gently, feeling cold. The body temperature of vampires is much lower than that of ordinary people. They have always been called cold-blooded animals. The latter retracted subconsciously, then realized that he was not polite and restrained his impulse. This vampire woman warrior is not accustomed to being approached by others. In a large and complex family, Serena has always been an outlier. She likes to be alone and refuses anyone's closeness. Except for the sleeping Victor, the other party is equivalent to the role of the father. If it wasn't for Victor to adopt herself, take it with her, and bestow her first embrace, Serena, who had lost her parents, might have died in a dark alley long ago. But I saw the story of Marcus and William in the history book written by Thales. One of them was bitten by a bat, the other was bitten by a wolf, and became a werewolf and a vampire. Serena opened the book in her hand, trying to prove that she was not talking nonsense. Amelia smiled and interrupted softly, Thales also makes mistakes. He is the family's historian and is responsible for recording everything about us. The survivor of the Black Death, the warlord of Hungary, the first undead... I have heard such rumors, but after so many years, no one has actually seen it. Thales may have heard the rumor and wrote it in. This is the truth. He was almost punished by Victor for this, and was going to be exiled to Siberia. Serena frowned and told her intuitively that things were not that simple. Elder, maybe Victor. This vampire woman warrior wanted to say something, but was stopped by Amelia. The other party took the book, and a faint light flashed across his eyes. Hold Serena's hand, slightly hard. Victor will wake up tomorrow night. Wait until then. Amelia was firm and did not give Serena a chance to speak. He treats you like a daughter, and treats you as his favorite child. He will answer all your questions, Serena. After finishing speaking, Amelia swayed the slim and exaggerated waist of the water snake and disappeared behind the study door. This is a secret conversation. I have already said that Elder Amelia will not believe those nonsense. What flows in our body is the noble blood. Klein held his head high and said triumphantly, werewolves are a bunch of lowly slaves. They are only fit to live in dark caves and wet sewers. Serena's eyebrows rose sharply like a sword, and there was a sense of death in her eyes. She glared at Klein coldly, and said sarcastically, do you believe it yourself? This set of noble blood is fine to deceive the newcomers in the hall. With the continuous advent of the technological revolution, the mystery of the dark world has long been torn off. Even hunting and killing werewolves began to change from the previous cold weapon to a silver bullet pistol. Bloodline, who is more noble than whom? Victor will believe me. The Superman Lieutenant General appeared in Serena's mind, and the other party may know more. She didn't say much, stepped on her leather boots and hurried away. The female vampire warrior thought that Elder Amelia's performance just now seemed to be hiding something. Oh, Victor. Watching Selena's back, Klein lowered his head and laughed. Of course, he will believe you, poor Serena. As Victor's confidant, Klein knew far more secrets than Serena. For example, the murderer who killed Serena's family was not a werewolf, is actually going out secretly, hunting and sucking Victor. The reason why he spared Serena was only because the other party looked very much like his dead daughter. We are all a bunch of cold-blooded animals, There is no warmth at all. Klein was amused at the thought of Selena using Victor as her father. It's really an ironic joke to treat the enemy as a relative. Alexander Kovinus. Klein condensed his redundant expression. His complexion turned gloomy. He has heard of that name from the mouth of the Wolf King Lucian. Just why do humans know? This is unreasonable. Klein's eyes rolled. He had an adventurous idea. The next day, early morning, the sun shone warm light, shining into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Luke's body automatically wakes up like an alarm clock has been set. I tossed all night yesterday and rescued Howard from the Moulin Rouge. Then he encountered a vampire who was following him and involved the grievances of the descendants of Alexander Kovinus. A series of things, like dramas being staged one after another. Life is really fulfilling. Luke stretched out and opened the thick curtains to welcome the new day. There is no one to accompany me, so I am a little uncomfortable. He opened his robe and looked at the big bed, enough to sleep 3 or 4 people. He couldn't help feeling a little lonely. The moment I opened my eyes before, I could always see the lovely child nestled in my arms. But now, there is no warmth. No. I hope the business trip will end soon. Luke began to miss New York. Compared to the drunken and charming Paris, he prefers that vibrant city. Although, in the next few decades, it will become the most dangerous place in the world. Is the most insecure place on the planet alongside Tokyo, where Ultraman is infested, the Golden Gate Bridge, which is frequently bombed, and the White House, the #1 target of terrorist attacks. There was a knock on the door. It must be that fellow Howard, Luke thought helplessly. Having experienced a terrible affair, Howard still has no long memory, especially after witnessing Serena's corrective exercises and hearing about the dusty past of the vampire family. His interest in the dark world, as well as magic and alien creatures, seems to have grown a little bit stronger. As the saying goes, the country is easy to change and its nature is hard to change. Even after holding the toilet and throwing up all night, he vomited the stomach acid, and then lay on the bed having a terrifying nightmare. But Howard is still attracted by the unknown and the seemingly dangerous and exciting life. He is a restless guy in his bones. Unless you wait until you get married and have children, and shoulder the heavy responsibilities of your husband and father, you can gather that restless heart. There will be a meeting at noon today to discuss the trade channels between various countries and Atlantis. Luke opened the door. With dark circles under his eyes, Howard walked in like a panda. Seeing that he was about to die suddenly, it was obvious that he stayed up all night. I know that the peace summit must be the main job. Howard nodded, and he said in a negotiating tone, "It's just that. Wait until these political games and resource allocation issues are dealt with." Luke, can you let me participate in the follow-up events of vampires? Howard, you are so relieved that the scar is forgotten to hurt. Forget Rainia's tragic situation, and the scene where she can't wait to eat you as a snack. Luke poured a cup of coffee for Iron Man's father and reminded, don't look at the young and beautiful vampires. They are actually hundreds of years old, especially adult women, when they are doing some kind of ... sports. Once you reach the peak of excitement, you can't resist the bloodthirsty desire and hurt your mating partner. Trust me, it won't feel too wonderful. Howard was taken aback for a moment. He wanted to explain that he was not interested in female vampires, at least until he got rid of Rainia's shadow. However, his attention was quickly diverted by what Luke said. You know this knowledge well. Howard's eyes are full of suspicion. If he hadn't practiced it personally, how could he get such a detailed experience? Don't get me wrong, I'm Superman, the director of SHIELD, and the Lieutenant General of the Pentagon. How could I have an unclear and improper relationship with vampires? Luke said solemnly. He has never slept with a vampire, and at best he has had a negative distance communication with mutants. As for the understanding channels of this knowledge, the New York Temple has a rich collection of books, www.mentalnovel.com, and even postpartum care of female vampires, which is almost useless, has a collection of popular science books. By the way, I seem to have never said that I have to participate in the internal disputes of the vampire family. right? His thoughts diverged a little. Luke frowned slightly, and quickly reacted. Please, I have known you for so long, and I still don't understand your character. Howard threw 2 cubes of sugar into the coffee cup, rubbed his tired face, and said, if you don't plan to intervene in the vampire family, why do you have to say so much? Give that vampire woman soldier science history for free? Either you are in love with the other party, either you are thinking about something in your heart. Chapter 173. The Corvinus family, a magical bloodline. Why can't I be interested in Serena and also secretly contemplate a certain plan? Luke shrugged, saying that children only make choices, and of course adults want them all. I have adjusted my evaluation of you to the most reasonable level, but I still underestimated you. Howard almost squirted the coffee out of his mouth and coughed twice before he was relieved. Sometimes Luke's over-frankness makes people speechless and don't know how to continue. Well, I admit that I am a little interested in those vampires. Seeing Howard's guess, Luke stopped pretending to show off. To be precise, what I am interested in is actually the entire Corvinus family. In his opinion, all vampires and werewolves are scum. Cannot go out during the day, afraid of the sun. If the regular army of mankind launches land washing, they can be easily dealt with. After another transformation, he lost his mind and was unable to stay sober. In addition, the silver bullet can cause effective damage to it, and it is not a threat. After so many years, apart from the underdeveloped technology and the relatively ignorant early medieval period, vampires ruled the European continent for a short time, and they have no history worth mentioning. Not to mention, after that, the mages of the 3 sanctuary kicked vampires down the pyramid of power and kept them in a fixed range like domestic animals. When the science prevails and the guns are born, they, who claim to be the nobles of the night, can only hide in the corner and circle. At best, is to use human greed and thirst for life to tempt each other to cooperate. It is basically impossible to regain the dominant position and gain a powerful voice. As for werewolves, not to mention more, the previous hundreds of years were slaves to vampires. Low status, living a miserable life, until the appearance of the leader Lucian. This werewolf can think a little, not only leads the tribe to rise, but also has a deep hatred with the High Lord Victor. Gradually, the hatred accumulates more and more, like a terrible curse deeply imprinted in the blood. It is difficult to remove. This is the grudge between the vampires and werewolves of the Corvinus family. Ming comes from the same ancestor, but they have a deep hatred for each other. I thought you fell in love with that vampire woman warrior. I didn't expect it to be to an old man. Is there anything special about the Corvinus family? Howard was a little dull. He wanted to vomit, but he felt the look in Luke's eyes and asked decisively. His handle is still in the hands of the opponent. If it is given to other people such as Rogers, knowing that he was having fun in Paris, but unfortunately was so scared by a female vampire that he almost didn't do it. Isn't that a clean name for a lifetime? Just ruin it, and it's hard to look up in the future. Howard usually strikes out with heavy punches, always yin and yang, ridiculing others. But it's his turn to be the subject of the poisoned tongue. Howard, you are a scientist. Luke tapped his fingers on the table and said meaningfully, Alexander Corvinus, he escaped the plague of the Black Death. Hydra believes that he has immune diseases in his body and the secret to immortality. In order to conduct experiments, Hydra injected him with vampires and werewolf serum potions, thus creating a mixed-race monster. You have already said this section of history once. Is there anything wrong with it? Howard frowned, not understanding Luke's meaning. Of course there is. Luke raised his mouth, as if the blind monk found Palladium, and said, Alexander Corvinus has 3 sons. William was bitten by a wolf and became the ancestor of werewolves. Marcus was attacked by bats and became the vampire leader of the Corvinus family. Then, here comes the problem. Why is this? Facing Luke's question, Howard fell into deep thought. After a while, the inspiration flashed in his head, as if he had caught a certain answer. The blood of Alexander Corvinus has amazing fusion. Howard was suddenly excited. He is not a top big man in biology, but as a qualified genius. He can be considered normal if he knows a little about everything. The human body's immune system rejects foreign things. Whether it is an organ transplant or a blood transfusion, is the same. Alexander Corvinus was injected with vampire and werewolf serum potions. Then, he passed on this power to his two sons. That is a recessive gene that can react with the blood of any living thing to produce mutations. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why after William and Marcus bit an animal, one became the ancestor of werewolves and the other became a vampire. Howard spoke quickly and urgently, and he instantly understood what Luke wanted. If all of this is true, then Alexander Corvinus' blood must have amazing fusion and can be combined with any biological gene. Bingo! Luke nodded in satisfaction and snapped his fingers. In terms of using his brain, Howard always does not disappoint. If it is said that the genes of mutants can be transplanted to ordinary people through the fusion blood of Corvinus, it is like a commodity on the shelf, which can be selected at will and customized. Luke began to open his mind, sketching out a beautiful blueprint. Or, use the genetic characteristics of animals, such as geckos' severed limbs to regenerate, for the medical industry to cure diseases. What do you think? Will it change the future development and let mankind enter a new era? Luke was very exciting, and Howard was full of emotions. He is still a successful businessman without being a scientist. Almost the first time, I discovered the huge business opportunities in it. This is simply a treasure that hasn't been discovered yet. When it comes to business, Howard is refreshed. Although he has two heavy dark circles under his eyes, he doesn't feel the slightest sleepiness. Go ahead, Luke, what do you want to do? Originally, Stark Industries cooperated with Luke to create a piece of cake for Skynet to enter the communications industry and seek future development. But now the fusion blood of Alexander Corvinus has opened the door to a new world for Howard. Of course, I talked to Lieutenant General Corvinus first, and then found the offspring of his third son. Luke had already made plans. He had already contacted Alexander Corvinus, who was on his way. The third son? Howard was a little puzzled. Lieutenant General Corvinus himself has been injected with serum potions from werewolves and vampires. He is an out-and-out mixed race, Luke explained patiently. His blood is definitely useless. Although Marcus and William, these two people are also alive in the world, they have become aliens, and blood cannot be used. The only effective medium for integration is Alexander Corvinus' third son. He lives as an ordinary person, and his blood is not contaminated. Howard nodded clearly. The recessive gene of the first generation is the easiest to activate. Corvinus's third son was not contaminated. When the descendants continue, it will be no different from ordinary people. Howard, are you sure you want to get involved? Before all this is done, I still need to talk to the werewolf. Luke asked again. Are you ready to step into the dark world? Howard was taken aback, then nodded heavily. The sewer in Paris is an amazing project. Hundreds of years ago, this romance was the incarnation of dirty, messy, stinking, suffocating. There are no public toilets in the block. People urinate anywhere. Cattle and horses that pull carts excrete wantonly, and butchers slaughter livestock on the street. It can be said that there is no rule. In addition, due to the lack of sewage facilities, people dump all kinds of domestic waste in the streets and squares. Mentalnovel.com. Most of the dirty water is discharged into the Seine. The bad environment and poor hygiene awareness make Paris a hotbed of epidemics, according to statistics. At that time, an average of 800 people died of the plague every day. After a large-scale cholera outbreak in the mid-19th century, Haussmann, the governor of Seine, and engineer Eugene Bellange joined forces to prepare a new water supply and sewage system in Paris. After all, no one wants to live in a foul-smelling environment. This is the first step taken in the construction of the sewers in Paris. Perhaps, the soaring stench at that time left a deep psychological shadow on the people of Paris. Over the next 100 years, they continued to transform and upgrade this huge project, and finally made it an amazing and strange attraction. The Parisians later built the sewer into a museum for opening and visit. At that time, in Paris, the total pipeline length of the underground water treatment system was 2,400 kilometers, which was larger than that of the city's subway. There are more than 6,000 underground reservoirs and about 20,000 water outlets, which is equivalent to one every 50 meters on average, and all iron ladders are connected to the ground. The Parisians even compared the sewer project with the Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower, and regarded it as the pride of the city. I never thought that one day I would go into the sewer with a man. Howard's voice echoed in the spacious sewer. He complained, but he was very excited inside. After seeing a vampire with my own eyes, I have to meet a werewolf again. Is so exciting. Chapter 174? Tear the Werewolf, the deal with Lucien. Before you came to Paris, didn't you think that you would be frightened by a big-breasted female vampire? Luke simply used a single sentence to make Howard retreat directly and shut his mouth. The problem of inheriting the Stark family from generation to generation is the unbearable pain of his current life. Although it is said that this is a psychological shadow, it is not a physical defect. But, if it is really going to be spread out, people will only pay attention to Playboy Howard Stark, not to raise it, rather than whether it comes from psychology or physiology. For the dignity of men, as well as the reputation of the wandering sons and popular lovers, he must keep Luke's secret and must not disclose it to anyone. The werewolves live here. Don't dislike the bad environment, and the smell is heavy. After a few minutes of silence, Howard couldn't help but the urge to speak. The excitement in his heart made him a chatter like Deadpool. My bathroom at home is much better than here. Howard showed the contempt of the rich. Even though the sewers in Paris are clean, they are not as dirty as imagined. Above the head, there is good lighting equipment. A staggered spiderweb-like pipeline is marked with street names and house numbers corresponding to the road surface. As long as holding a map, there is no risk of getting lost. It is no wonder that afterwards, Parisians will build it into a special museum and open it to tourists. But no matter how you say it, there are all kinds of garbage and filth in the drain. The unpleasant smell can never be covered up, and it is not a suitable living environment. The situation of the Wolf clan is not good. Walking all the way, Luke, who remained silent, replied helplessly. At this time, if Howard is replaced by Rogers, Captain America will certainly not have so many problems. Although they got rid of their status as slaves under the leadership of Lucien, they have been hunted down and suppressed by the vampire family led by Marcus and Victor for hundreds of years. The woman you saw last time, Serena, she is a member of Deathwalker, a team of sharp knives that specialize in hunting werewolves. So, their hiding place cannot be a high-end hotel or luxury apartment. Howard said, he has learned new knowledge. After Luke's detailed science popularization, he had some general understanding of the vampires and werewolves of the Corvinus family. Furthermore, the soundproofing effect in the sewer is good, and it can also cover up the strong body odor from a group of werewolves inhabited by a group of werewolves, and hide the keen sense of smell of vampires. How do you look at it? This is a good place. Luke added 2 more sentences. He came out this time to find Lucien, the Wolf King. Alexander Corvinus is still on his way, waiting until the other party arrives. Maybe the deep hatred of vampires and werewolves will change differently. Before that, Luke wanted to negotiate a deal with Lucien. The Wolf King was different from other werewolves from the time he was born. The moment he came out of his mother's womb, he maintained a human form, not a young wolf pup. This may be the reason why he is smarter and more rational than his fellow clan. That's right, creatures like vampires will definitely not go to the sewers to wander around. Howard nodded, seemingly reasonable. It's just, how can you find a werewolf? The sewers in Paris are so complicated that even the locals may not be familiar with it. Luke, who walked in front of him, smiled slightly. The sewer buildings are made of concrete and stone bricks, which can't stop the penetration of supervision at all. With his super hearing, It scans the surrounding passages all the time like a radar turned on. It couldn't be easy to find those werewolves hiding in hiding, because I have a sharper sense of smell and better hearing than a vampire, Luke replied perfunctorily. A few minutes later, there was a sudden stop as he moved forward. At the corner of the passage not far from him, under the opening of the manhole cover, there was a faint noisy sound. Found it. Luke raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Near the Champs-Élysées, deep in the sewer corresponding to the Place de la Concorde, a fanatical roar hit the solid brick wall. The ground with water is littered with wine bottles and cigarette butts. A strong smell filled it. The brawny men gathered in groups of 3 to 5 are venting their inner emotions by shouting like cheers. At the innermost part of the human wall, there is a wolf with black hair and bare fangs. They are nearly 2 meters high, and their explosive muscles stand out one by one, full of power. These 2 evil wolves stand up. The strong and powerful forelimbs waved, and the sharp claws tore the flesh and blood, bringing out one after another hideous wounds. "Fuck Tyler, that bastard. Pierce, bite him. Take out his heart. Don't go back." Shouts such as these, like a shot of stimulant, stimulated the tyrannical desires of the 2 werewolves in the field. They roared and fought into a ball. Like a real beast, it bites and fights all the time. The terrible wounds on the chest and arms that had been left on, kept squirming and contracting, and quickly recovered. Then he was torn apart by sharp claws again, revealing the red and white interlaced muscles and blood. This is the battle between werewolves. Retains the most primitive ferocity, because they have an extraordinary healing ability. A powerful wolf king like Lucien, even if he is shot by a submachine gun, he doesn't feel anything. Unless it is a special silver bullet, it can only hurt them. What is this doing? Howard, as a bystander, was shocked in his eyes. He didn't understand why such a brutal fight broke out among the same race. Besides, there are a bunch of people nearby shouting, as if this is a popular sport. "It's just a game," Luke replied calmly. "Just like when you go to a bar. When you have nothing to do, you will also use billiards and throw darts to pass the time. This is a game played by werewolves." Howard stood at the opening of the manhole cover of the sewer building. Luke cut through the thick concrete with a hot sight, exposing the group of werewolves to his sight. Werewolves also have a bloodthirsty nature in their bones. Vampires treat blood as delicious food, while werewolves want to experience killing and satisfy tyrannical impulses. Luke maintained a steady voice, not surprised. The seemingly scene is nothing to the werewolf at all. Pain only stimulates bloodthirsty impulses, which makes them more brutal. They are keen on this, thinking that they can stimulate the animal side and make themselves stronger. The corner of Luke's mouth was curved, and he said to Howard, "You stay here, don't walk around. I will play with them." He jumped directly from the entrance of the hole and landed firmly on the ground. The obvious movement attracted the werewolves, who acted as spectators. They stopped their punches, cheering, and turned their heads to look at Luke, who appeared behind. "It's human." A strong man sniffed and concluded, "Not a vampire?" The werewolf beside was a little suspicious. "There is no such annoying smell," the other big beard said confidently. "I want to find Lucien. Will anyone show me a way or send me a message?" Became the focus in an instant, and Luke, who was watched by a group of strong men, asked calmly. It's just that no one answered his question. Was the 2 ferocious wolves that had been biting, and suddenly stopped fighting. At one end, a cruel light appeared in the green pupils. It wants to tear open the human body and bathe in warm blood. "Taylor, stop it!" The werewolf, whose name was Pierce, and the werewolf who bit him, faded away from the appearance of a beast, and restored his human form. "Can call Lucien's name, and the other party must not be an ordinary person." He was about to say a few words, but he saw Tyler, like crazy, smashing away from his clan in front of him, and rushing forward. Next, the pitiful state of human beings being torn to pieces did not appear. A man stood up, a fierce wolf approaching 2 meters. It seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. and it could not get close to the other side. Your attitude is very unfriendly. Luke narrowed his smile and said lightly. The horrible breath erupted like a volcano. www.untilnovel.com. The fierce light, beastly werewolf with big hair, instantly became shivering, like a predator at the top of the food chain. It doesn't know who Luke is, but its perception of danger and the nature of animals to seek advantages and avoid harm makes it understand that the other party is a terrifying enemy that can't be provoked. In a blink of an eye, the ferocious wolf who chose people to eat turned into a pitiful husky. Werewolves, who are completely unrelated to Cute and Cute, did not get the kindness of Luke. The Superman Lieutenant General released the biological force field, took a step, and rushed forward. Two powerful arms, like cast iron, held the werewolf's shoulders and pulled outwards forcefully. Tear. Flesh and Blood Fly. Chapter 175. 0 Years of Shock. The Past. The frenzied werewolf, placed in front of Luke, was as fragile as paper. Put both hands together, pull hard, and make a tear sound. People are gone. Close to 2 meters, a strong body with dark hair, quite neatly split in half, is like a pizza cut with a knife. A line of blood blooms, extending from the middle to the ends. Exclamation mark. Puff. A large amount of blood and water came out like a fountain. The skin is tough enough to withstand bullets, torn and shattered, bursting out clusters of scarlet blood. The condensed flesh and blood with strong healing ability, like thrown into a blender, instantly shattered into even pieces. The entangled large intestine, small intestine, and are like thick ropes that are torn apart. All this happened in an instant, and the colorful and stimulating pictures hit the bottom of everyone's hearts, making people feel vomiting. It's too bloody, too violent. After the devastation of the big-breasted vampire, Howard's mental quality has become much stronger. He witnessed all this and took a few deep breaths. Automatically sprinkled the flesh and blood fragments that fell on the ground and on the wall with mosaics. Luke, this guy always likes to use the most violent means to do the bloodiest things. Doesn't look like a decent person at all. Taylor. Another werewolf chanted the name of his companion, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Even this group of werewolves, who have always been accustomed to violent scenes and loves blood, were shocked by Luke. They would be bored at best, playing underground fighting and philosophical wrestling. Hand-tearing a living person. No. It should be a living wolf. I have never seen this kind of large-scale gameplay. Roar, roar, roar. Those werewolves with cigarettes in their mouths and beer were stimulated one by one, as if feeling dangerous animals, directly opened the animalized form. They stood up and let out a low growl. The sharp claws of the forelimbs twitched the wall, peeling off large pieces of dust. But there is no iron-headed wolf who dares to go straight up and show his sharp claws. Shortly after poor Taylor died, the remains of the corpse were still hot. At this time, if there is a werewolf who is righteous and thin, launch a brave charge towards Luke. Maybe I can catch up and be a company with the dead Taylor. Why can't you communicate peacefully? You have to force me to use such violent methods. Luke showed a regretful expression on his face, and shook his head. It is too much to let a pacifist's hands be stained with blood. Howard, standing above, heard these words and couldn't help but feel the degree of human shamelessness, which was always set a record time and time again. After being animalized, a grumpy, extremely bloodthirsty werewolf keeps stepping back, shrinking into the corner. From top to bottom, this young human is nothing like a pacifist. Judging from the cruel behavior of tearing Taylor just now, it is more in line with the image of a terrible villain. Is there anyone who can tell me where Lucien is? Luke looked around the audience, watching the group shivering and turning into husky-like ferocious werewolves. There was silence. No one answered. Compared to the vampires of the Corvinus family, he likes to intrigue and play conspiracies. These werewolves with low IQs need to be more united. No one wants to be a traitor and betray his boss. The wolf tribe's handling of betrayers is simple. Is to divide and eat. Is full of the cruel meaning of the primitive period. Thinking that it might become food in the mouth of the same clan, those crooked thoughts that were produced because of fear and fear quietly extinguished. Lieutenant General Cavill, here I am. In just half a minute, every second walked so slowly, exerting great pressure on the werewolf's heart. The fierceness in their bones constantly scoured the dam of reason until a figure walked out of the darkness. Wolf King, Lucian. There is finally someone who knows me. Luke had heard the other's footsteps and breathing, so he didn't turn around unexpectedly. He didn't mind exposing his back to the werewolf, and the latter did not take any action. This intruder who does not know his identity exudes a very obvious sense of oppression. The whole person is like a silent volcano, and his tall figure contains destructive explosive power. The beast instincts of the werewolves remind them all the time. Try to stay calm and don't be impulsive. Otherwise, you have to go with poor Taylor. Sorry, Mr. General, they don't usually read newspapers and TV. Lucian explained. Sometimes he thinks that there are a bunch of uneducated guys under his hands, and it is also very distressed. Werewolf's hobby is very simple, except for fighting, drinking. As for reading the newspaper, sorry, is not interested at all. I want to talk to you about Alexander Covinus and the mixed race. Luke explained his intentions. Lucian, the Wolf King, who showed up on his own initiative, knows many secrets. He has lived from the reign of High Lord Victor until now, was originally a slave, wears a collar around his neck, and is a coolie who is beaten by vampires every day. Later, with the help of the instrument and the protagonist Sora, he hooked up with the daughter of the High Lord Victor, Sonia. The whole plot is probably a werewolf and vampire version of Romeo and Juliet. Because of their status and class, two people who love each other can't be together. The slight difference is that Sonia is pregnant with Lucian's blood. The successful combination of a vampire and a werewolf, the result. That is a rare mixed race. High Lord Victor is afraid of the power of the mixed race, afraid to shake the rule of the family. So, he had to kill his daughter. This is the reason Lucian has always had a hatred of vampires. For the future of the same race, to wash away the shame of being a slave. These are all excuses. In essence, Lucian just wants revenge for my love, and the flesh and blood who died before they were born. Alexander Covinus. Lucian's pupils contracted, and a hint of tension subconsciously appeared. This should have been a secret no one knew. How would the other party know? You are a very intelligent person. So, I want to ask you for a favor. Luke raised his chin slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he said directly, "The Lord of the Vampire, he will wake up from sleep tonight. If you are willing to cooperate, I don't mind letting you get revenge." Lucian was shocked again. This Superman lieutenant even knew the grudge between himself and Victor. In order to cover up his ruthless act of killing his daughter, the latter has completely erased it from the family history. Except for a few people, no one understands the past. Does this still need to be considered? Lucian, with your current strength, it is almost impossible to defeat Victor. Luke didn't rush and threw a blockbuster lightly. Even if you are colluding with Victor's henchmen in private.metalnovel.com, the powerful Klein, even if you are looking for the third bloodline of Alexander Covinus, you want to take this become a perfect hybrid. An old cunning hero like Victor, he won't give you extra time. The horn of war will sound from the moment he opens his eyes. Instead of passively accepting a battle that is difficult to win, why not cooperate with me? Lucian's heart was shaken, his eyes turned from shock to horror when he looked at the Superman Lieutenant General. I contacted Victor's confidant, Klein, who was in charge. This was an absolute secret that no one had told. The intelligence ability displayed by the other party is really shocking. Believe in humans. The risk is too great. Lucian said with difficulty. You have always formed an alliance with vampires, and are the best at betrayal and lies. Luke shook his head, disagreeing with this statement, and said with a chuckle, the weak can only see the wind and the rudder, full of lies. because that is the only bargaining chip they can rely on. But I don't need it. The words of this Superman lieutenant showed a strong self-confidence. Those eyes are like sharp swords. Lucian shivered inexplicably when he swept over. Lucian is like a predator at the top of the food chain, a deterrent to the inferior. Then, Lieutenant General Cavill, what do you need me to do? After a long thought, Lucian asked, tell a truth and witness a revenge. Luke's answer is meaningful. Chapter 176. Drink while it is hot. Hapless 25 latest website. A flash of lightning slammed down, tearing apart the thick dark clouds, and photographing the whole world pale. The underground building of the Vampire Manor. The core members of the family gather here. Their faces were solemn and silent. This is a solemn occasion, the elders' awakening ceremony. No one dared to whisper, for fear of serious punishment. Victor was about to wake up from his sleep state. Once the overlord of the human world, he later transformed into a high-level vampire. He is more majestic than Marcus, domesticating the werewolves into docile slaves, allowing the family to have a brief glorious history. Whether it is Amelia, who is also an elder, or Marcus, who has always been indifferent to affairs, both maintain a respectful attitude towards Victor. Today is the night of the full moon, and it is also the day when the power of the family is handed over. Wearing a long dress with a Chinese dress, her waist squeezed her breasts, revealing a big pair of evil Amelia, and gave a few symbolic speeches. According to family rules, the three elders rotate in power every 100 years, and the remaining two sleep in blood coffins. From now on, it will be the era of Victor. There was a trace of regret hidden in Amelia's tone. Compared to the other two elders, she is much younger. Sleeping blood coffin, how can you enjoy the beauty of the world, experience the beauty of power, and come to be attractive? Amelia bent down and twisted the switch on the ground. The blood coffin with intricate patterns and made of metal rises slowly. Inside was a horrible skeleton with dry skin and the shape of a corpse. Amelia took out a knife from the tray, and did not hesitate to pull a hole in her palm. This is a unique skill of the vampires of the Corvinus family, called blood memory. You can get into the brain by drawing the blood of living things, and shatter the chaotic consciousness picture. The more advanced the vampire, the more complete the memory past. Amelia wants to inform Victor of all the major events that have occurred during her 100 years in power, so as to facilitate the management of the latter. The red blood flowed down the metal pipe into the mouth of the vampire elder. Then it enters the body, penetrates into the dry blood vessels, and finally converges in the extremely slow beating heart. Boom, boom, boom. A few minutes later, a powerful heartbeat began to sound. The wake-up ceremony was successful. Amelia nodded in satisfaction. In about a few hours, Victor will fully wake up. Bring the blood bag here. Every time the slumber is over, the vampire elder needs to replenish a lot of fresh blood. Only in this way can one's own strength quickly return to its peak state. Where is Serena? Amelia's gaze swept across the crowd and found that two people were missing. Also, where did Klein go? I'm still absent on such an important occasion, so I'm not afraid that Elder Victor will get angry. Victor, who is himself a High Lord, has always attached great importance to the ranks of inferiority. I don't know. After returning to their room, they never came out again. The subordinate who had been scolded by Klein before replied aloud. He wondered if his boss had succeeded. At this time, I am enjoying the beautiful body of the iceberg queen. Hiss. Thinking of this, he couldn't help taking a breath, and his eyes showed envy. Although Serena is a stranger in the family, she likes to be alone. But her cold temperament, her arrogance that resisted thousands of miles away, was quite attractive. Many young vampires have thoughts of pursuing them. Unfortunately, all ended in failure. On the street near the Moulin Rouge, a black car stopped. It was pouring rain outside and the car was extremely quiet. Klein, who was mistaken for enjoying the spring night, was leaning in the back seat at this time. His face was full of anxiety and irritability. The raindrops that hit the car window fell in his ears like heavy metal faintly, further stimulating his inner emotions. Bang! The door was pulled open and then closed. Lucian, drenched all over, sat down. It didn't take long for a puddle to accumulate under my feet. Didn't I tell you? Don't contact me recently. Today is the day Victor wakes up. I suddenly disappeared at this time. It will be difficult to explain later. Klein saw that Lucian, who had taken the initiative to meet, finally came, and his anger was filled with vent. Taking into account the special period, he didn't want to go to the appointment, but the attitude of this Wolf King was very firm, and he had to come over in desperation. I have important news. Lucian lowered his head, and there was a hint of coldness in those calm eyes. The human world has also learned of the existence of the Alexander Corvinus ethnic bloodline. They have noticed the werewolves and vampires. This is a bad signal. We are running out of time, Klein. The Death Walker who hunted and killed the werewolves is the guard team formed by Victor. They have been surrounding us all these years. That old guy hates werewolves as much as I feel about him. For the two of us, one must die to end the war. Feeling the solemnity in Lucian's tone, Klein couldn't help but shrink his neck. He doesn't want to get involved in any battle. Hiding behind and using his own mind, manipulating everything is the most appropriate choice. Who leaked the news? Klein asked. I don't know. Maybe it's the guy Thales. He is the recorder of your family's history. But he was almost exiled by Victor. Lucian restrained his obvious emotions, and said casually, it is a reasonable behavior to take refuge in human beings because of this. Klein slammed the seat hard, and the black car parked on the side of the street shook, as if some kind of violent exercise was going on inside, which made people think about it. Then what should I do now? Thinking of the fate of betraying the family, Klein was full of fear. He is indeed a careerist who desires power, and always wants to be in power and become an elder in power. But as Serena thought, he was also a coward. Klein never had the idea of confronting Victor and the family head. The inferior and inferior class is the imprint that can never be erased in the body of the vampire. He wants to become the elder of the family and replace Victor. But at the same time, he was extremely afraid of the family elders and Victor. While that old fellow Victor just woke up, we launched an attack. Lucian's eyes flashed, and he said seriously, you open the gate of the manor, dismiss some of the guards, especially the Death Walker, and find an excuse to send them out. Then I led the elite troops of the same race into the base camp in one fell swoop, killing Victor, Amelia, and the sleeping Marcus. In this way, you will become the only elder in the family, and no one can give orders to you anymore. Klein rolled his throat a few times, and he seemed to be moved by the Wolf King sitting next to him, his eyes full of desire. It's just that this beautiful vision didn't last long, and my heart was quickly filled with fear. No, I will take a big risk. Klein shook his head repeatedly. He had negotiated the cooperation with Lucian, and it was this Wolf King who found the third bloodline of Alexander Corvinus, thereby becoming a mixed race. After the strength skyrocketed, he personally killed the 3 elders of the family to support himself in the upper position. Since then, vampires and werewolves have signed a peace agreement. Regardless of whether Lucian succeeded or not, everything had nothing to do with Klein. He hides at the end to ensure his safety. Do you think you can stay out? Don't be stupid, Klein. Lucian sneered, ruthlessly piercing the opponent's illusion. Who is secretly funding the werewolves to help us break into the police system and control a part of the human world? Who provided us with weapons and robbed the Paris neighborhood of the site? Why do we know every action of the Death Walker in advance? These suspicious places. As long as Victor uses a little force to investigate, we can find the answer. You have already boarded my ship. Is it too late if you want to get off? Klein's face was green and his fists were clenched. He noticed the joking meaning in Lucian's words, and he also understood that he was put together by the Wolf King. You threaten me? Klein was angrily and wanted to question, but he was pushed against his chest with an elbow and slammed into the seat. Pay attention to your tone. Without my help, can you get the attention of Victor? Lucian scolded unceremoniously. Don't forget, in order to get you to that seat, I sacrificed 20. My fellow clan, and you got a big credit. The car was quiet. The air seemed to freeze. Our strength alone is not enough to enter the manor. After a moment of silence, Klein seemed to be planning to give up the struggle. Don't talk about Death Walker, just Amelia and the awakened Victor. These two elder-level vampires, you can't solve them. What about another helper? Lucian seemed to have expected it. Selena, the best warrior of the vampire family, the Death Walker who kills the most werewolves. With her help, our odds of winning can be much greater. Klein frowned, and he subconsciously retorted, how is it possible? Serena is closest to Victor. You mean, tell her the truth. Halfway through, the 2 or 5 vampires reacted. Yes, letting that poor girl know the truth is a good thing. Lucian nodded. Serena's parents used to be craftsmen under Victor's hands, and they were responsible for building the prison where William, the ancestor of the werewolves, was held. In order to ensure that the location is not leaked, the vampire lord almost killed all the insiders. Serena's parents are among them. She was able to escape because she looked like Victor's daughter. This evoked the ruthless vampire lord, with only a trace of warmth in his heart. Selena never trusts anyone easily. Unless I can produce strong evidence to prove everything I say. Klein's hands clenched together unconsciously. You do have such evidence. Lucian glanced at the other's neck and smiled deeply. What do you mean? Klein felt something was wrong. A dangerous breath came out. He tried to open the car door, but was dragged back by Lucian and slammed into the seat. The thick arm with knotted muscles grew out of clumps of pitch-black hair, which firmly fixed the struggling Klein. The mouth can speak, but memory can't. Lucian said apologetically, you would actually be a good puppet, but it's a pity that changes come too fast. I don't have so much time to accumulate strength and wait for the day of revenge. I met a partner who was stronger and more able to help. In my opinion, humans, like vampires, are not trustworthy. But he offered 2 generous terms. I really can't refuse. Click. Lucian's arm used force and twisted Klein's neck. The powerful 25 suns widened their eyes, and their pupils lost their luster. In a small space, it is difficult to dodge at close range. UU reading www.uukanzu.com. In such a combat environment, the werewolf wanted to eliminate a vampire without difficulty. Wiping his hands, Lucian opened the car door. Dragging the soft corpse, walked towards a car on the corner. Heavy rain washed away, lightning and thunder. The driver in that car got off first, and looked like an officer. He opened the umbrella to block the water droplets from outside. Subsequently, the window slowly lowered. Sitting in it was Luke, and Serena with an expressionless face. I told the truth, now it's your turn to verify it yourself. Luke opened the car door and smiled at Serena. Have it hot, it's cold. It won't taste good. Chapter 177, Vengeance and Anger, Bargaining with the Devil. Latest URL. How could it be like this? Serena's eyes were hollow, and blood stains remained at the corners of her mouth. The pouring rain poured all over her body, strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. The water drops slowly fell down the black one-piece leather jacket. As an adult vampire who has just passed her 100th birthday, Serena thinks that she has enough mental quality that she will not be overwhelmed by any sudden accidents or changes. She is the best fighter in the family and the elite among the Death Walkers. His hands were stained with werewolf blood, and he used silver bullets and long swords to send all the ferocious beasts to hell. In terms of combat power alone, Serena can be said to be only weaker than the elder-level vampire, and can completely sling other people of the same race. But obviously Victor woke up and Klein died. These two things that made people happy meet together. It should be a double happiness. Why did it become like this? The annoying Klein used his life to expose the truth that Victor had concealed for so long. Serena's parents died because of each other and had nothing to do with werewolves. It turns out that she has been living in lies all these years. Thinking of this, the female vampire warrior who grew up with bitter hatred from childhood, the pillar of her heart collapsed. Victor is very good at fooling and deceiving. He will be very gentle and kind to any object of value, but that is only a false side, not the truth. The Wolf King Lucian glanced sympathetically at Serena, with tenderness in his eyes. Victor not only spared Serena, but also took her by his side and loved her. The reason is that the other person looks a lot like his dead daughter. As Sonia's lover, Lucian, the Wolf King, would inevitably have a sense of familiarity when he saw Serena. He is a cold-blooded animal in the true sense, and he doesn't have feelings for anyone. Lucian gritted his teeth. Serena seemed to turn a deaf ear. A murderous intent appeared in her eyes, directly rushed into the rain curtain of the sky, and ran wildly in the direction of the vampire manor. Where is she going? Lucian was puzzled. At this time, the best choice should be to join hands with him. With the help of the werewolf's power, plus the superhuman lieutenant general in the human world before him, against Victor and the vampire family, naturally there is no pressure. In Miss Serena's state, I am afraid it is difficult to think rationally. All she can think about is to kill Victor. Luke sat back in the car, and the officer holding the umbrella expertly moved Clan's cool body into the trunk. This vampire is a good material. Throw it to Bolivar Trask. I believe he will be very interested. Mr. Lieutenant General, I have already expressed my sincerity. Lucian retracted his gaze, and he temporarily ignored Serena, who was dazzled by revenge anger. How are you going to fulfill your promise and help the werewolves fight against vampires? Luke, who was leaning on the back seat, smiled and whispered softly, of course. We must start with the root cause to solve the problem. You hate Victor, and their werewolves also hate vampires. Then I will throw Victor's head in front of you, and then I will destroy the entire Corvinus family. In this way, all the troubles will be solved. Lucian was a little stunned. The other party planned for hundreds of years, dormant for hundreds of years, and the grand cause he wanted to accomplish was as simple as eating white bread or brown bread tonight. Is this a bit too trivial? The grievances between werewolves and vampires entangled for thousands of years are so easy to solve. That's it? The Wolf King asked hesitantly. He thought that Luke would summon an army and then use the power of technology. For example, the manufacture of ultraviolet weapons, silver nitrate bullets, to deal with the huge Corvinus blood family. If not, Luke asked rhetorically, to deal with a small role like Victor, there is no need to mobilize the crowd. Get in the car quickly, Lucian. I won't see a wonderful revenge in a while. Hearing Luke's urging, the Wolf King got into the car helplessly. The pouring rain continued, and the black car was like a speedboat, cutting through the dark night that enveloped the world. Boom! A blazing lightning strikes like a silver snake dancing wildly. The frantic running made Serena feel a little tired. She took a few breaths and stood at the door of the manor. The whole body has been drenched by rain, and the cold has penetrated into the body, making people feel very uncomfortable. Selena is back. In the manor, the vampire members sitting in the surveillance room saw the familiar figure and opened two iron doors. Wrapped in rain, Serena strode forward, reaching out and pushing open the thick wooden door. Selena, the elder is looking for you, someone said. They couldn't help but shrank their necks. This vampire woman warrior seemed to be colder than usual. Where is Victor? Serena squeezed these words from her mouth. The underground palace. The person next to him replied. Elder Emilio asked you to meet her first. Klein and you are both missing. Serena ignored her. Her boots stepped on the carpet and quickly disappeared into the hall. As Lucian said, the tongue can weave lies and the mouth can spit out rumors. But memory can fool people. The footage contained in Clan's blood. There are all about Sonia's death, Lucian's betrayal, and how Victor killed her parents. Those memories that were originally buried in the bottom of my heart, after Lucian's rhetoric, quietly came to my heart and became clearer. Despair. 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 Footsteps echoed in the underground palace. Serena pushed open the door and saw the High Lord Victor sitting on it. Behind the other party is connected to the blood transfusion. He closed his eyes tightly and seemed to be asleep. As he had not recovered the strength of his heyday, Victor's skin was bluish black, and his entire body had not grown hair. The whole person seemed to not have the grand majesty of the elders of the vampire family at all, but rather exuded the breath of aging like rotten wood. Victor, Serena called. The other party didn't respond. She took a deep breath, and the water drops from the inner piece leather jacket soaked the ground. Holding the pistol with silver bullets in his right hand, aim it at the sleeping Victor. Silver nitrate bullets can kill werewolves as well as hurt vampires. I wanted an explanation, but no matter how you say it, a lie is always a lie and will not become a fact. Serena's heart flashed through the memory scene traced back from Clan's blood. The pain-spurred revenge turned into a raging fire, burning her heart. Pull the trigger and the bullet pops out of the chamber. Bang! It's empty. An afterimage passed by Serena's eyes, and Victor, who was covered in blood transfusions, stared at her with those blue pupils, revealing a fierce light. The other party raised a hand and slammed the fragile neck of the female vampire warrior. "Dear Serena, why are you doing this to me?" The hoarse voice sounded slowly, and Victor's dry-skinned arm was like cast copper and iron. No matter how hard Serena struggles, she can't escape. The strength of the elder-level vampire is completely unilaterally crushing other people of the same clan. "You killed my parents, and then you lied to me and pushed everything to the werewolves." The anger in Serena's eyes burst out, like a sharp sword pierced into Victor's heart. But the latter was indifferent. He said coldly, "Yes, I took a lot from you, but I gave you more, Serena. I gave you the gift of eternal life, noble status. Isn't that enough? What ordinary people desire in their lives, but so?" Serena's eyes were completely disappointed, and she didn't want to say anything to Victor. The other party is a real cold-blooded animal, without any emotions at all. She endured the pain of suffocation and squeezed her pistol tightly. "Then how did you treat Sonia? Tie her to a cross and burn her to ashes in the sun?" As the best fighter in the family, Serena did not sit still. She used her words to evoke Victor's memories while accumulating strength. "Sonia." Victor's cold expression was slightly astringent. The strength on his arm relaxed for a moment. Bang! Serena fought back decisively. Flames erupted from the muzzle. A silver bullet hit Victor's heart. The latter moved quickly and threw Selena out. Just unable to dodge, a bullet penetrated a wound in his arm. He had a cramp, and the squeezed muscles squeezed the bullet out. It fell on the ground with a crisp sound. "It deserves to be the soldier I taught," Victor said coldly, expressionless. Silver nitrate bullets can make the wounds of vampires and werewolves difficult to heal, causing a violent burning sensation. "This feeling is very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, you are still too impulsive." Victor did not continue pursuing, but returned to his seat, tore open the hanging blood bag, and drank with his head up. Compared with blood transfusion, although this method is very straightforward, it is more efficient. There is no way for the vampire elder to quickly regain his full strength. "Who told you this secret?" "Klein." "No, that was a coward, a bureaucrat who only dared to hide behind." Victor asked and answered himself. "This is also the reason why I let him manage the family." "Klein can't overcome any storms, even though he is very ambitious." "That's ... Lucian?" The elder vampire glanced at Serena's expression and got the answer he wanted. "I knew it was him. That wolf cub took away his love from me, and now provokes the relationship between us. Sooner or later I will kill him, pierce his body with spikes, and let him bleed to death." In Victor's words, there was an aura of resentment. Presumably he was really full of hatred for Lucian. Just like the other party, always wanting to unscrew his head. This is a blood feud that cannot be resolved. "Okay, Serena." Victor, who was full of blood, faded away from his shriveled body and returned to a vivid and full human appearance. "I really don't want to do this, but there is no way. In order to ensure the continuation of the family, eradicating threats is a necessary behavior." Victor put on a luxurious robe and held a silver sword. He walked towards Serena, who fell to the ground, and the sword's edge made a long trace on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The silver bullets from Serena's pistol poured out, but Victor's speed was too fast to hit. "That's it, dear ... daughter." Victor raised his sword. Untitled novel.com. He did treat Serena as her own. But the other party grew up and became rebellious. When one's own life may be threatened, family affection does not seem so important to a vampire elder who has lived for a long time. This is really wonderful. At the last moment, there was a round of applause from the underground palace. The tall figure walked out of the darkness, with a gentle smile on his mouth. He is like an audience appreciating the performance, clapping his hands to show satisfaction. Behind this person was Victor's most hated enemy, Lucian the Wolf King. Miss Serena, I have asked you once in the car, and now, I will ask again. Luke looked at the female vampire warrior who was about to die, and whispered softly, in exchange for killing your enemy, how much are you willing to pay? Chapter 178 Bats have viruses and require high temperature treatment. Latest URL. Set the pointer back to 20 minutes ago. A black car broke through the dark rain curtain, and the dazzling headlights illuminated the iron gate of the manor. The blazing lightning is like a silver snake, tearing through the clouds. With the light, the camera installed on the opposite corner took pictures of the portraits in the car. Unfamiliar faces. Looks like it shouldn't be the periphery of which family member's development. The vampire in the monitoring room curled his mouth and scanned the driver and Luke sitting behind, thinking that it might be a human who entered by mistake. Vampires are usually dressed in a court style. They like complicated patterns, soft fabrics, and delicate ornaments. Those in the car are dressed too simple and not so fancy. This is a legal hunting area. How about add a meal tonight? The vampire looked at his companion who was quickly flipping through a pornographic magazine. This is not in compliance with the rules. The companion shook his head, focusing on the body of the magazine model. Klein said, try not to hunt humans privately. If it arouses dissatisfaction with that group of mages, it will be bad. The vampire eagerly sneered, Klein, that guy doesn't know where he went. When Elder Victor wakes up, if he knows that he is absent from such an important occasion, he will inevitably be furious. Then he will be able to take care of things while others haven't noticed it. Let's add a meal to ourselves. I haven't tasted fresh human blood for a long time, and recently I can't even distribute the refrigerated blood from the blood bank. Within the vampire family, classes have always been distinct. Since the Three Sanctuary issued the precepts, it is not allowed to hunt humans without permission. Vampires can only constrict their minions. What kind of blood feasts of living people, and the first embrace of young girls are all actions that are expressly forbidden. So, their daily rations, all from the blood of living people into blood stocks from major hospitals. For vampires, fresh, young and warm blood is the top wine of the top 5 wineries in France. The refrigerated blood bank supply can only be regarded as an ordinary cellar level at best. The next level is animal blood, which can fill the inferior products of hunger and thirst. Like the two vampires in the surveillance room, they can only be allocated the most inferior blood bags. The miserable life is equivalent to an older single fat house who can't even drink the happy water from the fat house, looking through pornographic magazines. The companion who moved his pants slightly, said with no interest, then you can add a meal to yourself. I don't want to participate. When Elder Victor wakes up and holds a banquet, there must be good stuff on the table. After he finished speaking, slap his mouth twice. The models in the magazine are so charming. What a big evil. This dress is so white and round. No pursuit. The vampire staring at the monitor screen despised. No matter how beautiful a woman is, in addition to the fresh blood in her body, she is delicious enough. What else can her skin have? He'll be out for a while. The pragmatic vampire left the seat and walked out of the room. In order to avoid other people and eat alone, he didn't take the stairs and went straight out the window. I can smell that sweet smell. It makes people hungry and thirsty. When the vampire walked outside the manor, the black car blew its horn twice, obviously a little impatient. Open the door. He beckoned to the camera, and 2 metal iron doors burst open. Facing the dazzling headlights, the vampire walked towards tonight's supper. Lucian, leave it to you. The Superman Lieutenant General, who leaned in the back seat and closed his eyes, was indifferent to this. This kind of miscellaneous soldier, He didn't even have any interest in doing it. The unruly Wolf King was also very acquainted, opened the door, and rushed up without a word. Werewolf Mum messed with Fack. The vampire, who couldn't wait to open a meaty vampire, saw the clumps of black hair growing out of Lucian's hands, was so frightened that he uttered a on the spot, turned his head and left. In frontal combat at close range, the vampire is like a shooter with no displacement skills. When he meets a well-developed top laner, it goes without saying. With a few strides, Lucian caught up with the running vampire and slapped it. Snap, a crisp sound. The head of the vampire was like a bursting watermelon. The turbid liquid mixed with red and white, like splashed paint, was quickly washed away by rain. The fat house vampire in the monitoring room was still holding the pornographic magazine. His trousers had obvious tents erected, and he didn't notice the scene on the monitoring screen at all. This is the home base of the Corvinus vampire family. Luke got out of the car, and the biofield blocked the pouring rain. It's time for revenge, Lucian. The Wolf King, who got the order, pulled out a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. From the death of Sonia and the child she died before she was born, the flames of revenge burned Lucian's heart. Thinking about it all the time, he returned to the Corvinus vampire family, stood in front of the High Lord Victor, and asked the opponent loudly whether he had regretted all these years. "Mr. Lieutenant General, I am very grateful for your commitment." Bang! The thick door was kicked open by Lucian, the sawdust flew across, and the movement was huge. This Wolf King wanted to lead his family to enter this manor and kill the enemy. Now, with the background and power of Superman Lieutenant General, he can finally enter in grandiosely. Werewolf, this is an enemy attack. Hurry up and call Elder Amelia. The happy young vampires in the hall panic. They have long been corrupted by the life of drunken and gold fans, and they have lost their sense of vigilance. Lucian, who was transformed into a beast, strode across the hallway and stepped on the solid floor, raised the stout arm and swept it down. Tear. A young vampire who was still immersed in a psychedelic atmosphere had his head cut off, spouting puffs of blood. Too bloody, too violent. Luke walking behind, learning Howard's tone. The massacre had just entered the foreplay stage, and before it reached its climax, Amelia, an elder, arrived in time. Looking at the more than half of the dead and injured in the hall, she did not feel angry. For a vampire, it doesn't matter how many non-direct descendants need to die. Only the direct descendants who have inherited their blood and strength are worthy of attention. Lucian, you are the only one. Behind Amelia, the heavily armed Death Walker aimed at the ferocious werewolf with a gun loaded with silver bullets. Knowing that Victor is awake, so I can't contain the vengeance in my heart. It's too impulsive. It's not like your usual character. The burly Wolf King, who was more than 2 meters high, let out a low roar, his pupils full of killing intent. The hind legs exerted force, and the huge body brought a gust of wind. Fire. Amelia's reaction ability is much stronger than that of young vampires. The luxurious long skirt disappeared suddenly, avoiding Lucian's violent slaughter. You can't move fast enough. Amelia jokingly laughed. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. The fierce firepower hit Lucian's body. The strong kinetic energy pushes the opponent back. It's just that the pain didn't scare Lucian. It stimulated the ferocity of this Wolf King. He looked up to the sky with a long whistle, his muscles contracted continuously, squeezing out the silver bullet inside. Jingle bells. The warhead fell to the ground. This physical strength is not bad. Leaning against the hallway, Luke commented, unobtrusively. Silver bullets can effectively kill low-level werewolves. However, a high-ranking werewolf like Lucian, forcibly resisting a wave of damage, and then killing the enemy, is a normal operation. I believe Victor will like this gift of in the head of the Wolf King. Lucian. Amelia picked up a silver longsword and pierced the air with a scream. The speed of high-level vampires is so fast that they are like an afterimage. The silver longsword pulled out a sharp arc, tearing Lucian's chest apart. The blood burst out, and a few drops fell on Amelia's cheek. She stretched out her finger and wiped it. "It's delicious." Amelia licked her fingers, her gorgeous dress fluttering. The long sword in his hand turned into a swift silver light, which pierced Lucian's heart. Compared with the junk-like young descendants, this elder's combat experience is quite rich. After all, she followed Victor and Marcus and experienced the Raging Wolf disaster. Although the later life was easy, the fighting spirit was wiped out. But the fighting skills imprinted in the bones are still not forgotten. Roar, roar. There was a silver light on Lucian's pupils. The long sword pierced deeply through the chest, almost piercing the heart, ending the life of this Wolf King. "Do you want to kill me like this?" Not enough. Lucian resisted the pain, raised his sharp claws, and flew out the assassinated Amelia. Boom! The female vampire elder broke the railing, and the gorgeous long skirt was shattered. The tight-fitting waistband jumped directly away, exposing the snow-white scenery. "What a big evil!" Luke glanced at it, which fits Howard's taste very well. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Seeing the elders retreat, the Death Walkers in the family rushed forward one after another under the cover of firepower. I have to say that the human sea tactics are quite effective. With a sword in his body, Lucian seemed to be plunged into a quagmire. In the hall, fire suppression on one side and close harassment on the other side tightly trapped the Wolf King. "Damn bastard!" The happy Amelia cursed, and picked up the silver long sword that she had let go. She wandered off the court, ready to give Lucian a fatal blow. "Well, if you waste any more time, Serena will be cold." Luke glanced casually, his vision penetrated through the barriers and saw what was happening in the underground palace. An elder-level vampire is also good material. The Superman Lieutenant General who walked out of the entrance was finally noticed by others. He was too inexistent before, and the vampire's attention was drawn to Lucian. "Humanity?" a Death Walker said in surprise. The vampire's keen sense of smell makes it easy to distinguish Luke's identity. He doesn't have the strong body odor of a werewolf, and he is obviously different from a vampire with a low body temperature and a slow heartbeat. How come there are humans in the manor? As the question flashed, the Death Walker subconsciously pulled the trigger, and fireworks spewed from the muzzle. The silver nitrate bullet hit Luke's chest, as if hitting a thick steel plate. The bullet slumped down, but failed to break his skin. "This is a high-end suit," Luke muttered dissatisfiedly. His eyes condensed slightly, and the crimson light beam crossed across. Rumble. The fierce battlefield stopped in an instant. Whether it is the Wolf King Lucian in a violent state, or a vampire holding a gun and holding firepower, they invariably stopped their movements, showing a stunned expression of shock. The high-temperature beam cuts through the butter like a burning knife, easily cutting the entire house. Those dead walkers who were in the middle and didn't escape were either cut off in the middle or split into two. The blazing high temperature instantly evaporates the blood flowing out. The surface of the wound, like jelly, showed a crystal-clear layer. Although he had witnessed this Superman lieutenant tearing a werewolf, Lucian had never thought that the opponent's strength could be so strong that he could hardly raise his fighting spirit. Vampires are even more devastated, and the mages of the Three Sanctuary may not be so terrible. "Sorry, in a hurry." Luke raised his head and smiled, stomping heavily. Boom! The ground shakes, the house shakes, the airwave flies like a hurricane. Amelia, who was holding a long sword, flicked her eyes, and a tall figure pushed her in front of her. Even with the dynamic vision of the vampire elder, he could not capture Luke's movement trajectory. So fast. Terrible enemy. A pair of bat-like wings suddenly popped out of Amelia's back. Under the frantic fanning, the vampire elder with the panic disappeared in place. Werewolves are animalized. Vampires can also be transformed. Elders like Amelia, Victor and Marcus all have the ability to fly at low altitudes. The bat wings pop out. Amelia's movement speed has increased even more. Like swift lightning, people can only see the vague shadows. "Where are you going?" Amelia didn't look back, ready to walk towards the underground palace. Just before she could fly far, Luke blocked in front of him at a faster speed. Those faintly glowing red eyes stared at Amelia, who was insecure. "I have a friend who is very interested in vampires. especially female vampires. The corners of Luke's mouth were raised. His smile was peaceful. But the start is fierce enough, and there is no pity and pity for the jade. Hot sight burst out. Like a precise laser. www.mentalnovel.com tear off the pair of bat wings behind Amelia. Suddenly, the vampire elder did not even feel severe pain, so he fell from a height and fell to the ground. Don't run around. Luke looked down at Amelia curled up in a ball, and said lightly, otherwise, I will let Lucian eat you. Werewolves are not picky eaters. What's more, you can still eat with high-temperature sterilization. The calm voice reveals a chilling feeling. Amelia Arthur shivered. When did humans become so terrible? Come on, Lucian, go down and meet your enemy, Victor. Luke glanced at the debauched Wolf King, then turned and walked towards the underground palace. Chapter 179? Promise freedom and exchange loyalty. Latest URL. How much does it cost? Serena, who fell to the ground, bit her lips tightly, and there was a sweet smell in her mouth with traces of blood. She looked at the Superman Lieutenant General standing at the entrance of the underground palace, and read a trace of seriousness and a trace of danger from the other's eyes. Since his appearance, Mr. Lieutenant General, who has been mysterious and unpredictable, is like a stockbroker on Wall Street. He can always give what others want most, but he has to take more. All. Serena did not hesitate and gave the answer. She raised her head to look at Victor with cold eyes, and the hatred in her heart almost turned into substance. Many thinkers often say that human beings are fickle and complex animals, but this sentence can be effective on any intelligent race. A few hours ago, Serena still regarded Victor as the closest elder in her life. But now, the female vampire warrior who knows the truth is willing to give everything, whether body or soul, in exchange for a chance for revenge. I was supposed to live an ordinary life, have a warm family, and give caring parents, Serena said painfully. Instead of becoming a nocturnal creature that is afraid of the sun, it can only be company with the darkness forever. Victor was expressionless and shook his head. You are too weak, Serena. He taught Klein the power and ambition to let the other party manage the family. Instill a tough attitude and firm ideas into Serena and make her the best fighter can come to the end. Klein became a traitor. Serena also became a traitor. This result made Victor feel very sad. Mr. Lieutenant General, I can give everything. Serena wiped away the tears that represented weakness, and said word by word, don't say that Luke is a human being, not trustworthy. Even if he is from hell, the devil who specializes in deceiving souls, she is fearless. Deal. Luke snapped his fingers and nodded in satisfaction. Solve one person, you can complete 2 revenge bills. No loss. Lucian, do you want to come? Mr. Lieutenant asked in a low voice. In order to ensure the customer experience, he suggested that Lucian should try it by himself. If you shoot yourself, I'm afraid the entire battle will not take more than half a minute. It's not a good thing to end too soon. Okay. Lucian was concise and nodded in agreement. His murderous eyes stared at Victor tightly. The latter didn't know what happened above, let alone Amelia, who was also an elder, had been torn off the bat wings that symbolized high-level vampires, and almost turned into a grilled bat to be eaten. The Lord of the Vampire thought that everything was under control. He looked at Luke, who appeared abruptly, and the Wolf King Lucian, who followed. A coldness appeared in his blue pupils. Lucian, you are really getting more and more depraved, and you are willing to be a running dog of mankind. Victor spared no effort to sarcastically said, do you expect them to reward the werewolves with some fleshy bones? Instead of doing things for humans, it is better to continue to be slaves to vampires. At least, we will be more generous and lose a few more bones. The contemptuous tone aroused the anger in Lucian's heart. Victor, be more sober. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of this Wolf King. Don't be immersed in the glorious past of vampires. Don't extricate yourself from it. You are just animals in captivity, beasts in cages. Humans have ruled the world, and vampires have long lost the qualification to stand at the top of the power pyramid. In the Middle Ages, vampires and werewolves were indeed the rulers of Europe. In particular, The former completely treats humans as mobile blood banks and hunts arbitrarily. After the colony was opened up, this situation became more and more serious. The North American continent was also invaded by vampires until the appearance of Abraham Lincoln. That's right. This quite famous Mr. President is said to be a legendary vampire hunter. When Luke saw this incredible bizarre history from the library of the Sanctuary in New York, he had a strong desire to complain. Back to the topic. The European continent at that time was a hunting ground for vampire families. Wait until the Three Sanctuary, begin to rectify the order, sweep away the darkness, and promulgate the precepts. Vampires have only risen from the pinnacle of history and are extremely reluctant to be swept into the garbage dump. Therefore, it is not surprising that the awakened vampire lord looks down on humans. And even more looks down on Lucian, the Wolf King who cooperates with humans. His concept has not yet changed, and he still doesn't know that the times have changed. Take a human, plus yourself, dare to break into this manor. Victor said solemnly, Lucian, you are trying to kill yourself. He glanced at Luke who was standing in front. A strong young man, the keen senses of a vampire, only allowed the vampire lord to come to such a conclusion. The strong heartbeat, the vigorous vitality, other than that, no other abnormalities can be seen. Giving you a chance for revenge. Is it worthy of trust for such an easy promise? Victor looked down at Serena and sneered. His luxurious robe was torn apart, and a pair of bat wings popped out behind him. Compared with Amelia's wings, this vampire boss is mainly longer and thicker. The pale bones support thin film wings. Fully open, it can occupy almost half of the space of the underground palace. Only in terms of momentum, it surpassed Amelia, who was also an elder, by a lot. It's almost close to the ancestor level. Luke's mouth curled up, and he thought to himself. He ignored the explosion of aura and was about to kill Victor, who was particularly slaughter. Although, don't look at each other from God's perspective. This vampire lord can be called decisive and a qualified leader. In order to continue and grow the family and consolidate power, even his own daughter can sacrifice. Of course, he also has flaws that those in power must have, such as suspicion, selfishness. The elders of vampires rotate once 100 years, except for the period when they are in power. The rest of the time is asleep. In order to prevent betrayal and accidents, the three elders did not seriously cultivate the minds of descendants at all, letting them be consumed by the extravagant life. Serena didn't understand Victor before. Why let Klein manage the family? The reason is simple. This guy is a bureaucratic vampire who is also cowardly and powerful. Compared to a descendant who is determined to make progress and has his own ideas, it is better to help this kind of person up. It's just that Victor might not have thought of it either. Klein would cooperate with the werewolf privately and become a fifth boy. Tonight is the day I wake up. It's time to end our grievances. The vampire lord's momentum climbed to the top. He did not think that their Wolf King Lucian would be his opponent. As for the human being who has no sense of existence, there is no threat. Victor believed in his own judgment very much. He never mistaken the strong. Like the mages of the Three Sanctuary, legendary demon hunters wandering everywhere. This kind of person only needs to look at it to know that he is a big person that he can't afford to offend. As an elder-level vampire, Victor can survive till now, not entirely by luck. He winks very much and understands what kind of role he can provoke. What kind of role must be given enough respect. Come on, Victor. Sonia's soul in heaven will witness this battle. The Wolf King Lucian walked down the steps and quickly completed the beastization. Roar! The werewolf and the vampire smashed into a ball. Lucian was obviously not an opponent when facing the elder Victor. After a brief struggle for a few minutes, he fell into a disadvantage. Although Victor and Amelia are both elders, there is a big gap between the strengths of the two. On the one hand, the vampire lord has lived for much longer than the latter. On the other hand, before Victor became a vampire, he was a high lord who could conquer the battle. Boom! It was like a punch that hit the beastly Lucian face. The latter seemed to have no feeling, his claws raised, from top to bottom, tearing out hideous wounds. Victor didn't dodge either. and the long sword in his hand cut through the werewolf's chest, almost breaking Lucian's stomach. These two wild beasts, with their wound for injury style of play, were battling in a primitive and ruthless frontal fight. "Aren't you going to make a move?" Serena asked, who was leaning against the wall. She was thrown on the wall by Victor before, and her spine was almost broken in her rage. "Lucian wants to do it himself." Luke curled his lips and said, "Vengeance is something that can be more valuable than others to help. Instead of you, I want to unscrew Victor's head and avenge your parents." Serena darkened her eyes and nodded gently. "Interested in becoming the elder of the family?" Luke took the time to ask as Lucian and Victor were fighting hard. "The vampire family in North America is a pure-blood descendant of Duke Dracula. They are in a similar situation to their counterparts in Europe, restricted by the sanctuary rules of New York, and are afraid to go around. But using the wealth accumulated over a long life, and the ability to play with power, still flourishes in North America. Even a bunch of haggy tribes who worship vampires were created to make the underground world of New York, Detroit and other cities a miasma." "Replace Victor's seat?" "I'm sorry, Mr. General, I have no interest in power." The corners of Serena's mouth twitched. She just wanted to live a peaceful life, and had no feelings for her clan at all. "Someone must come forward, Miss Serena." Luke began to use the art of mouth cannon. He was going to pack the Corvinus family back to New York, and go to the ring with the gang of pure-blood descendants of Dracula. "Amelia, who is staying above, has her bat wings torn off by me, and her strength has plummeted. And Victor, his ending is doomed. It is impossible to survive. In the Corvinus family, only his son Marcus is left." Serena listened and found it interesting. The Superman Lieutenant General decided the ending of their story as if he was writing a script. "It seems that everything will move forward according to what he said. With Elder Marcus, the family can continue." Serena's mouth twitched. She had no sense of belonging to this family. "Marcus can't. He will only mess up Corvinus. Not as good as Victor." Luke shook his head. "How could he give power to a direct bloodline of Corvinus? That is not conducive to the management of S.H.I.E.L.D. My father is a lieutenant general, ancestor-level vampire. There is no need to use S.H.I.E.L.D. or Superman as a backer. So, Serena, who has no foundation, is more appropriate." "What? Greedy?" Luke disdain. "He's not like Howard's critique www.mentalnovel.com. How could he have sexual interest in female vampires?" "Think about it seriously, Serena. The vampire is in a bad situation right now." Luke followed the temptation, like the devil in hell, speaking in deceptive language. "You can't leave Paris without permission. This is the commandment of the Three Sanctuary. Nor stay away from the crowd. Vampires must replenish blood, otherwise it will arouse bloodthirst. Wandering around, it may be cleared by the wizard of the sanctuary or the demon hunter. The best choice is to return to the family." Luke smiled in his signature style, like a trafficker who abducted human beings. "Selena, have you ever left Paris? Have you been outside France? I can promise you freedom. In exchange, you have to pay loyalty." Chapter 180. Evaporation of Flesh and Blood. Carmelator's website. Get freedom and surrender loyalty. Luke's offer moved Serena's heart. She was tired of Paris, the city that never sleeps. Every night, it is like a slutty woman, draped in a transparent tulle, showing a dusty and charming side. Those tourists, down-and-coming artists, and rich people who are looking for fun may be able to find their own paradise here. But Serena was not interested. She doesn't like the songs and dances of the Moulin Rouge, nor does she like the men and women in the dark alleys. At the same time, she hates the romantic feelings advocated by the French. It was just a group of apprentices, whitewashing their loitering behavior. Very simple lust. It must be called inspiring enthusiasm in the heart, close to the soul, and so on. After all, isn't it just gluttonous? Moreover, the openness of the French ethos is jaw-dropping. After marriage, the husband finds a mistress, and his wife as a lover. This has become a trend. This is true from the emperor to the common people. I want to settle elsewhere. Serena often expresses such thoughts. Compared with all the above, this vampire woman warrior yearns for a city with more sunshine and less rainy weather. You are like the devil in Faust Delhi, deceiving people to surrender your soul. Serena stared at Luke, and she felt that behind the seemingly light, the Superman lieutenant had the darkness that vampires were quite familiar with. Not the old fellow Mephisto. Luke shook his head, took a moment to glance at the werewolves and vampires who were hit hard, and quickly raised the entire palace. I have never used tricks to achieve my goals, especially scams. This is a trick only used by cunning people who lack power. The story of Faust, but the dark history of Mephisto. The devil, who is keen to deceive souls, is rarely fooled by a mortal and fails. Of course, it didn't take long for him to face a second failure. The betrayal of the first-generation Ghost Rider Carter Slay, and then the second-generation Ghost Rider Johnny Blazer. Therefore, liars often do not end well. Either they were cheated by others, or they were backstabbed by Uruzai. The battle is almost over. It seems Lucian is not Victor's opponent. Luke shook his neck and rubbed his wrist as if he was warming up. I saw a boom from the Wolf King Lucian, smashing into the wall behind him. The masonry splashed, and the debris flew everywhere. Victor spread his bat wings, his figure flickered, and instantly came to Lucian's face. While the opponent has not yet climbed up, he kicked his feet heavily. Boom! Plenty of strength poured down on Lucian's chest, and his strong muscles collapsed suddenly. The Wolf King groaned in pain, his claws raised, trying to tear Victor's body apart. The latter flapped its wings and disappeared in place like lightning. The movement speed of high-level vampires is much faster than that of werewolves. You took Sonya from me, my daughter, my treasure. Next moment, Victor appeared above. The skin of the palm turned greenish-black, like a cast of copper and iron, and he digged out towards Lucian's heart. He can't wait to taste the blood of the werewolf. Your coldness killed her. Lucian raised his head and roared, his figure taller again. The muscles all over his body seemed to be twisted together, revealing a steel-like color. Taking advantage of the opportunity to get close, he hugged Victor and locked his fast-moving figure firmly. Enduring the fatal pain pierced through his chest, he tore off one of the opponent's bat wings with sharp claws. Tear. Go to hell. The vampire lord's eyes were bloodshot, and a fierce light broke out. The palm of his hand was like a knife, cutting Lucian's neck, blood gushing like a spring. The scarlet liquid splashed on the face, stimulating the bloodthirsty desire in the heart. Suffering from severe trauma, Lucian loosened his hands, gradually faded from the animalized werewolf form, and fell softly to the ground. Failed. Thoughts of regret flashed through this Wolf King's mind. Finally, we still have to rely on the power of the Superman Lieutenant General. Lucian, you wolf cub, the one thing I regret most in my life is to get you close to Sonya. Victor's face was twisted. Bat wings are a symbol of advanced vampires. Once torn off, it will cause a great loss of strength. This is not the Middle Ages. You can drink blood and absorb the essence without restraint. It will take at least 100 years for the bat wings to grow again. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to a vampire entering his later years. Damn bastard. Victor raised his foot and stepped on Lucian's head and said bitterly, you are a bit too much to my client like this. Luke, who had finished warming up, said in a timely manner, he has already sold his soul to me. If you die in your hands, my business will lose money. Victor, who had endured the violent pain, turned his head and caught a glimpse of the inexistent human, with blood-red pupils showing fierce light. Keep quiet and don't talk too much to keep you alive. The vampire lord grinned. I don't care how powerful and respected you are in the human world, but this is a vampire manor, our base camp, and it is also a legal hunting area. Even the mage in the sanctuary can't stop me from drinking your blood. Luke took a breath of air artificially, as if frightened by Victor's threat. Afterwards, he returned to his normal expression and said with a smile, suck my blood? To be reasonable, with your fear of ultraviolet rays and sunlight, I am very worried that you will die on the spot if you take a sip. Fear of the sun, This is the fatal flaw of vampires. Unless you become a mixed race, you can't make up for it. I wanted to talk about Corvinus and the vampire family. It just seems that you don't have that much patience. Luke shrugged, and Victor, who thought he had won the final victory, didn't pay attention to himself at all. He released the biological force field and released the faintly suppressed terrorist force. Boom boom boom. The air makes an explosive noise. It's like igniting a pile of explosives. The tall steel body is like a small black hole, sucking the airflow, swallowing the light. The ground collapsed and plunged into a violent shaking. With gestures, they showed terrible destructive power. It's been a long time since I tried this feeling. Luke, who had lifted the biological force field, seemed to get rid of gravity. Feet off the ground, floating in the air. The calm eyes, as deep as a lake, looked at the Lord of the Vampire, revealing a chill that made one's heart palpitating. How can that be? Victor was shocked. The original self-confidence expression disappeared in an instant. In his sight, the ordinary young man, like an ant, suddenly became a titan. The tall figure, like Olympus in the myth, gives people a heavy sense of oppression. Boom. Luke took a step, shaking. The ground paved with metal and marble showed cobweb-like cracks. The sturdy underground palace swayed from side to side, like a canoe on the vast ocean. This, Your Excellency, I don't know. Victor's fighting will quickly disintegrated, like ice and snow melted. Facing this kind of enemy, he didn't even have the idea of resisting. I understand what you mean and what you are going to do. The momentum continued to rise, as if Luke spoke up after a volcanic eruption. But you are the last step in closing a deal, Victor. So, I can't forgive you. This is not my task. It is to send you to see God if you are qualified to go to heaven.untitled.com. Luke's eyes condensed slightly, and the high-temperature light poured out. The entire underground palace is reflected in red. Serena seemed to be in a melting pot, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Just leaning against the corner and not getting close, she suffered from the pain of being burned. It can be imagined how miserable Victor should be. "I'll let me go, sir." The Lord of the Vampire wailed miserably, and the whole person seemed to melt. The flesh and blood fall off and turn into light smoke. Hundreds of years ago, Victor burned his daughter to death in sunlight. Hundreds of years later, such punishment also fell on him. This is probably the wonder of fate. Chapter 181. The Queen of Vampires. The first ancestor arrives. The latest website. The Vampire Lord is under the cover of hot sight. The flesh and blood have evaporated, and the bones are scorched. In just a few seconds, the strong, powerful, and astonishingly restorative body of the blood family turned into a crystal-like powder. Bang! There was a crisp sound. Victor collapsed like a weathered stone statue. Such revenge. Are the two still satisfied? Luke opened the biological force field and converged the terrifying force that radiated in all directions like light back into the body. The violent breath like a volcanic eruption disappeared in an instant. Serena, who was leaning in the corner, and Lucian, who was dying, stared at the lieutenant general who was like an ordinary human, and their hearts were shocked. They never thought that human beings could be so powerful. Raise your hands. Like the end of natural disasters. It's beyond imagination. Even the most powerful ancestor among vampires, Grand Duke Dracula, who exists in the legend, may not have such a terrible performance. It's unfathomable. Lucian the Wolf King laughed at himself. He previously thought that Luke was cooperating with him to plot the blood of the Corvinus family. He intends to use the blood of vampires and werewolves to transform into a hybrid species that is not afraid of sunlight and has great potential. Now it seems that even if Victor becomes a mixed race, he will still not be the opponent of Superman Lieutenant General. It looks like you can't die, Lucian. Then stay here for the time being and he'll call you an ambulance. Luke, who successfully solved an elder-level vampire, glanced at the third blood coffin in the underground palace. In the metal coffin below, lay a dry skeleton. It was Marcus still sleeping, the direct blood of Alexander Corvinus. Currently, the last elder of the vampire family. It can be said that all grievances start from him, including the vampires of the Corvinus family, as well as the werewolves, blood feuds and wars that have lasted for nearly 1,000 years. It was because Marcus' younger brother, William, the ancestor of the werewolves, lost his mind and spread the virus everywhere, triggering the wolf plague that ravaged the village. As long as the human being bitten by William, there is a great chance of becoming a werewolf. In order to prevent this disaster, Marcus approached the elderly Victor. The opponent is a High Lord who holds military power and has enough power to set things right. Relying on the temptation of immortality, Marcus successfully persuaded the elderly Victor to transform him into a vampire. Then, relying on the army of the High Lord, the spread of the wolf disaster was contained. After a bitter battle, Marcus and Victor put the culprit responsible for all this, that is, the ancestor of the werewolf, William, imprisoned in an unknown prison. In this matter, the two sides have differences. Victor, with a cold temperament, naturally wanted to cut the roots, kill William, and wipe out the source of the evil completely. But Marcus disagreed. No matter what his brother made mistakes, he was still a child after all. As a result, Marcus deceived Victor, saying that as long as either he or William dies, the blood of the undead of Corvinus will lose its power. In this way, Victor was forced to agree to spare William and imprison the ancestor of the werewolf for life. Let him stay asleep for the time being, and wait for Alexander Corvinus to come and deal with it. Luke wanted to give him some face, although vampires didn't value the descendants, but Marcus was a direct bloodline, the biological son of Corvinus. I don't need to kill others and cause an unnecessary war. Mr. Lieutenant General. As Luke was walking towards the outside of the underground palace and standing on the steps, Serena stopped him. I choose freedom and allegiance to you. The female vampire warrior who leaned hard against the wall said earnestly, in the name of the ancestor, Serena Beckinsale will offer everything to you. She bit the palm of her hand. Blood flowed out. With the scarlet liquid, a complex pattern is drawn. Blood oath. Similar to the contract signed by the devil. It is very restrictive. Very good. I feel your sincerity, Miss Serena. Luke stopped and smiled with satisfaction at the corner of his mouth. Then, the deal is concluded. Superman Lieutenant General saw the fish hooked, and he couldn't help showing a gentle and approachable expression. He stared at the female vampire warrior who had taken the blood oath, and said with a smile, "Believe me, Miss Serena, it won't be long before you can experience the warmth of the sun and walk in the city during the day." The three bloodlines of the Corvinus family can create powerful hybrids. If Serena is loyal to herself, then Luke doesn't mind making a vampire queen. Walking in the sun. There was a glimmer of longing in Serena's eyes. She is very eager for this day to come. A few days later, at Paris airport, a military transport plane slowly landed. Alexander Corvinus stared into the dark night and stepped off the elevator board. Where does Lieutenant General Cavill's delegation live? Corvinus, with grey hair, turned his head and asked. The Palace Hotel. The secretary next to him replied. Then drive to the Palace Hotel. Corvinus got into the car, looking tired, and closed his eyes slightly. His true identity is a secret to many people. The ancestors of the Corvinus family, the father of the first werewolves, the undead from Hungary. Any words out there will scare a group of people. Unexpectedly, the leader of SHIELD had friendship with the Supreme Mage. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Corvinus' mouth. The Superman Lieutenant learned this secret from the channels of the Three Sanctuary. Not only that, the other party even had direct contact with the vampire family, and at the same time gathered the wolf family led by Lucian. The meaning behind this series of actions is intriguing. Is this to expand the scope of SHIELD's power? A guess flashed through Corvinus' heart. With the emergence of Atlantis, SHIELD broke away from the constraints of the Pentagon and became an independent official agency. It only accepts the recommendations of the White House and the leadership of the director. As the first director of SHIELD, Lieutenant General Cavill has never adopted the opinions of others. Because of this, The military and Congress have quite criticized Superman in private. There are people called Luke Dictator. I hope Lieutenant Cavill is a good talker. Corvinus was a little nervous, although he was an ancestor-level mixed race, and his strength was far superior to Victor and Marcus. But because he is in the human world and is in a high position, he often enters and exits the Pentagon. Corvinus knows a lot about Superman, who is already a rising star in the military, the opponent's record, strength, and external performance, etc. It was completely clear thought at www.untilnovel.com. Therefore, Corvinus did not show the arrogant attitude that vampires should have. This kind of forced numerical behavior may be one of the reasons why he can live so far. For a long period of time, even Grand Duke Dracula, who was also the ancestor level, was besieged by some legendary demon hunters or legendary wizards. And Corvinus has been hiding behind the scenes, changing his identities many times, just like an invisible person, without attracting the attention of others at all. Hungarian warlords and Romanian merchants are all short lives he once had. Here, Mr. Lieutenant General, the driver reminded. Corvinus opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He pushed the car door, looked up at the Palace Hotel, raised his leg and walked in. Chapter 182? Magic Congress, Reach a Consensus. Latest website. The first time Corvinus entered the hotel suite, he noticed Serena standing next to Luke. As the father of the vampire elder Marcus, the ancestor of the family, he has a keen sense of his descendants. It's Victor who gave you the first embrace. Corvinus twitched his nose, smelling a familiar smell. He has been watching the development of the family silently, among the three elders, except for his son Marcus. Like the cold, selfish, power-savvy Victor, Amelia who indulges in pleasure and indulges desire. Both were the subjects of Corvinus' attention. Yes, he ruined my life. Serena's face went cold when she heard the name. Although she knew that the old man who appeared before him was the ancestor of the family, a legend worthy of awe. But she didn't want to hear Victor's name, and she didn't want to admit that the other party gave her new life to some extent. Selena, you will be an excellent fighter. Corvinus sat down on the sofa with a smile, and then looked at Lucian, who was standing on the other side. His son William is the ancestor of werewolves. But the werewolves of that era, once turned into a beast, could not restore their human form. At the same time, there is no trace of reason at all. It is a brutal beast. It wasn't until the bloodline changed from generation to generation that today's wolf clan was formed. Lucian, I know your past. A gleam of light flashed in Corvinus' eyes, and he said solemnly, your mind is far better than your strength. This is precisely the key element of becoming a leader. Why, now you have joined Lieutenant General Cavill's command. After recuperating, the recovered Wolf King Lucian nodded and said respectfully, yes, sir. I am about to take my family to the North American continent. Mr. Lieutenant General promised that there will be a place for werewolves in the underground world of New York. Lucian, who was revengeful, just wanted to start over and welcome a stable life, not to mention being able to hug Superman's thighs. This is a good thing that many people cannot ask for. Of course he has to seize the opportunity. After seeing Luke making the elder Victor into a charcoal grilled bat, Lucian was completely convinced by this ability. As for the old man sitting in front of him, he didn't dare to be negligent. Alexander Corvinus, the legendary ancestor, unabashedly exudes the deterrent aura of a superior, which makes people feel extremely palpitating. This kind of external performance of its own strength is far more terrifying than Victor and Amelia. Vampires are a race that is stronger the longer they live. According to the news that Lucian received, Alexander Corvinus had lived for at least 1,000 years and was a true ancestor. It is estimated that few of the pureblood descendants of Grand Duke Dracula can match him. Will the three sanctuary agree? Corvinus glanced at Luke, who was sitting opposite, and asked tentatively. Responsible for managing the European continent and disposing of alien creatures is the London Sanctuary. Generally speaking, whether it is a vampire or a werewolf, their living areas have been planned. Random walking is not allowed. The mage of the sanctuary has approved the application. Lucian lowered his head and replied. He also didn't expect that the Superman, who has a pivotal position in the human world, could speak well in the face of the behemoth in the magical world and the three sanctuary behind the Supreme Master. You should know that those brazen men carrying flail, axe, and broadsword usually deal with people by means of physical persuasion. Expecting them to be calm and communicate well is harder than going to heaven. As expected of Lieutenant General Cavill, even the sanctuary mage has to give a bit of face. The surprise in Covinus' eyes was fleeting. He first complimented him, and then curiously asked, "SHI, the plan of the meeting? Is this also the Lieutenant General's handwriting?" "Yes." Luke looked relaxed and smiled. "I hope to establish an international official institution to deal with all kinds of crises that may come and occur. I talked about this with the Supreme Master before. She believes that a free magical world should establish a stable order, and the three sanctuaries can also appropriately cooperate with the government. These early precedents. During the Middle Ages, the mages of the sanctuary, the Knights Templar of the Holy See, and the Priory had similar contacts." Covinus' eyes flashed. He did not expect Luke to be so ambitious. Not only must the human world be included in the bag, but even the magical world must be spared. What's more amazing is that the Supreme Master has no opinion. This proves that the relationship between Luke and Carmitage and the three sanctuary is closer than he thought. Back to the topic. Lieutenant General Cavill, I will get here from Washington, D.C. immediately after receiving your call. After raising his original evaluation of Superman to another level, Covinus said in a deep voice, "No matter what you want, I have only one request, to save Marcus' life." Seeing Covinus' straightforward attitude, Luke expressed his satisfaction. Compared with Victor's arrogance, this family ancestor knew better how to communicate with others. Marcus is still lying in the blood coffin in the underground palace of the Vampire Manor. I didn't wake him up. Luke crossed his fingers and said without delay, "These days he has finished the work at hand. The Paris Peace Summit has ended, and the diplomatic relations and trade channels of Atlantis have been negotiated. The only disagreement is probably the group of undersea people who have been asking for the Neptune Trident, which was previously lost by Namor. SHIELD ignored this. How could a dangerous weapon that manipulates the weather and through a tsunami be easily handed over to Atlantis? As for the issue of mutants, with the official appearance of the Hellfire Club at the press conference and the government platform, the White Queen and others have also been officially recognized. It is up to them to fight for how to eliminate discrimination and get the right and status. All in all, a 3-day peace summit, with a perfect posture. The curtain ended smoothly. Luke used the chips he had in exchange for the power he wanted. Next, he plans to expand the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Covinus family is just the first step. I called Mr. Covinus here, not to establish a new enemy. Luke didn't call his military rank, so he seemed to be alive. Your family's grievances and wars between vampires and werewolves have been going on for too long. I hope that something will change in the future. Mutants have initially appeared on the world stage, so aliens like you may be able to have a new life. Covinus squinted his eyes and stared at Luke with scrutiny. Although he was mixed in the human world, like other vampires, this family ancestor did not believe in humans. In other words, any intelligent creature that knows how to think, they always speculate with the utmost malice towards other races. This is the nature that cannot be erased from the bones. How can I trust you, Lieutenant General Cavill? Covinus asked solemnly. I will establish an official organization for the Dark World in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. You can call him the Magic Congress. Luke habitually tapped his fingers and said with a smile, the mages of the three sanctuary will occupy 3 seats and have the right to vote. Mutants retain some seats, and they were once part of the Dark World. I can surrender 3 seats to the Covinus family. You have always been discriminated against and ostracized by the pure blood descendants of Grand Duke Dracula. They call your descendants inferior bastards. This is a good opportunity to prove yourself and give repay. Corvinus was silent. The level of this Superman lieutenant playing power tricks is not sure where it is higher than Victor. He made a piece of cake himself, and then used the distributed power to win over or suppress the forces in the dark world. No matter what, the biggest winner will always be the initiator. It's fascinating. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Corvinus was indeed very excited. He had endured the pure-blooded descendants of Grand Duke Dracula for a while. The group of vampires who claim to be orthodox has suppressed the Corvinus family a lot. They even expelled Victor and Marcus from Hungary and Romania to Paris. As the ancestor-level Corvinus, he was also angry, but didn't want to start a war. So he chose to keep it silently in his heart. He won't forget the shame of being called a mean bastard. So, what am I going to pay? Corvinus asked aloud. Your tube of blood, and the whereabouts of the third blood vessel, Luke said quietly. Chapter 183? What is swelling? A perfect creature. The latest website. There is no imaginary tension, and no tit-for-tat speculation. Corvinus, with multiple identities, simply agreed to Luke's request. If the Dark World in the future is really the so-called Magic Congress preside over the overall situation. So, investing in advance is a good choice. Led by Superman and Supreme Master, this special official institution is basically equivalent to a certainty. With all due respect, mixed-race medicine is of little use to you. Corvinus pulled out the needle and handed a tube full of blood to Serena. Like Lucian, he subconsciously thought that Superman needed a hybrid for himself. In other words, the long life of a vampire, coupled with the rapid self-healing of the werewolf, are both fascinating abilities. It doesn't matter if I don't use it, it's enough for Serena. Luke smiled. You must do what you promise others. Since I have said it before, trade freedom for loyalty. Then, he will not break his promise. Serena, who took the tube of blood, shook her arm slightly, her cold complexion slightly improved. She has made a blood oath and is bound by a contract. Whether or not Luke fulfills his promise to allow himself to walk in the sun, he must remain loyal. However, the other party did not seem to forget the agreement. This is a bit surprising to Serena, who maintains the inherent perception that human beings are sinister liars. Sometimes don't think of us too badly. Luke noticed the change in Serena's expression and said jokingly, a lot of people know that I never lie, at least to most people. Hearing the words, the latter tightened his lips and continued to maintain a cold look. Then, happy cooperation. Luke regained his composure, reducing his humorous expression. The process of this conversation was very pleasant and smooth. Corvinus is also the number one person at any rate. He had to show his personal strength more or less, and wrestle each other's wrists. Unexpectedly, the other party nodded decisively and agreed without much effort. It's like sitting at a gambling table, and the opponent has already chosen to admit defeat before throwing out any chips. Helps so. Corvinus smiled heartily. He has always been a moderate. After seeing Hydra, and the technology and heritage of the Three Sanctuary, he insisted that vampires and werewolves could not resist humans. Therefore, it does not conflict with being officially included. Besides, it is Superman who talks about cooperation with himself. When it comes to the position of power in the human world, the opponent will only be deeper than Corvinus himself. Even if he has the status of a Hungarian warlord, a large Romanian businessman, etc., he has accumulated countless wealth and contacts. But in the face of Luke, who is rising at an amazing speed, he is still not enough to see. After all, no amount of wealth and connections can guarantee his survival from the pair of iron fists of Superman Lieutenant General Marcus. I will wake up then. Bang! Halfway through Corvinus' speech, the sound of the floor-hustling windows cracking loudly resounded in the hotel suite. The black-skinned, hideous and ugly figure suddenly appeared in the air. The pair of fully spread bat wings flapped quickly, rolling up a violent air current. Mr. Corvinus, your son has come. Luke's face was calm, not surprised. With his senses, if he didn't notice Marcus' sudden attack, Then he must be lying. Marcus, he became a mixed race. Corvinus was surprised and did not understand what had happened. It should be Lucian's blood. When he was fighting Victor, the blood flowed down the ground into the blood coffin and awakened the sleeping Marcus. Luke explained in a daze. Standing behind Lucian, could not help but sigh with the superb acting skills of the Superman Lieutenant General. All this was clearly in his expectation. Father. After becoming a half-werewolf, half-vampire hybrid, Marcus' strength has greatly increased, far beyond the elders. Entering from the hotel's floor-hustling windows, the bat-wings on his back were slightly retracted, and he looked at Corvinus indifferently. The window that the hotel manager just changed for me, Luke murmured silently. The last time Serena visited late at night, he broke the floor-hustling windows, and Howard paid the bill. Although the hotel insisted on not accepting it, thinking it was just a trivial matter. But as a decent person, the official representative of Superman, also insisted on giving money. He does not take every stitch and thread of the common people to damage the public property and absolutely compensate. This is his fine tradition engraved in his bones. What? Neptune's trident? Continental shelf oscillator? Please. Atlantis is not a common people. Moreover, Luke did not take their needles and threads. You actually want to cooperate with humans. It really disappoints me. Marcus ignored the weak human being without a sense of existence, and said hoarsely, there is a werewolf, a vampire, and his ancestor-level dad in the hotel suite. Merely humans, strayed among them, like a husky into the wolf pack. It is not worth paying attention to. Victor is dead. I saw his wreck in the underground palace, Marcus said excitedly. He should have been burned in the sun by the sanctuary mage and turned to ashes. That guy has always been obsessed with power and challenged the precepts of the three sanctuary, and now he got his due end. Corvinus hesitated to speak. He wanted to remind his rebellious son that the man who killed Victor was close in front of him. My strength is much stronger than before, Father. As long as we find William's whereabouts, our brothers and you, as the ancestor, can definitely kill the purer blood descendants of Grand Duke Dracula. Marcus is also a master of hatred, and has deep hostility towards Duke Dracula's pure-blooded party. As for human beings, they are untrustworthy, weak, and greedy, only worthy of being slaves. Hearing this, Luke coughed and said flatly, Mr. Corvinus, I feel offended. Serena and Lucian exchanged glances, concealed sympathy for Marcus. Anyone who despises Superman will not end well. Victor is a lesson from the past. The Lord of the Vampire gave a lesson with his own life. Shut up. Marcus, you have been stunned by the sudden force. Corvinus quickly scolded. He didn't want his son to offend Superman. If the other party beats Marcus to death in a rage, he won't even have a chance to avenge him. Although Marcus is rebellious, disobedient, and likes to make trouble everywhere. But it is always a direct line of blood, and some tolerance must be given. With the three bloodlines of Corvinus, William couldn't communicate normally. Marcus was too rebellious, and the normal person who was unknown was long erased by the power of time, leaving only the continuous descendants. To put it simply, Marcus may be the only son who can communicate slightly. He doesn't want the other party to die tragically under Superman's iron fist. You have lived for too long and your fighting spirit has been lost, Father. Unfortunately, Marcus, whose heart was about to explode, couldn't understand Corvinus' painstaking efforts at all. He was immersed in the pleasure of being a mixed race, as if he had knocked on a medicine too high. Losing the weakness of fear of the sun, coupled with the terrifying power of a werewolf, and the amazing speed of a vampire, this is simply a perfect creature. The future potential is limitless. What Duke Dracula, what pure blood secret party, what sanctuary mage, are all scum. Now I am not much worse than you, Father. So, accept the reality. William and I can do great things that you can't even imagine. Facing the ancestor-level coercion, Marcus did not panic at all, and laughed loudly. Unify the blood, get rid of the constraints of the three sanctuary, and climb to the top of the power pyramid. Selenore.untilnovel.com. Please tell him to shut up. This guy is so noisy. Luke raised his eyebrows and said casually. This time, he did not seek Corvinus' opinion. Drink the bottle of blood, and then let this crazy hybrid see what power is, Luke said lightly, completely ignoring Marcus, who was irritated. The bat wings on the back of the vampire suddenly stretched out like spikes tearing through the air. Its target is Luke's throat. Roar. Lucian winked and didn't let the Superman lieutenant take action by himself. Instead, it quickly turned into a beast and stood in front of it. Chapter 184? My lord, times have changed. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The sharp bat wings are like limbs extending from Marcus. The hard bones elongated quickly, and suddenly penetrated the shoulders of the Wolf King Lucian, bringing out a blood flower. Boom! The bat wings twitched like a whip, throwing Lucian, who was transformed into a werewolf, to the side, and slammed it the soft carpet. The entire hotel suite shook, as if a heavy object fell, making an astonishing movement. At least the leader of the Wolf clan, who was able to beat Victor a few tricks, had no power to fight back against Marcus, who had become a hybrid. The power of the mixed race can barely be seen. Leaning on the sofa, Luke thought, keeping calm. It's almost equivalent to 0.5 Captain America. He uses Rogers, who is famous for his combat effectiveness, as his unit of measurement. What a loyal dog. After getting rid of the obstructive Wolf King, Marcus sneered and retracted the bat wings stretched out behind him. He licked the blood drops on it, and there was a trace of satisfaction on that hideous and ugly face. Enough, Marcus. Stop messing around and cause trouble that you can't handle. Corvinus tried hard to put on the appearance of a strict father, and yelled. Unfortunately, for a rebellious son, this attitude can only be counterproductive. Father, you have known the secret of the mixed race for a long time, but you never mentioned it to us. Marcus looked at Corvinus, who remained in human form, with a look of disgust in his eyes. William became a werewolf because of the blood in your body. You can make him better, but you are indifferent. The fear of the sun is like a curse that is deeply imprinted in the vampire's body and can never be erased. The bloodthirsty desire bothers the werewolves and makes them unable to think rationally. These problems ... You can solve them. William and I should have become perfect creatures, rule Europe together, and become a great monarch like Charlemagne. If there is an army of mixed races, we can be invincible in the human world. Luke, who was leaning on the sofa, scratched his ears and looked at Corvinus with an embarrassed expression on his face. It's really difficult for the old father to have a stupid and rebellious son. As a Hungarian warlord, Corvinus, how could he not have thriving ambitions? He has also inflated and considered dominating the continent, ruling the world, and creating a dark dynasty. It's just that Corvinus recognized the reality in time. After seeing the three sanctuary and the powerful strength of the supreme mage, he decisively died of that heart. What vampire, werewolf, can it be more terrifying than the devil of dimension? Want to occupy the earth and rule mankind? The entry level is the alien overlord, the heavenly father of God's domain. Below this level, it's better to wash and sleep as early as possible. Therefore, Corvinus thought about it carefully and decided to follow his heart's wishes and choose to be an obscure moderate. Sometimes, the key to a long life, it's not about strength, but about vision. Guys who are easy to swell and are defiant are generally killed as soon as they leave the novice village. Selena, let him shut up. Luke looked at the female vampire warrior who was entering the transformation stage, and whispered softly, furthermore, I am afraid that Mr. Corvinus will be forced to take action personally and kill her righteously. Great. Serena, who quickly injected Corvinus serum, nodded hard. She is undergoing tremendous changes in her body, and her tall figure seems to have become more slender. The bones make a faint sound, as if they are steadily rising. Then, the fitted inner-piece leather jacket, as if overwhelmed, was taut, drawing a hot curve. Mixed race also has the effect of secondary development. Luke glanced at the huge headlights that were particularly eye-catching, and then at the taller and stronger Marcus. I thought to myself, Are the different places of development for different genders? Is this a mixed race? Serena didn't know the strange associations of her master. The intense pain lasted for a while, and the gene chain in her body seemed to collapse rapidly and reorganized again. Her pupils became completely black, as if they could absorb light. The limbs are stronger, and huge bat wings like Marcus pop out from behind. The fierce breath suddenly burst out. Hee, I remember you, Serena. The little pet with Victor. Marcus' eyes were cold, like a needle piercing him. Now he has become a traitor to the family, a running dog of mankind. You don't even have an elder, even if you become a mixed race. What's the use? Bat wings ejected like a sharp long knife. Continue to keep your arrogance. Serena dodged her figure, avoiding the fatal blow that severed her head. It will make you a complete defeat. Marcus, also a mixed race. Serena is not familiar enough with the sudden and powerful force. She passed an afterimage and rushed out at the floor-tussling windows, wanting to change to a wider battlefield. I will prove to you who is the best son of Covinus. Marcus slapped a harsh word, followed closely, and caught up with Serena, who was hovering low in the sky. The two quickly collided with each other like lightning. Batwings are like rolling blades, constantly rotating and cutting, bringing up sharp air currents. Mr. Covinus, your son is injured a bit, so there should be no problem. Luke walked to the French window and looked down at the two mixed races fighting fiercely. Marcus is better than strength, and Serena is better than speed. Next, it depends on who has more combat experience and endurance. Lieutenant General Cavill, Marcus really deserves some lessons. But Covinus observed the changes in Luke's expression and silently swallowed the words, still a child. After all, Marcus has been alive for hundreds of years, and no one believes he is an older bear kid. I still hope Mr. Lieutenant General can give me face and go around him once. Covinus was never a strict father, otherwise when William caused the wolf a plague, he should come forward and cut off the source. For so many years, this Hungarian warlord has quietly wiped his and dealt with the tales of his two unconscious sons. He even thought of asking people to write about vampires and make movies about vampires to expand their influence and conceal their own existence. I have no prejudice against Marcus, but this is his private grievance with Serena. The corner of Luke's mouth raised, and he whispered, how can Covinus' vampire family accommodate two mixed-race species? The era of elders taking turns in power has passed, and there can only be one ruler in the future, who can become the patriarch, lead the vampire to the North American continent, enter the Magic Congress, and occupy a seat. All of this has to wait for the result of the battle. Winner, have power. The loser, continue to stay in the living area planned by the sanctuary. Covinus' heart jumped, and he felt like he had fallen into a trap. He thought of the 3 seats in the Magic Congress that he had negotiated before. If Marcus loses in a while, it means that Serena will have the final say in the family in the future. The half-breed female vampire warrior occupies a seat. Then, Lucian, who just showed loyalty. He is the leader of the Wolf clan, so naturally he also wants to occupy a seat. In this way, Covinus, as the ancestor of the family, is equivalent to only having the right to speak for 1 seat. When faced with a problem that requires a resolution, 2 votes against 1 vote, his speech is useless. Lieutenant General Cavill, I think ... This is very unfair. Covinus, who felt a little bullying, expressed his opinion tactfully. Really? But it's fair to me. Luke raised his eyebrows and said calmly, don't worry about the details, Mr. Covinus. Marcus was originally an elder, and if he becomes a hybrid, he will only become stronger. Don't you have confidence in your son? Think he will not be Serena's opponent? Covinus looked at Marcus, who had the upper hand for the time being, and didn't know how to answer. Although, his son is stupid and bad. But in terms of strength, it is indeed better than Serena. But, there is always a strange intuition that is arranged. Covinus had such thoughts in his mind. Just as Luke and Covinus were chatting, the battle between the 2 hybrids took a turn. Marcus' batwings flickered, getting close to Serena, who was gradually losing strength, and fell into the wind. The hideous face with dense blue blood vessels showed a strong killing intent. The blood of the same race. Don't know how it tastes. A thought flashed through Marcus' heart, like a hand cast in bronze and iron, quickly strangling his neck. At the same time, bang! An ultraviolet bullet penetrated the heart of the mixed race. Marcus' movements stopped, and the hand dropped weakly. He lowered his head and stared blankly at the open wound. Times have changed. ed.mentalnovel.com. Marcus. The hunting of werewolves is no longer the use of swords, and vampires are no longer the Silver Cross and the Bible. Serena made another shot and replaced it with a normal vampire, who had long been burned to ashes by ultraviolet light. But Marcus is already a mixed race and no longer has the curse of the sun. 2 bullets that passed through the heart just made him weak. You should learn to accept the changes in the new world. The vampire hiding in the dark castle has no future. We must keep pace with the times. Serena repeated the idea Luke had instilled in her. Afterwards, she tore off Marcus' hard bat wings mercilessly, watching the opponent fall low and smash through a house. Luke, who witnessed the end of the battle, shrugged, and said in a perfunctory comfort, "It's a pity, Mr. Covinus, your son has lost." This may be the change of the times. Chapter 185, Self-Doubt, Unbearable Pain. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Although he has certain objections to the outcome of the battle. At the same time, there was a slight dissatisfaction with Luke's decision. But in the end, Covinus chose to accept it very wisely, for the good. At least he didn't break through the bottom line. Marcus is still alive. Even if the bat wings are torn off, the strength is greatly damaged and he falls back to the elder level. At least his life was saved. So, it's important to have a dad who can be a backer. Looking at Covinus who took Marcus away, Luke couldn't help but sigh. Victor, who had no background, ended up being burned into coke with his hot sight. I thought, Master, you would get rid of Marcus. Selena, who successfully got rid of the sun's curse, became accustomed to this originally unspeakable name. You have to save some face for others. Covinus has a very good attitude. There is no need to be aggressive. Luke shook his head. Marcus is not threatening. His purpose is only to help Serena up. Then pack the vampires of the Covinus family and take them back to the North American continent. At that time, throw it to big cities such as New York and Detroit. Fight and consume with the pure blood descendants of Grand Duke Dracula and the Hagi tribe who are rapidly expanding at the bottom. This is tantamount to knocking a nail into the dark world, so that S.H.I.E.L.D. can intervene in the future. The proposal of the Magic Congress is temporarily in an expected state of construction. It will take a long time to be fully realized. I don't know if Covinus found the Magic Congress he was looking forward to. In fact, it's just a big pie drawn by Superman. How do you feel about it in your heart? Go receive your tribe, your power. Take them all to the North American continent and open up new territories. Luke ordered. Get rid of the curse of the sun. This should be an irresistible exchange for you. Serena nodded and agreed. She couldn't wait to welcome the dawn and witness the rising of the sun. This vampire woman warrior has almost forgotten what it feels like to be warm. Also, ask the hotel manager to change me a glass. Luke ordered. He doesn't like rooms with leaking air on all sides. This may be a little troublesome, it's getting late, and it's tomorrow's thing to change it well. Lucian interjected. He had regained his human form long ago, and his pierced shoulder was healed intact. It's better to ask the hotel to change the suite, or you can sleep in the next room for a short rest. The Wolf Clan leader made serious suggestions. However, the meaning is not very serious, because next door is the room where Serena lives. It's a routine to please the boss of the world's subordinates. Luke was taken aback for a moment, and spit out silently. No way, Lucian's operation is a bit too familiar. The same goes for Ray Alessandro, who was the leader of the Mafia. Oh, how could Superman be seduced by beauty? Like the American team possessing his body. Luke looked upright and awe-inspiring. Don't be so troublesome, he'll go to the second bedroom. He likes to walk the heart, does not like to walk the kidney. After all, the former can unlock more poses. The same game, always discovering different ways of playing, can keep the freshness. Serena, who was cold and silent, heard the answer. His complexion was slightly relieved, but his eyes were slightly lost. Women are such complicated creatures. They hate that men are too interested in themselves, but they hate that men are not interested in themselves at all. Serena glared at Lucian, who had bad intentions, and immediately had the beautiful illusion that Lieutenant Cavil was a decent person. The last one thought so and rolled the sheets together within a few days. It's late at night, let's rest. Luke waved his hand. He never saves fatigue and stress until the next day. So, sleep for 4 to 5 minutes every day, for Superman, that's enough sleep time. A few days later, Luke set foot on the land of New York. He was followed by Howard, who looked tired, with 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes. He speaks forcelessly, as if his body is hollowed out. In fact, it is true. After seeing vampires and werewolves, Howard seemed to have found a new interest, especially after Luke took the Corvinus family together. In order to get rid of the psychological shadow, he used the name of Superman to have in-depth exchanges with those adult female vampires. This is nothing at all. Most vampire families have a very corrupt lifestyle. Multiplayer sports and licentious parties are commonplace. That is to say, an alien like Serena will keep her clean and self-conscious. Howard speaks humorously and looks good. It's not a problem to pick up a few vampires. It's just that this guy has a unique vision and hit the elder Amelia, whose bat wings were torn off by Luke. He is a vampire who has lived for hundreds of years. He has rich experience in fighting. He has studied all kinds of postures. In just a few days, Howard's body weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if being squeezed dry. Although the price was heavy, when I left Paris, Amelia still reluctantly tried to stay, saying that I was the best man she had ever met. Howard chuckled. The complacency is undoubtedly revealed. Tell you a cruel truth. The corner of Luke's mouth turned slightly when he stepped off the plane, and he whispered softly, "Female vampires reach the peak of a certain kind of pleasure, and they can't help but have bloodthirsty desires, and they treat their mating objects as food. This is a common thing. The more exciting, the happier, the stronger this feeling will be. Low-level vampires can be controlled, and high-level vampires are more affected. Do you have Amelia's bite marks on your body? Or, has she ever had the urge to eat you?" Luke's words were more heartbreaking, and tons of crit damage poured his brain on Howard's fragile heart. His original smile instantly solidified. No man wants to know that he is not satisfying his partner. This is about personal dignity and ability. If none of the above actions happen, then the beast man is probably just a simple compliment. Don't take it too seriously. Seeing Howard's face change quickly, Luke's goal was achieved, and he said without sincerity, "Don't be too sad. Your race is different. Your strengths become shortcomings. This is normal. You make me want to strangle you." Howard's happy mood turned into a depressed heart. Thinking of Amelia's praises and surprises, it's all acting. He couldn't help but feel sad and began to doubt himself. Could it be that the women who have had romantic encounters and beautiful affair with myself before, they are all? Once the thoughts diverge, they can't stop. Howard got into the butler's car with a complicated mood. He was silent for a moment and asked, "Jarvis, do you think I am like the kind of rookie who can satisfy others? I mean, is it possible that women will, because you are rich, I deliberately welcome you and praise you?" "Sir, I can't judge your length and endurance, let alone comment on your life in bed." Jarvis, who was sitting in front of the car, replied stubbornly, "Although I am British, I don't know enough about men. It's just that, judging from your physical condition, I think you need to rest for a while. Proper abstinence can help restore energy." Hearing the butler's euphemistic reminder, Howard slumped in the back seat as if he had received the answer, his eyes losing their luster. "I'm fed up with the rainy weather in Paris, and at least there is still sunny in New York." After Luke hit Howard into doubt about his life, He also got in the car that came to meet him. You are 2 days behind the scheduled return date. The driver of the car is Carter. She is wearing a white blouse with a bright red skirt today, which is quite eye-catching. Some other issues were dealt with, which wasted time. Luke smiled slightly. Fortunately, the ending was very successful. I got on the line with Alexander Covinus, packed European vampires and werewolves to North America, and let them consume with Dracula's pureblood descendants, so as not to make New York a miasma. Atlantis trade channels have also been finalized, and the establishment of the World Security Council has begun to be on the agenda. The most unexpected harvest is the Magic Spear game. Providing the whereabouts of Xue Yui, Zheng Xian owes me a favor. When SHIELD is officially on the world stage and handles international relations, the help of SHIELD will be very useful. Luke closed his eyes. Untitled.novel.com and counted the fruits harvested during the Peace Summit. I heard that you were in Paris and met a new woman. Are you still a vampire? Carter, holding the steering wheel, seemed to say casually. That's all rumors. When it comes to this, I blame Howard. He has to go to the Moulin Rouge. Luke's face remained unchanged, and he sold the brother Howard with his backhand. Anyway, the other party's reputation has always been terrible, and it doesn't matter how much black history is. It fits his style very well. After listening to Howard's misfortune in Paris, Carter's mouth was filled with a smile. By the way, a sanctuary mage dressed as a monk found SHIELD a few days ago and said that when you come back, you must go to the sanctuary in New York. Carmitage. There seems to be something wrong. Chapter 186. Set foot in Carmitage, a day of business trip in ancient times, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. What can go wrong with Carmitage? Such questions flashed through Luke's head. In this era, the future Supreme Master Strange is not even an embryo. The appointed successor did not appear, and Guy is set of being stabbed to death by the rebels, to get out of his body and take the opportunity to retire early. There is no need to use it for the time being, then go directly to Greenwich Village. Luke pondered. He plans to go to the sanctuary in New York first. Anyway, the work of SHIELD is not in a hurry. Instead of burying yourself in a variety of boring documents, participate in the entertainment parties and boring meetings one after another. It is better to go to Kathmandu to relax. He did not forget that the Supreme Mage had previously agreed to open Carmitage's magic training course to himself. Let Howard take a rest for a while. Now take him to Carmitage and train with the gang of mature mages. It is estimated that this guy's body will be completely hollowed out. Luke thought silently as he watched the scenery outside the window. Amelia, an elder vampire, has a superb ability to squeeze juice. Howard's physical fitness is only an ordinary person's level, whereas his opponent. Sore back, weak legs, exhaustion, this is normal. If there is no immediate wind, it is already considered superior. About 40 minutes drive, Luke arrived at Brick Street in Greenwich Village. Since becoming a Superman, after having a friendly conversation with the Supreme Master, the three sanctuary no longer refused his visits, and their attitude towards him was quite kind. Mr. Lieutenant General, please come in. Around the building of the sanctuary in New York, there seems to be a magical setting similar to an induction barrier. Luke had just stepped out of the car, and the Master Nicky who had greeted him appeared at the door in good time. The dark face still had a mysterious smile like a stick, which made people want to kick hard. Peggy, you go back first. Help me push the Pentagon and White House meetings away, and say I have other things to deal with. Luke turned around and said to the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. Intuition told him that the mage of the sanctuary in New York took the initiative to find the door, and it would definitely not be a small trouble. Okay. But Mr. President, forget it. I'll talk about it when you come back. Carter frowned slightly, and stopped talking. Luke noticed the weird behavior of the female agent, but didn't ask much. The Master Nico at the entrance of the sanctuary was still waiting. Mr. Lieutenant General, Master Russell is aware of your visit and has prepared tea in the reception room on the second floor. Luke, who had been here several times, was familiar with the road and went straight up the stairs. He pushed aside the penultimate house in the corridor. In the antique reception room, there was an old man with a white beard sitting impressively. The other party is exactly the Russell in the words of Master Nico, and the administrator of the sanctuary in New York. The system established by the Supreme Master actually uses Karmatage as a talent training organization. Teach and train disciples who are willing to stay and follow their own. If the result is qualified, it does not resist the fight. After graduation, he will be assigned to the 3 major sanctuary and go to various places to perform tasks. Only those with outstanding performance and talents are qualified to become managers of the sanctuary. For an old mage like Russell, don't look at his old age and speak slowly. Since he can be the head of the New York sanctuary, he must have been a muscular man before, the kind that can kill a Bengal tiger with one punch. The current mage has long since got rid of the weak image of the past. Lifting weights every day, exercising, wearing heavy armor, and carrying a giant sword, flail, and axe are qualified. Because signing a contract, borrowing the power of dimensions, there is a price to pay. Without a strong enough physique, he would die after a few years. Please sit down, Lieutenant General Cavill. The gracious Master Russell offered a good cup of tea. This old man with a white beard is quite interested in the culture of the Celestial Dynasty. Tea ceremony is one of them. Well, it's better than last time. The Master's understanding of making tea and drinking tea has become more and more profound. Luke lowered his head and sniffed lightly. A scent of fragrance came to his nose. Holding a porcelain cup in his hand, he took a sip of the translucent tea soup. The taste is delicate and mellow, with hints of sweetness in the bitterness. Ha ha, ha ha. Lieutenant Cavill still has taste. The praised Master Russell nodded in satisfaction. The people in the sanctuary can only drink vodka, whiskey, and cola soda. How do they understand the beauty of tea? Luke glanced at the white-bearded old man with a stern look, and he was talking in a very interesting way. Mage Russell, you specially sent someone to SHIELD to find me. Is there anything wrong? After a few small chats, to pave the way for the atmosphere, he cuts to the topic. That's it, Lieutenant General Cavill, the Supreme Mage is no longer in Karmatage. Before leaving, she specifically confessed that if you encounter any difficult problems, you can find you. The old mage cleared his throat and said slowly, Yi is not in Karmatage. Luke's eyes flashed, as if he was guessing. Could it be that a certain timeline has gone wrong, and the Supreme Master needs to go to restore order? How can I be able to help the 3 sanctuary? Luke chuckled, keeping his humility in his mouth, but wondered in his heart that the Supreme Mage would not take the opportunity to go fishing for the reason of a business trip, right? According to the ancient style of doing things casually, this possibility is not low. Lieutenant General Cavill didn't know. It was probably a few days ago that the monitoring network of the 3 sanctuary experienced energy fluctuations. Mage Russell raised his right hand, and the hanging ring on it gleamed, emitting waves of magical power. As a high-level mage, the original cumbersome spells and magic circles, as if at hand, quickly opened a teleportation portal. Luke put down his teacup, followed the old mage who got up, and walked in. Boom, boom, boom. Only the bells echoed. A puff of green smoke wafted roundly, as if being in a temple. This is ... Karmatage. Luke paused, thinking a little hesitantly. The legendary Karmatage is the holy land in the mind of the mage and the center of operation of the 3 sanctuary. What did the old mage want to do when he brought him here? Plaza, follow me. Master Russell, who remains mysterious, acts as a guide. Luke followed suit, following closely behind. He looked around, looking at this hidden place that was shrouded in mystery. You can see towers standing like stone forests, and from time to time there are hermits wearing robes of different colors or trained mages walking out of them. They held books or magical instruments in their hands, scattered in groups of 3 or 5. These are all practitioners? Luke asked curiously. Some are not. Master Russell smiled. There is no impermeable wall in the world. Even if Karmatage is located between the mountains, it is extremely steep and difficult to climb. but there are traces. There are always some outsiders who are good at inquiring news. They learned about the location of Karmitage through many channels, and came here with various demands and passed the tests set by the mage. Among them, most of them are lost travelers who have suffered setbacks and lost their hearts. There are also poor people who are terminally ill and endure torment of illness. Luke glanced around, and indeed saw some monks who were physically mutilated. When you come to Karmitage, after achieving your goal, some of these people will return to this world and continue their original life. Some, they choose to stay, continue to explore the mystery of soul and self, and enter the Hall of Magic. There was a trace of respect in Mage Russell's eyes, and he said with emotion, "The Supreme Mage never interfered with the decisions they made." Decades and hundreds of years passed in a flash. There were countless visitors who found Taj Karma. Just watch quietly, listen patiently to everyone's tragic fate, and then solve their happy mystery. For Master Yi, this may only be part of the world's operation. Luke smiled. Those same things may have happened countless times on different timelines. The two entered the hall while chatting. This is the most important place for Taj Karma. The three gates lead to different sanctuary. Mage Russell did not deliberately conceal it, and said generously, "The globe above is actually a magic weapon, created by the Supreme Master. It is similar to a radar device in the human world, which can monitor energy fluctuations at time nodes. If there is a biological invasion of other dimensions, we can immediately find out and make an emergency plan." Luke raised his head and looked at the huge copper ball that was slowly swirling and flowing with bright light. "You find me, don't Damam take advantage of Yi Mage and initiate an invasion, right?" he said half-jokingly. "That is the dimensional demon of the 8 classics. The Superman of template level LV2 www.mtlnovel.com has only stepped into the Heavenly Father level, and there is still a slight gap with Odin, who is at the top. Based solely on combat power, Luke should have no chance of winning against Damam. Unless Yi is willing to borrow the Eye of Agamotto, let him go to the Dark Dimension to negotiate terms. It's not that serious." The Supreme Mage went to the Dark Dimension not long ago. In a short time, Damam shouldn't reach out to the Earth again. Hearing the old mage's answer, Luke couldn't help but mourn for Damam for a second. Even if Yi forcibly squeezed the wool, as a debtor, if he had nothing to do, he would go to the creditor's site to make trouble. This year, it is the uncle who really owes debts. There is a problem with the time node. There are abnormal energy fluctuations. Russell looked dignified and said, "After careful investigation, we suspect that Kang the Conqueror has come to this world with the help of the space-time shuttle machine." Chapter 187? Kang the Conqueror, Book of Emperor Y. Shan, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Kang the Conqueror. Luke's eyes flickered, and when he first met the Supreme Mage, the latter mentioned this guy. He has not forgotten the agreement with Yi to resolve Kang the Conqueror and expel him from this timeline. No one would like a who just thought about breaking the world and messing up everything, flying around like a fly in front of his own eyes. The Supreme Mage once thought about slapped Kang the Conqueror, who was buzzing to death, but the opponent has occupied many timelines so far. Shoot one to death, and sooner or later there will be another. Unless Yi is cruel, he spends a lot of time and energy. Follow in the footsteps of Kang the Conqueror, trace back to every timeline, and then kill them all. Otherwise, this disgusting guy, it will grow back like a stubble of leeks, and become thicker and stronger. The experience of fighting wits and courage with the Supreme Master will also be richer. All in all, Yi hated Kang the Conqueror very much. But because she couldn't leave the job for too long and couldn't spare so much free time, she couldn't kill this annoying fly all at once. Until he met Luke, the Supreme Mage decided to let Superman act as a scavenger. "Have you locked to his specific location?" Looking at the spinning Earth, Luke asked critical questions. The combat effectiveness of Kang the Conqueror is actually very average. It is probably equivalent to the Iron Man who masters future technology, most of the time relying on foreign objects to solve problems. If the Mage of Karmitage knew where he was hiding, Luke flew over and could kill him with a single blow. The three sanctuaries issued alarms at the same time. There were abnormal energy fluctuations in New York, London and other places, and we could not tell. Master Russell shook his head regretfully. Kang the Conqueror, as an experienced time and space smuggler, is well versed in various methods and techniques for evading tracking and searching. In addition, he has a special database, and he has a great understanding of famous superheroes in later generations, and he is familiar with weaknesses and flaws. With the blessing of various factors, this guy has become extremely difficult to deal with. Therefore, the Supreme Mage will fancy Luke. Superman does not belong to any timeline of this universe. His past experience is blank, and his future development is constantly changing. Kang the Conqueror was unable to make effective and reasonable judgments and formulate useful targeted plans. I promised Guyi Major to help her solve this trouble. Luke retracted his gaze and nodded. According to Kang the Conqueror's style of doing things, he likes to pretend to be historical celebrities, pharaohs, Darius. People with high authority are generally selected as targets. I will start from this aspect and send someone to investigate. As the saying goes, there is a specialization in surgery. Compared to the SHIELD agency, which specializes in intelligence work, its agents gather the three sanctuary that defends against dimensional invasion and protects the peace of the Earth seem to be inadequate in terms of collecting information and tracking whereabouts. Then thank Lieutenant General Cavill. I will leave this to you. Master Russell smiled kindly. Before the Supreme Master left, he told me that Karmataj's library was fully open to Lieutenant General. You are free to use the books in it. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. The old master is also a wise person who has read emotional intelligence well, and understands the principles of interpersonal communication of courtesy and reciprocity. Superman agreed to help and solve the problem for Karmataj. Then, as it should be, provide convenience to the other party. The library is one of the most important places in Karmataj. There are collections of magical curses from ancient times to the present, as well as many ancient anecdotes that have long been forgotten. It stands to reason that such a treasure land that people yearn for and desire to enter should be heavily guarded and guarded. But in fact, there is no one else except an old librarian. It's a shame not to see Pharaoh. Luke stepped into the library lined with bookshelves. He glanced around, but he didn't catch a glimpse of the serious-looking fat man with a round face. This is also expected. After all, even Doctor Strange was not born. As the Mage Pharaoh who was his follower, naturally he would not be here. Karmataj has many rules. The most well-known one is, knowledge can be shared. There was a smile on Master Russell's face. Every follower of the Supreme Master, after passing the assessment, signed a contract with Emperor Waishan of the Trinity, and smoothly used the suspended ring. Anyone can come to the library, flip and borrow books from the collection at will, even for some taboo spells. There is no problem. The Supreme Master thinks that this is also a trial, which can test whether the Master's heart is firm enough to hold the temptation brought by the powerful force. Therefore, it is also inevitable that Karmataj will appear as a second or fifth son. Luke thought silently. Sometimes, human nature cannot stand the test too much. Like a disciple of the Supreme Master, he took refuge in Casillas of Damam. The reason why he would betray Guyi is because he has learned the taboo technique so as to learn the way to go deep into the dark dimension and steal power. Casillas is just a high-level mage. Even though he is extremely talented, he can face the corrosion and bewitching of the dimensional demon. What room does he have to resist? Therefore, from the moment he opened the book, his fate was doomed. I suggest that Lieutenant Cavill you still start with some basic knowledge, from low to high, from easy to difficult. This will help build a systematic understanding. Master Russell is very enthusiastic, like the sales of recommended learning materials. This Solomon's Key is a 14th century work. It contains detailed records of the rules and spells for summoning demons, as well as the corresponding contract drafting terms. The latter part of the content is the dark magic that encourages killing and sacrifice. Luke followed the old mage's gaze and found the yellowed book locked on the shelf. The mage of Carmitage doesn't resist others learning black magic? He asked curiously. The Trinity Wish handy represents white magic. The cost of this repayment is smaller, and the side effects are not so terrible. Although black magic is powerful, it often uses limbs, blood, and organs as conditions for drawing power. Strange Dr. Strange once suffered from a stomach perforation that could never be cured because of overuse. He even went blind again and became blind. This shows how painful the price of black magic is. Not so, Lieutenant General Cavill. Russell waved his hand and said solemnly, "If you want to be a qualified mage, you have to deal with the demons and demons in from time to time. You also know that those with the smell of sulfur are either rude or cunning, and it is difficult for ordinary people to deal with. So, we must understand them, know the idiomatic words used by the devil to deceive, and what rules the devil is subject to when it comes to this world. The mage is not a reckless man who relies solely on brute force. We have to learn to use knowledge and brains." Untitled.novel.com. Luke glanced at the old mage's strong muscles, tightened his robe, and felt that the other party was also. It's not like adding all attribute points to mental intelligence. That book. Can I borrow it? After Luke took down Solomon's key, he looked for the next target. Master Russell recommended several books, but none of them met his liking. His eyes continued to shuttle around, and finally stayed on a dusty ancient book. That is the Book of Emperor Wishan, the masterpiece of white magic. The old mage hesitated. Lieutenant General Cavill, it's not an entry-level. High-level mages can understand it. After Luke listened, his eyes lit up and he whispered softly, "Then I need this one." It's time to check the level of talent of Magic Superman. Chapter 188. What is genius? Tactical backward, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The Book of Emperor Wishan, also called Encyclopedia of White Magic and Defense Magic. On the cover, there is the seal left by the first Supreme Mage Gamato, which can transfer many attacking spells, and it is considered a powerful magic weapon in itself. It contains the most powerful known white magic in the world, as well as defensive magic. Every spell recorded can only be used for defense and can never be used to attack others. The existence of this magic book is to deal with the dark magic book written by the ancient Scythorn. Every piece of white magic and defensive magic can dissolve the black magic and lethal magic created by Scythorn. It is precisely by virtue of this that the mages of the three major sanctuaries can be invincible in the face of black magicians and wizards at the same level and level. Lieutenant General Cavill will have to challenge high levels of difficulty when he comes up. This confidence is certainly a good thing, but once setbacks are encountered, it is very likely to fall into a trough. Master Russell was worried. He has seen a lot of geniuses from the crowd. Most of the reasons for the failure can be attributed to arrogance and conceit. The Magic Palace favors the humble people who are in awe. The original version of the Book of Emperor Wishan, provided by the Trinity Emperor Wishan. Later, after several generations of great masters continue to add new spells, making the content more esoteric. Generally speaking, an apprentice who is new to magic, not to mention delving into spells, even understanding it is a luxury. This is equivalent to letting a junior high school student study hard with calculus and linear algebra. No matter how hard it works, it is useless, because of magic knowledge and mathematics. The only similarity between the two is that they are very real. They don't deceive people. If you don't understand, you don't understand. Although, people can do everything if they are in a hurry. But the math problems are different. If you can't do it, you will never. So is magic. Hey, let's get to know the progress of the Lieutenant General's studies. If there is anything I don't understand, I can still answer questions. With his hands behind his back, the old mage walked slowly to Luke's residence. The other party chose to live in Carmitage, saying that he would devote himself to practicing for a period of time. The search for Kang the Conqueror's whereabouts has been given to SHIELD. Lieutenant General Cavill, do you have any gains? Master Russell saw Luke sitting in the courtyard and laughed. Considering the need to take care of Superman's self-esteem, he didn't directly ask which step he had learned. Taking Karmataj's previous student grades as a reference, perceiving the power of magic and accepting their existence, it takes a few minutes to a few days. It is not easy to break the old stereotypes and accept new things. For example, Strange, with his handicapped hands, had to let the Supreme Mage take him for a trip to the dimensional space before abandoning his inner obstacles. Afterwards, learn to control, use, and manipulate by absorbing magic power. This is another threshold that can screen out many people. The sign of completing this step is to be able to pour magic power into the hanging ring and open the portal. At present, Karmataj's best student has a record of 7 hours and 6 minutes. No one can break it all the time. As for the future Supreme Mage, he was thrown to Mount Everest and almost froze to death before he learned this skill. I have a deeper understanding of soul, self, and magic. Seeing the old mage, Luke frowned, slowly unfolding. He seemed to be thinking about a certain problem, and asked softly, "But there is one thing, I feel very puzzled. The power of magic in this world is rather meager, and a metropolis like New York is almost nothing. That's why the mage will sign a contract with the Dimension Demon God to borrow power. Am I right?" Mage Russell nodded, and it was precisely because of the decline of magical power that those ancient gods left one after another and hid in other dimensional worlds. "Is there any problem, Lieutenant General Cavill?" the white-bearded old mage asked with a smile. "If you find it difficult to absorb magical powers, you can use the spell of the Book of Emperor Waishan to sign a contract with the Trinity Emperor Waishan. The cost of releasing white magic is much smaller. As long as it doesn't consume excessively, there is generally no problem." Luke shook his head and rejected Master Russell's suggestion. He doesn't like to be controlled by others, even if the Trinity Waishandi has a good reputation and a hard background. He is a diverse boss who can talk and laugh with the 5 gods. But he didn't intend to become a mage, but wanted to learn some extra knowledge to improve his understanding of this aspect. By the way, get rid of the possible peeping of the Supreme Master. I mean, it should be difficult to complete the spellcasting process without signing a contract with the Dimension Demon God. The expression on Luke's face became a little weird. Especially that kind of high-level spell. It is even more impossible to complete. "But, why don't I feel the slightest?" Mage Russell was puzzled at first, and then he saw the Superman lieutenant without a teacher, pressing his hands in the void. Boom! The space seemed to shake. The red lines shining with magical sparks spread out in an instant, quickly formed, intertwined into a circular shield covering the courtyard. Seraphim's shield. The defensive magic that can only be released by high-level mages. Doctor Strange took the spaceship with Iron Man and Spider-Man and used this trick to save his life when he fell to Titan. After reading Solomon's Key, I probably understood some basic knowledge. Luke ignored the shocked eyes of the old mage. He was a genius who had been appointed by Yi, throwing out a few high-level spells easily. Naturally there is no problem. Those profound knowledge squeezed into his head, and quickly digested it before he could understand it. Long spells, obscure language, not difficult to understand. It's just. Luke paused, wondering, why do I hear someone speaking every time I cast a spell? Mage Russell looked at the sparkling Seraphim's shield and accepted that the Superman Lieutenant General was a magical wizard like no other. The shocked look in his eyes finally faded back. After hearing Luke's question, the brain went down. Lieutenant General Cavill, when you cast a spell, will you hear a voice? The old mage rolled his throat a few times, and said with difficulty, "Sure it's not a hallucination?" Or when you meditate, did you find that the spiritual world will show the light of many stars? Luke frowned for a moment and nodded. It seems there is. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, he entered a state of meditation almost instantly. Immediately afterwards, the soul body that was indistinguishable from a real person broke free. This is. The soul is out of the body. Mage Russell was numb. In just 2 days, the Superman Lieutenant General completed the work of Karmataj's monks and students. 2 weeks, or even 2 months of homework. Mage, do you think these are these? The misty voice came into the ears of the old mage. Novel.com. He looked up stiffly and saw huge stars appearing in the form of projections. The Crimson Lord, Scythorn, Domam, Snake God Set. Mage Russell dumbly said the names of the ancient gods and the multiple bosses. How strong is the talent of this Superman lieutenant to attract their attention? Could it be Lieutenant General Cavill is the next candidate for the Supreme Master? The old mage looked at Luke. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. It must be so. Chapter 189? 3 days for getting started, 5 days for graduation. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. It is absolutely impossible to be the generals who can be regarded by so many dimensional demon gods. Coupled with the amazing talent shown by Luke, Mage Russell has become more certain of his inner guess. This Superman Lieutenant General is likely to be the successor chosen by Yi. In this way, the fact that the other party has so many privileges can be explained. Go in and out of the 3 sanctuary freely, browse the library materials, and set foot on Carmitage. The word rule does not apply to Luke. The Supreme Mage, who is high above and far away from the mundane, seems to treat him differently, making many exceptions and opening the door to convenience. After thinking about it carefully, I am afraid that it is only a successor to Yi, which is more convincing. That, Master Russell, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Luke, who kept his soul body, looked at the many stars projected. He didn't know the crazy brain supplement of the old mage. Although Yi did say before, if there weren't a better choice for Doctor Strange, she might have regarded Luke as a candidate for the Supreme Mage. Become the leader of Carmitage, the leader of the 3 Sanctuary. In addition to their outstanding talents, they must also have the spirit of willingly sacrifice for the world. This may be the only place where Superman is inferior to superheroes. He is not the kind of good person with dedication and consciousness. Therefore, he is not a qualified candidate to become the Supreme Master. It's hard for me to explain whether this is good or bad. After half a minute, Master Russell finally calmed down. The surprise that Luke brought to him was like a big promotional gift package that followed. I originally thought that this Superman Lieutenant General was just a slightly qualified and ordinary person. Who would have thought that the dazzling light emitted by the other party almost blinded the old mage's eyes? That is the brilliance unique to genius. It's unbelievable. Let's put it this way, Lieutenant General Cavill. The Dimension Demon lends his power, not for nothing. Mage Russell organized the language and slowly said, for example, Scythorn, who has written the Dark Divine Book, wrote spells and black magic on the indestructible parchment. These parchments with evil power flowed into the world, causing a storm. Many black magicians and wizards, in order to fight for this secret, they will not hesitate to give up their lives. Later, those weird parchments were revised into a book called the Dark God Book. It is the source of all black magic, and every mage obtained can't resist this temptation, and can't help but want to learn the powerful magic in it. And as a price, they will be corrupted and degenerate, and their bodies will rapidly age. Finally, the dead soul flows into Scythorn's hands as the nourishment for the dimensional world. Luke frowned thoughtfully. It sounds like the Dimension Devil is like a bunch of capitalists who raise and cut leaks. First, give some petty profits to attract retail investors to enter the market. When you are fattening up, harvest a wave from time to time, and take your body and soul away. So, the Dark Book is the bait thrown by Scythorn. Luke stared at the huge stars that were projected, and they radiated dazzling lights of different colors. Yes, the black one is Scythorn's dimensional world. Mage Russell pointed to the dark star with its dark light, and said solemnly, if you accept his call and choose to get closer, your soul will be involved, lose your self-consciousness, and become a part of it. The rest of them, do they all represent different dimensional demon gods? Luke glanced at the huge red star, and he felt a strong sense of oppression from it. That is Crimson Lord Storak. The old mage replied. Luke's eyes flashed, expressing understanding. Sito Luck is a famous otaku who always only likes to stay in his own crimson universe, and is one of the few dimensional demon gods who are not interested in the earth. So, these demon gods are after me, Luke reacted. The bewitching whispers when casting spells, and the astral projection in the meditation state were actually a way for the dimensional demon to express existence. That's right, Lieutenant General Cavill, you have extraordinary talents, and you have the qualifications to become a legendary mage. Mage Russell did not hesitate to praise her, and smiled. The Dimension Demon likes to find qualified spokespersons in this world, lending his strength, and letting them perform their tasks. The world of the mage always has a beautiful story of reaching the sky one step at a time. A certain unknown person accidentally found a magic book or a treasure of a relic left by a predecessor, and embarked on the road of becoming a legend. Generally speaking, the story ends here. Those listeners will not know that after becoming a legend, within a few years, the Dimension Demon will make them pay a heavy price. The flesh is decayed and self-annihilated. This is the real end. Luke raised his eyebrows, and he could hear the old mage admonishing himself. Well, is there any way to block the gaze of the Dimension Demon God? To be honest, their presence has caused me some insomnia recently, Lieutenant General Superman asked. He has no interest in becoming a legendary mage. Without the Eye of Agamotto, the Supreme Mage confronts Superman, which is probably a 5050 situation. The prerequisite is that he can't call people. The Trinity Waishan Emperor is equivalent to the three ancient gods. Unless Luke makes another breakthrough and crosses two ranks, promote a single unit and become a pluralistic one. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to pick one out of three. I will wait for the library to get a related magic book. Mage Russell thought for a while and said seriously, it's just that Lieutenant General Cavill, if you enter or leave the dimensional world in the future, you must remain vigilant, because you have attracted the attention of those dimensional demon gods. It is tantamount to hanging up. They may take more radical measures, can't be lured, still want to intimidate. There was a hint of coldness at the corner of Luke's mouth. He asked himself who he hadn't been afraid of in fighting this kind of thing. Even if you meet the big bosses of the single universe and the multiverse, who knows if the existence of Superman's combat power will suddenly explode. According to the example that happened in the comics, Clark Kent in the next studio had an amazing performance of punching through the six-dimensional universe. Then let those demon gods let go. Luke's soul body returned to the body, opened his eyes, and said in a deep voice. Mage Russell suddenly remembered that the other party had an incredible magical talent. He is also a fierce man among fierce men. He can push the aircraft carrier with his bare hands and blast the terrifying existence of the building. It's no wonder that the Supreme Mage will fancy Lieutenant General Cavill. As a mage, you must have extraordinary physical quality. The old mage's eyes lit up, and he was even more certain that this Superman Lieutenant General was the successor chosen by Yi. By the way, Master Russell, I have one more request. Luke seemed to think of something. MTLnovel.com and said in a weird tone, does Carmitage have that ... to prevent others from peeping? Which mage has this hobby? Mage Russell was a little confused. I asked the administrator of the library to find it for you. There should be spells in this area, he said uncertainly. Lieutenant General Cavill, other than that, do you have any more needs? Luke shook his head. He has learned how to get out of the body and how to cast spells. The next thing to do is to get started in 3 days and graduate in 5 days to become a qualified high-level mage. After all, I can't stay in Carmitage for a long time. Chapter 190. Multiplayer Sports, Poison Ivy Perfume, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The magic system of today's era has undergone thousands of years of development and evolution. From the ancient witch books, sacrifices, and divination, to the white magic and black magic that gradually took shape, the entire huge framework was not completed overnight. The first supreme mage, Agamotto, was a child born of a tear from the ancient Oshatu. He has an extraordinary talent, and he is already a powerful legendary mage as a young man. In the Wild Age when magic prevailed, Agamotto once smashed the heads of countless demons with a fine iron staff. Even the Lord of Mephisto was not spared. At that time, the Earth did not need to face the threat of the Dark Dimension. Damam was just an unknown little wizard. The enemies of Agamotto are the underworld Scythorn, the serpent set. This old-fashioned ancient god. Later, he gave the seat of the Supreme Master to Guyi, and ran to multiple dimensions by himself, reunited with his mother, Uazatu, to form the triune image of Emperor Wei-Shan. As for the expansion of the Three Sanctuary, the signing of treaties with heaven and prohibiting the lower realms of angels and demons, that is another legendary story of the Supreme Master. All in all, the history of the magic system is closely related to Kamar-Taj. It can even be said that the Supreme Mage has erected the solid pillar of white magic in one hand. It's really a powerful pair of legendary masters and apprentices. Luke closed the book, and on the cover it read A New History of Magic. Yes, he is understanding the past origins of the wizard world. It's not that I want to learn anything. After these few days of crash course, this Superman Lieutenant General has become a qualified high-level mage. It's not just talking about 3 days to get started and 5 days to graduate. The gift of openness can completely turn it into reality. Of course, this did not greatly improve Luke's combat power, because he didn't sign a contract with Emperor Wei-Shan. He could only cast some high-level white magic and defensive spells. Lethal spells like Avada Gnawing Melon and Finger of Death cannot be used. In contrast, the strange Doctor Strange, who Guyi said was the best among us, seemed to be very crotch. After Luke finished reading the story of Agamotto, the supreme mage of 1 or 2 generations of ancient times, inexplicably, the neurosurgeon who looks like Sherlock Holmes and Alan Turing can't really embody the word best. Agamotto singled out the underworld Scythorn and beat Mephisto. Guyi singled out Damam and beat Mephisto. Well, that cunning lord is really unlucky. Luke couldn't help holding a handful of bitter tears for Mephisto. It was too miserable. And Doctor Strange, the most eye-catching record is probably negotiating with Damam, and by the way, let Asgard's Rocky fall free for half an hour. So, the reason why Strange is not like a supreme mage at all has been found. He has not beaten Mephisto. This may be the only way to become the strongest mage. Luke's thoughts diverged for a while, and his soul body returned to his body. He has recently become obsessed with being out of his body and can hardly extricate himself. This is the experience of the body being in deep sleep and the soul continuing to move. It feels extraordinarily light, just like feathering and soaring. Moreover, the soul body has a more keen perception of the surrounding natural elements. It's like taking off your coat and running streaking as much as you want. A wonderful metaphor for Superman. I'm almost done studying, it's time to go back and solve Kang the Conqueror. Luke opened his eyes. Guyi didn't know when he was going to skip work, and it was useless to stay at Kamar-Taj by himself. No one can be found at the critical moment. You deserve to be the Supreme Master. If you can use the window of the world of the Three Sanctuary to monitor suspicious places around the clock, you can always find the traces of Kang the Conqueror. Who knows, Guyi took the opportunity to fish, but he didn't know where he went. What is Marlena doing at this time? Luke, who had enough rest, was all right, stretched out his right hand wearing a hanging ring, and randomly drew a circle. The beating magic spark cuts through the space, presenting the opposite scene, which is the balcony on the 46th floor of the basic building. What? Luke, who was about to surprise Marlena, realized the 2 figures could be vaguely seen through the half-open balcony. In addition to stepping on flat heels, a floral dress, and the seaweed-like long hair of Marlena behind her head, there is one more person. Even so happy to laugh, Luke squinted, subconsciously thinking of certain plots. His gaze passed through the curtain, the barrier of the door wall. Finally see what the other person looks like. Oh, it's Carter. That's all right. Luke, with a serious face, instantly recovered his calmness. Calmly stepped into the portal to the outside of the balcony. The hustle and bustle of the streets of Manhattan flooded into my ears. Luke shielded the noise by himself, and the conversation between Malina and Carter sounded clearly. Today there is a rescreening of Roman Holiday in the cinema. Would you like to see it together later? Malina is ironing her clothes with an iron. Although she hires a dedicated maid, she likes to do it herself. You also like to watch Audrey Hepburn movies? Carter crossed his chest and stood by the side. Of course, I am a big fan of her. Malina put up her iron, and said cheerfully, Luke attended a banquet before, and there were many Hollywood stars. I also met Hepburn. She was a little bit more happy than in the movie. Really? I rarely attend such occasions. Carter said that there was a match and no match. She prefers Hitchcock's movies, such as Smith's and Deep Boudoir. I'm so sorry, I shouldn't mention this. Malina seemed to realize something, and suddenly smiled guilty. No, you misunderstood, Malina. I didn't mean that. The absent-minded Carter heard the words, suddenly a little at a loss. She didn't want to be jealous. To be honest, the female agent didn't even know how to position the relationship between herself and Luke. I don't mind Luke taking you to public occasions. Compared to his own female subordinates, Sicilian lovers are more suitable for accompanying female companions. Carter explained quickly, and for a while, I was very troubled by the rumors circulating within SHIELD. In this era, there is always a prejudice against women. Those people think that the reason why I can sit in the commander's seat is only because Luke and I rolled over the sheets. Malina smiled softly, with a maternal glow on her face. She was a few years older than Carter, like the big sister of the next door, gently hugging each other's shoulders. The beautiful face that God bestows on you can sometimes become a source of prejudice. Malina comforted and said that she had a deep understanding of this. Luke said that labeling people is stupid. Paige, you have proven your outstanding workability to those men. The atmosphere in the room suddenly eased, as if it was permeated with a faint smell of orange. Luke, standing on the balcony, was stunned. Isn't this kind of progress a bit fast? The cold and compelling female agent was actually attacked by Malina with a few good words. I also want to get involved. Luke watched the two women leaning against each other, feeling about to move inwardly. It's time to unlock more poses and start a new version of the ship. It's very difficult to implement. Luke's footsteps stopped abruptly. According to Carter's strong character, coupled with not being able to let go in some aspects, this is much better for Malina. After all, the latter was born in passionate Italy, and still has a good taste in his bones. For example, last time in a restaurant, it was absolutely impossible to change to Carter. Multiplayer sports. Remembering that Guy had just been on a business trip, and he had found several tantric yoga books in Karmataj's library, Luke's eyes lit up. He spread his hand silently, and a bottle of perfume appeared in his palm. Poison Device Pheromone Perfume, a one-time prop. The effect is to increase their attractiveness to the opposite sex. Untitled.novel.com remarks are that the effect is better between the same sex. Another fulfilling day. Luke looked up at the clear sky, with an upright expression on his face. This is not out of his inner lust, but simply wants to free the shackles of the soul and experience a higher level of realm. Tantric Yoga says that only by putting aside complex desires can we reach the great harmony of life. Instilling a sense of emptiness in himself, Luke opened the balcony window and strode in. The warm sunlight outside fell into the room and fell into mottled fragments. Before long, the sound of clothes rubbing was heard inside. The entanglement of several figures is close, like a looming hazy oil painting, rendering an ambiguous atmosphere. Chapter 191, Infinite Formula, The Emergence of Fury, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. From morning to night, all-night carnival. Only the various clothes thrown down on the floor, as well as the misty aroma remaining in the room. What a misstep. It almost made me useless. Luke scratched his head and said annoyedly, the pheromone perfume of poison ivy is indeed outstanding. However, he somewhat ignored that note. The effect of perfume on the same is much better than that of the opposite sex. Therefore, Luke was stunned to admire the false phoenix and fake phoenix for 2 hours, and could not join the battlefield. Facts have proved that if two women have feelings, they will completely forget that there is still a man in the room. With his superb blue family marksmanship, he has nowhere to play. "Well, can I ask for leave today, Mr. Director?" Carter, who was half opened, hugged Marlena, who was still wandering in the sweet dream, with a particularly charming voice. Compared to the usual iceberg appearance, it looks like a different person. "Is this the beauty of developing a new version of the ship?" "Accepted." Luke glanced at the overlapping Marlena and Carter, and said with emotion, "Multiplayer sports are really time-consuming, and it's morning before you know it." The energetic Superman Lieutenant General extinguished his mind to fight another battle. He is not a ruthless piling machine, he only cares about himself. It's time to check the work of SHIELD and see if there is any clue to Kang the Conqueror by the way. Luke thought silently, leaving the messy bedroom room. He took a moment to wash, and then ordered a hearty breakfast through room service. Pancakes with gravy, bacon and eggs, toast with jam. It tastes pretty good. During the days when he stayed at Carmitage, all 3 meals a day were coarse tea and light rice. This made Luke, who was accustomed to the decadent life of capitalism, somewhat unaccustomed. Keep your original intentions and don't be fooled by sugar-coated shells. After eating breakfast for 3 by himself, Luke finally filled his empty hunger. Piling. This is also an individual effort. SSS plan. Has SHIELD already started? Mr. Lieutenant General Zhuguang caught a glimpse of a few documents placed on the desk in the study. It must have been Carter who sent them on a special trip to let himself pass the information. Obviously, Luke is not a competent director. He threw most of his work to Carter, focusing his energy and time on other things. Nevertheless, the general framework of SHIELD, as well as the plans for future development, were all formulated by this unsuccessful Superman alone. The SSS plan is part of it. The predecessor of SHIELD, the Brotherhood of the Holy Shield, which gathered a large number of celebrities in history, had studied anti-aging drugs. The length of life, when placed in front of the scale of time, is too small, like water molecules in the vast ocean. So, Isaac Newton eyes. It was the encyclopedic all-rounder, a great genius who can be ranked among the top 10 in human history. He is a member of the Holy Shield Brotherhood. In order to extend the life of the great prophet Nostradamus, Newton used his own wisdom to crack the code of life and researched the real anti-aging drug. It has allowed Nostradamus to live for a long time, but the side effect is that it will make the brain dementia. The Brotherhood of the Holy Shield is a group of great people who are proud of their rational minds, genius ideas, and amazing execution. After they learn that they are at risk of becoming Alzheimer's, they naturally will not use the so-called anti-aging drugs. Therefore, the Holy Shield Brotherhood destroyed the first batch of finished medicines. Concealing this earth-shattering secret for the world to know will cause an uproar. It's just that the times have changed, and the history has changed. Although the medicine is gone, the formula is preserved. It is called the Infinite Formula. At the beginning of the establishment of SHIELD, a group of scientists were recruited as the active force of the research team. Excluding Howard, Trask, and Dr. Zola, this kind of top talent can significantly improve scientific research. Another person came into Luke's line of sight. His name was Berthold Sternberg. The other party is not a famous scientist, but a pure scholar. Professor Sternberg found an incomplete infinite formula in the large number of documents confiscated from Hydra and improved it. This is the origin of the SSS plan. As a Superman, Luke does not have to worry about whether his life will reach the end too quickly. But Marlena, and Carter, they are all ordinary people. For future considerations, anti-aging agents that can prolong life must be put on the agenda. Sure enough, as long as the investment is guaranteed and the general direction is correct, any research project can be extremely efficient. Luke smiled. turning over the information. The anti-aging agent perfected by Professor Sternberg is not as powerful as Sir Newton's original version. The first-generation medicine has kept Nostradamus alive for more than 10 centuries, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a real elixir. Of course, while the effect is good, the side effects are also great. The well-known prophet and astrologer became Alzheimer's since then, and only occasionally regained his sober consciousness. In layman's terms, it is life plus 100 and IQ 99. It has entered the stage of human clinical trials. Luke glanced at 10 lines, quickly scanning the contents of the data. The anti-aging agents made by Professor Sternberg can only greatly reduce the speed of human aging, not to make users immortal. It needs regular injections, and once stopped, the body will quickly get old. This is at least better than brain dementia, which directly reduces the mind. It's barely qualified. Luke regretted. If he obtains the complete infinite formula, he may be able to reversely restore the anti-aging drug. Unfortunately, the Holy Shield Brotherhood has long since disappeared, and I don't know which timeline it is active in. Those ruthless people are the real bosses who can pit the gods. The daily task is to travel through time and space to resolve various major crises and events. It's actually him. Seeing the experimenters participating in the SSS project, Luke was a little surprised. A rather young black soldier appeared on the personal files of the participants. His name is Nicholas Joseph Fury. It is written on the resume that he participated in World War II and later joined the CIA Central Intelligence Agency and currently serves as the team leader of field agents. The military's evaluation of this person is that he has excellent command and combat capabilities and is an excellent intelligence agent. In the end it fell into my hands. Luke shook his head and laughed in a low voice. When he established SHIELD, he thought about looking for Nick Fury, the future director candidate. Just considering that after he intervenes, this marinated egghead may not have the ability to work on the original timeline. Lieutenant General Superman has changed Captain America's past and interfered with Howard Stark's life trajectory, which is enough to trigger a subsequent chain reaction. Although mom-messing Faxia is always carrying a conspiracy, with countless secrets in his head, you reading www.uukanzu.com never completely believes in anyone. But one thing has to be admitted, he is indeed an excellent agent. The suspicious character makes Fury not easy to believe in the federal government. The moral bottom line is similar to that of Luke, ensuring that he can focus on the overall situation and stay sensible at all times. Can make difficult choices when necessary. Of course, the most important point is that the Superman Lieutenant General is happy to personally train a candidate for the future director. With the gradual expansion of SHIELD, Carter's energy is limited and it is impossible to handle all the work. At this time, you need a tool man. Nick Fury is undoubtedly a good choice. Well, Luke closed his personal file and said with a slightly tilted mouth, "It's time to meet Director Fury." Ask for leave. After I received 6 Easter egg chapter blocking notifications last time, I received 2 more chapter blocking notifications today, which is equivalent to a vain update yesterday. I asked for an editor for a chapter, and it didn't take a few hours after it was released. Then, unfortunately it went in again. No way. Let's change it. I don't remember how many times this is the first time to change the text. The story of Aryan Superman was cut in half. Kang the Conqueror was supposed to pretend to be a bald guy named Yuri, and he cut it off in order not to touch the line. The original outline is now completely different, and I don't know what it is. Headache. How do I say? I don't mean that I have to drive. Just want to be the adjustment of the plot, and my scale. I am embarrassed to call myself a driver in the author group. I don't like to write the protagonist like a machine, without desire and have no interest in anything other than upgrades. Even in the comics, the decent Superman has different degrees of relationship with Lana, Louise, and Wonder Woman. He is not a machine with no emotions. The readers in the group know that I only have free code words every day after get off work. I often stay up until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I have to get up at 7:30 in the morning and take the bus to the company to check in. The life of a social animal is already very hard. Thanks to being young, I can bear it. Recently, my dark circles have become heavy. My colleagues thought that I would go to the bar to work part-time as a male publicist at night, or be addicted to multiplayer sports. The bald manager rarely cared about me and reminded me to go to exercise more on weekends. Only when I get better can I be better able to devote myself to overtime work. Because of lack of energy, the caffeine hasn't been updated for a long time. I'm trying to squeeze my time, but there are always accidents like this that disrupt my arrangements and make everything mess up. Really tired. I wanted to work hard to get full attendance this month, but now I don't have that thought. Sent a bit of grumbling. I hope the readers don't mind, and I will delete it when I update it tomorrow. In addition, the book is almost 4,000 orders in the browser, or a reader of a certain reader. Can you give me a subscription? Kuligao. Chapter 192. Hello Sir, SHIELD agent. Many years later, when Nick Fury was alone, he would always think of this afternoon. His first meeting with the legendary Superman, the first director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite the specific content of the conversation, I have long forgotten it. Kefra still remembered how nervous he was at the time, and felt even more excited than being a veteran of World War II and being interviewed by the president. If we say that Captain America is the most idol-worthy of all children in the 60s, that Superman is probably the hero in the eyes of all veterans, although most people only see the appearance. Sir, hello. No. Should I be called General or Lieutenant General? In the summer of 1946, Nick Fury walked into the SHIELD building while practicing the way of waiting for a meeting to say hello. He is now the leader of the CIA field agent team, and he is responsible for collecting relevant intelligence from foreign governments and destroying spies lurking in the country. Hello, I have an appointment with Lieutenant General Luke Cavill. Fry is a little unaccustomed to this high-end suit, scratching his neck, said to the beautiful young lady at the front desk. Out of professional habit, he looked around with a concealed look. Compared to the CIA headquarters located in Washington, D.C., near the Lincoln Monument, there are only a few offices. SHIELD. I don't know what to do. The office building covers a huge area, and the uniforms are neatly dressed. Even the front desk lady is much more beautiful than her own. No wonder those guys want to jump here. Frey thought silently. He heard that SHIELD casualty pensions are more than 3 times that of the CIA. Everyone likes better treatment conditions and a more comfortable working environment. Even FBI Federal Bureau of Investigation or CIA Central Intelligence Agency agents and agents are no exception. Many people think that the salaries of agents in the intelligence department should be very high. Actually not. I don't know if the income of SHIELD agents will be 3 times that of the CIA. Such thoughts flashed through Ferry's head. For example, FBI positions are divided into 19 levels, with D4 being the highest and A1 being the lowest. Generally speaking, the total salary of D4 for 1 year is about $10,000. The average annual salary of A1 who has just joined the company is only $40,000, which is about the same as the new recruits of the New York Police Department. Remove the necessary subsidies and overtime pay, and deduct the 26% federal tax, state tax and land tax. You may actually get even less. The same is true for the CIA. Even for agents who are active overseas all the year round, entering and leaving the front line. In addition to the funds allocated for the operation, the real annual salary is only $70,000 to $80,000, which is not comparable to the vampires on Wall Street. As low-level secret agents, they can receive the most generous sum of money in their lives, probably only the pension after their death. Not every agent is like James Bond, wearing handmade high-end suits, personable, fragrant cars and wine. and living an enviable global travel life. It is more a romantic imagination that has been processed and beautified. Mr. Nick Fury, this is your access card. Please take the elevator and get up to. The front desk checked the information, and after confirming that it was correct, handed an electronic access card to Fury. The director is in a meeting, you may have to wait a few minutes. Fury nodded, took the access card, and turned to the elevator. He didn't know why the Superman Lieutenant General wanted to see him. He received a notice suddenly, and the meeting time was set for this afternoon. At first, Fury got the letter from his mailbox, thinking he had encountered the latest fraud. He has read in the newspapers that some professional scammers will send many people letters such as "Congratulations on your winning the first prize" and rich women begging for children. To take advantage of people's nature of wanting to make a fortune and take advantage, to redeem prizes, or to be selected by rich women, money must be sent first. Those reasons are so strange that it can almost be seen at a glance that they may be a scam. You can cast a net widely, and you can always catch a few fish. Many people were deceived because of this, and called the police angrily, especially those guys who are looking forward to spending the spring festival evening with the rich woman. After learning that the so-called rich woman is actually a big man with his feet, his heart was hurt twice. So, Nick Fury, who is very vigilant, originally wanted to make a backhand report and assist the Virginia Police Department to destroy the fraud gang. However, after opening the letter, he saw that it was stamped with the red stamp of SHIELD, as well as the address and contact information. With a dubious and cautious attitude, Fury made a call and got a definite answer from the secretary. The Superman lieutenant will meet himself. Turned out to be true. Fry was dumbfounded at the time. As an unknown pawn, how did he get into the sight of that Army Lieutenant General, a combat hero? Is it because of the SSS plan? Fry walked into the elevator, puzzled. The military's anti-tagging agent test enlisted hundreds of soldiers, and he was one of them. The purpose is very pure, in order to make this extra money. Generally speaking, those military trials that require volunteer participation, as long as the risk is not very high, some retired veterans or new recruits are willing to try. You can easily earn a lot of bonuses. Who would not like it? Of course, if you are unlucky and meet a cheating officer, maybe you have to be a free guinea pig. Corruption and corruption are facts that exist everywhere. As the leader of SHIELD, a dignified lieutenant general, how could it take so much time to meet the soldiers participating in the experiment one by one? Fury shook his head to deny this guess. He walked out of the elevator with a nervous mood, walked through a curved corridor with two gates, and under the guidance of the female secretary, he entered the office of the director. Wait a moment. The female secretary has a sweet smile on her face. Okay. Nick Fry is sitting tightly, watching the graceful figure from his back, and disappearing in the doorway. The secretary next to the big man always looks very beautiful. Ferry thought so bored. After a few minutes, the door of the office was pushed open. The hearty laughter entered the room faster than a figure. Hello, Ferry Sergeant. Seeing the legendary Superman, Nick Fury quickly got up. His first reaction was that he was too young. Although there are often photos of Superman in the headlines of the newspaper, the feeling of seeing a real person is undoubtedly stronger. The 1st Battalion, 5th Cavalry Regiment, Sergeant Nicholas Joseph Fry, reports to the chief. Hearing that Luke was called a military rank, not a CIA agent, Fury subconsciously saluted him. A loud voice echoed in the office. Sit down. Don't be too restrained. Luke smiled, and it was quite interesting to see that the future director of marinated eggs now looks like a fledgling rookie. Sergeant Fury, I have read your information. You performed very well during World War II, and currently lead a field team of the CIA Intelligence Service. Not long ago, a few spies were arrested. Even General Vandenberg has heard of your name. Hoyt Vandenberg, Lieutenant General of the Air Force, the current CIA director. Speaking of which, SHIELD and the FBI didn't deal much with each other, and the latter's director, Hoover, was repeatedly humiliated by Luke in public. But their relationship with the CIA is pretty good. and it can barely be called a friendly alliance of mutual help. Lieutenant General Cavill overrated. Young Fury grinned, showing white teeth. He was humble in his mouth. Untitled.novel.com, but he couldn't hide his excitement. This is a compliment from Superman. Sergeant Fury, have you considered coming to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Luke leaned forward, tapping his fingers on the tabletop. I welcome talents like you here. On Fury's dark face, there was a clear look of shock. Recruit me? Him from the CIA. Fry, who is still a young egg, scratched his head, hesitating. It doesn't matter. General Vandenberg doesn't mind you coming to S.H.I.E.L.D. He also plans to hold a farewell party for you. Luke stopped tapping his fingers and whispered, I am here on weekends during normal weekends. The extra overtime costs are calculated by the hour. The pension is 3 times higher than the CIA. It also comes with disability insurance. You can work in New York for 5 years, assigned to a single apartment. By the way, if you go to Las Vegas on vacation and say that you are a staff member of S.H.I.E.L.D., you can also enjoy luxurious suites in the hotel, enter the casino to play, and use VIP customers' private boxes. Chief Cavill, when can I go through the entry formalities? After listening, Fury directly nodded in agreement. He originally wanted to show his nostalgia for the CIA, but SHI. Chapter 193? Give too much. The White House undercurrent. Nick Fury didn't know why Superman Lieutenant General recruited himself, but this did not prevent him from agreeing. Weekend, triple pension, single apartment in New York, luxury suites in Las Vegas, and VIP customer treatment in the casino. These are all benefits that the CIA does not have. If you let those colleagues know, they will definitely rush to squeeze their heads and go to SHIELD to apply for employment, even if they are temporary workers. Being an agent is not to use love to generate electricity. Faced with a higher salary and better conditions, everyone knows how to choose. Young Fury is no exception, even though he has some doubts in his heart. Which point does Lieutenant General Cavill fancy me? This is where Fury, who left the office, felt puzzled. As an unknown person of the CIA, he has no amazing resume, has led the team to arrest several Soviet spies, and it is the largest and most creditable operation that Fury has participated in since joining the intelligence service. Compared to the legendary agents who perform various dangerous tasks in the CIA, Fury is nothing at all. Lieutenant General Cavill's compliment just now was more like a polite remark, with no authenticity. The only person in the CIA who can have an equal dialogue with the other party may only be Director Vandenberg, who is also a lieutenant general. If SHIELD wants to recruit itself, it only needs to send a letter or notify. There is no need for Lieutenant General Cavill to dispatch himself, which is really abnormal. What are my strengths that I didn't know but was discovered by Lieutenant General Cavill? Fury walked into the elevator with this question. He will go through the entry formalities tomorrow, sign an employment agreement, and become a glorious SHIELD agent. I will definitely invite a colleague from the CIA to dinner tonight. This is a necessary program. Fury has already begun to look forward to it. The guys have the envious expression when they know that he has 3 times the pension. Well, it seems that no one really wants to get their money right away. My grandfather always warns me that while maintaining goodwill, he also has the mentality of being always vigilant. Following the elevator all the way down, Fury returned to the lobby and looked up at the shiny silver eagle emblem. As a black man who suffers from discrimination, he does not believe that there is unwarranted kindness in this world, and everything is driven by interests. In the eyes of young Fury, even if Luke chooses to recruit himself because his is high enough, it is more convincing than pure appreciation. Of course, the above are completely unreasonable assumptions. Politics and the military centered in Washington, D.C. Who didn't know that Luke had a beautiful Italian lover, and he was intimate with Miss Carter, the commander of SHIELD in private? And, according to the gossip from an unknown channel, even the representative of the mutants, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, actually has an improper affair with him. Therefore, how could Lieutenant General Cavill, who has such a sentimental commentary, be interested in Fury? Even if it is better than the Hips, that is also Superman's comrade in arms. Captain America Steve Rogers is more dangerous. A new life is about to begin. Young Fury cast off these questions and reached out to stop a taxi. He is ready to meet a bright future, the kind of promotion and salary increase, and reaching the pinnacle of life. You are very optimistic about this new agent. It is rare that you waste precious time on some unknown person. Luke crossed his chest, stood in front of the French window, watching Nick Fury, who was leaving. Behind him came the voice of an acquaintance, who was full of vitality. I just want to cultivate a capable helper. With the expansion of SHIELD, Carter has to deal with more and more arduous tasks, and a large organization cannot be supported by her alone. Luke turned around, and after several days of recuperation, Howard seemed to be more energetic, and he must have recovered from the crazy juice of the female vampire. "How are you doing? How well are you getting along with that Soviet scientist?" Howard curled his lips. Mentioning scientific research, he made no secret of showing the arrogance of that genius. "It can only be said that Anton Vank is a good assistant. At least he can follow my rhythm. After I finish talking about the design ideas and specific plans, he will not show a sluggish expression like a chimpanzee." Look, this pungent sarcasm, harsh evaluation, with a very obvious Stark family style. "Howard, I have a hunch that sooner or later you will be beaten to death because you are too good at talking." Luke's mouth twitched, and he finally understood Trask and why Dr. Zola was reluctant to chat with Howard. During the usual rest time, the two people who are also top scientists would rather take a portion of food and go back to the office to enjoy them alone than to avoid the chattering Iron Man father. There is no way. This guy can always destroy the strong appetite and good mood of others quickly and effectively. "Don't look at me now with the A's of the past." Howard made an innocent look, and said seriously, "Everyone who knows me knows that I am actually elegant, easygoing, approachable, and easy to talk." "Which stage is your power armor going to?" Luke chuckled and turned the subject off. "It will take some time before it is put into use, especially with regard to materials. I am waiting for your surprise gift package." Howard held a document in his hand and threw it on the table casually. "By the way, I have called you several times before, and Carter said you have gone ... Kathmandu, planning to go on a trip to purify the soul." "What is going on?" "As Peggy said, I did go to Kathmandu." Luke readily admits that there is no need to hide it. "Not only that, I have additional gains." Snapped. He snapped his fingers. A cluster of flames lit up at the fingertips. Then, the faint light drawn into an arc, is like a living thing, changing into different appearances. Is like a wonderful trick, which makes people dazzling. "I am now a high-level mage who has successfully graduated and been recognized by Karmatage." Luke raised his mouth and said softly, "Master?" Howard was stunned for a few seconds, and with an unprecedented respectful attitude, he said sincerely, "Your honorable master, I want to learn this." The strong thirst for knowledge and the raging flames of curiosity immediately occupied his heart. After seeing vampires and werewolves, Howard was calm about the existence of magic in this world. "Then you have to wait for a while. The principal of that mage training school recently went on a business trip." Luke shrugged. He had anticipated Howard's reaction. Obviously, science and femininity can no longer satisfy Iron Man's father. This guy needs more exciting stuff. Learning magic. You reading www.uukanzu.com is a good option. By the way, Iron Man seems to have been a supreme magi a certain timeline in the future. Speaking of business, what happened to what I asked you to investigate before? Luke cleared his throat and said sternly. He looked around with his supervision, not missing a single detail. Super hearing enveloped the room, not to mention a trace of abnormality. After confirming that his office did not have the slightest problem, he continued to speak, monitoring the president and the White House. "I didn't tell Carter about this. I just told you. I haven't found anything wrong for the time being." Howard touched his mustache, half-jokingly said, "If this incident spreads, the Secretary of Aegis secretly monitors the Oval Office of the White House. I am afraid it will cause an uproar, and then you may not be able to step down." Luke curled his lips. What a surprise. In about 20 years or so, a certain president will be forced to resign due to similar incidents. Why do you doubt the president? With so many Secret Service personnel and bodyguards around him, how could something go wrong? Howard asked puzzledly. In addition to my sensitive intuition, I found some clues about the White House. Luck opened the drawer in his right hand and threw a few blurry photos and a report to Howard. Chapter 194? Hagi Tribe, Dark Under the Light. This is Mr. John Stillman. Howard, who has been in and out of the Pentagon all the year round and occasionally attended the White House banquet, recognized the man in the photo at a glance. The opponent is the right-hand man next to the president, John Stillman, who served as the Chief of Staff of the White House. The seat he sits in is known as the Second President and White House Gatekeeper. It can be said that he is one of the politicians closest to the center of power in Washington, D.C. Who is the other guy? It's still a man. Is there something wrong with Stillman's sexual orientation? This is big news. Howard always has an extraordinary talent for being able to crook anything to the lower body. But in politics, it should be nothing. As far as I know, Hoover of the FBI is still bisexual. Luke, you know, those high-powered people, they call themselves high-class people, but in fact they are very nasty. Please don't take yourself out when you satirize them in harsh language. Glancing at Howard, who was gradually getting out of the topic, Luke got up and walked to the wine cabinet, taking out a high-end whiskey that had come in from Stark's mansion. As the boss of Stark Industries, a strong arms tycoon. Howard, don't forget, you are also a member of the upper class full of nasty people. And, to some extent, you are still the backbone. Dang dang. The ice cube hit the wall of the cup, making a crisp sound. The amber liquid was injected, rippling waves. Would you like a drink? Luke turned his head and asked. Use my collection to entertain me. You can really do business. No wonder the budget committee people have a headache when they see you. Howard was not forgiving, but he was very honest, and reached out to take the glass of whiskey. Speaking of which, why did you notice Stillman? Iron Man's father is a little confused. In his impression, the Superman Lieutenant General is not very interested in politics, especially the politicians who play power. Otherwise, since the previous president showed solicitation, he doesn't need to refuse so quickly. Luke took a sip of the cold liquid, his eyes flashed, and he whispered softly, according to the six-dimensional space theory, the distance between you and any stranger you want to contact will not exceed 6 people. In other words, in theory, you can get to know every stranger in the world as long as you pass through at most 6 intermediaries. Howard squinted his eyes and curled his lips. It sounds like a very nonsense statement, but it's really interesting. Its logical trap is that no one knows who the 6 strangers are, and it lacks the conditions for specifying the target, so you can force it. Go round. He lifted his chin and made an evaluation. Howard, why do you always fail to grasp the point? Luke reluctantly shook his head, pointed his finger at another man on the photo, and said, I just want to say that if you want to explore a person's true identity and political position, you can start with his social circle, who he knows. The close relationship with someone, to some extent, represents his class and position. John Stillman seems to be the president's confidant, the gatekeeper of the White House, and the second-ranked figure of Washington privileges, but he met a vampire in private, and the two stayed for a long time. Vampire? Howard's voice increased a few degrees. He was very impressed with this. Yes, according to SHIELD's investigation, the person who met with Stillman was called Gitaro. Luke pushed the information on the table over and said meaningfully, the pureblood descendant of Grand Duke Dracula is also one of the powers of the North American Continental Vampire Council. It may sound incredible, but the group of nocturnal creatures that walk in the dark and dare not face the sun. They have a social system and power structure similar to humans. The Vampire Council, roughly equivalent to the cabinet of the White House, has tremendous power and can mobilize family resources at any time. The White House Chief of Staff colluded with the Vampire Council. Under Howard's fine tasting, it seemed to have a taste. I heard you say before that vampires call themselves a longevity species. In their eyes, humans may be just a short part of a long life. So, Stillman wants to live longer? Thinking about it, vampires are the most attractive bargaining chip for mankind. And there is only the legendary immortality. Everyone is afraid of death, and hopes that cruel time can be merciful to his men. Not all right. Vampires will also age, but it is much slower than humans, far from reaching the point of immortality. Luke corrected Howard's misconceptions, and then continued, as for Stillman's private contact with the Vampire Council, I, like you, initially thought it was an exchange of benefits. But as SHIELD agents investigated in depth, I found that it was not that simple. Speaking of this, Luke paused, looked at Howard, who was puffed up, and asked with a smile, have you ever heard of the Huggy tribe? Is it some kind of underground group that worships vampires? Howard thought for a few seconds, combined with the literal meaning, and gave the correct answer. This is true for the predecessor. Human beings are very complex creatures, and they sometimes need a specific image as a spiritual support. Luke raised his glass, stared at the amber liquid, and said faintly, the more empty you are, the more spiritual support you need. But this is only normal beliefs and belongs to personal freedom. There is no problem. When it comes to worship, that's another matter. There are money worship, male organ worship, and the most common idol worship in the world. All kinds. People always like to attach a certain strong desire or need to something specific. And the Huggy tribe is a group of people who pursue immortality, pursue young bodies, and fresh vitality. Later, they gradually developed into a group of people who worshipped vampires, wanted to become vampires, and even considered themselves slaves to vampires. Human beings are low-level creatures. Oh, sad short-sighted guy. Howard had a contemptuous look on his face. In terms of his insight and pride, he naturally doesn't look down on these guys. To be more precise, he thinks that because his heart is not strong enough, he gives up thinking about himself and gives this power to others. All can be classified as idiots. Of course, except for personal beliefs. It's not about worship. Howard himself is not a pious Christian. I didn't expect Stillman to be a hag, who worships vampires. Secretly, he graduated from Duke University's law school. I thought that a law student should be more sensible than a normal person. Don't label people casually. Before I met you, I also felt that MIT's geniuses were probably the kind of nerds who were not close to women. I also think that scientists are always serious and stereotyped. Luke's retort left Howard speechless. He tried Bailing's harsh and poisonous tongue and placed it in front of the opponent, and it seemed to have no effect. After I left Washington, D.C., Stillman began to communicate with the Vampire Council. Prior to this, he did not show the slightest abnormality. Luke opened the Vampire Council's information about Kitaro. The content is relatively simple, not as detailed as the White House Chief of Staff John Stillman. It can be seen from this that the agents and agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. may be okay to face ordinary people, but to deal with creatures like vampires, it seems a little undersighted. Actually, it's not just Stillman. From the information I have on hand and the results of the investigation, it can be seen that a third of the Congress members are all Huggy tribes or have close contacts with them. Luke tells a shocking fact. This is equivalent to the upper level of the national power pyramid, almost completely infiltrated by vampires. Realizing the seriousness of Howard, he finally reduced his cynical, frivolous expression. The vampires in North America seem to have developed a little better than Europe. He took a sip of whiskey and expressed doubts. The situation on the two sides is different. The pure-blood descendants of Grand Duke Dracula know more about unity. They are closely connected with human society, while the situation in Europe is more chaotic. Luke briefly introduced a couple of sentences www.mtlnovel.com. In addition, the New York Sanctuary's attack on dark creatures is not strong, which gives the Vampire Council a chance to survive. In recent years, the penetration of pureblood descendants into business and politics has been considerable. At its peak, half of the top financial institutions on Wall Street were members of the Huggy tribe. Therefore, Wall Street elites are called vampires. Is interpreted literally, but it is actually correct. Howard, do you remember Kang the Conqueror that I mentioned? Close the data. Luke's eyes flashed sharply. Howard, who was sitting across from him, frowning and asked, that guy who can travel through time and space and pretend to be historical celebrities everywhere. Yes. I first thought that if Kang, the Conqueror, were to choose a leader with high enough status and high enough power, he would probably set his sights on the Soviet Union. Luke tapped his finger on the side of the wine glass, and whispered, if you really do this and turn yourself into the one in the Kremlin, even if he wants to provoke the Third World War, it may not be a problem. But after I returned to New York and Washington, D.C., I saw the Chief of Staff colluding with the Vampire Council, and saw Mr. President, who was very simple. I couldn't help but come up with another idea. Suppose Kang the Conqueror is not in the Soviet Union, but in the White House. Chapter 195, Nuclear Bomb Code. Make a big news. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. White House. Howard's eyes stared like brass bells, and his face was full of shock. Your guess is a bit too bold. Howard's brows were twisted together tightly, seemingly incredulous. Use your mind. If you were Kang the Conqueror, how would you choose? Luke shook the whiskey in the glass and smiled. Is it a hiding place that everyone can guess, or the most unexpected place? Howard pondered for a moment, pursing his lips, thinking hard. There seems to be some truth. Subsequently, he agreed with Luke's statement. The guess of Superman Lieutenant General is not entirely impossible. Logically, it makes sense. Kang the Conqueror likes to put on a vest that is high enough and powerful enough to make trouble. Therefore, everyone subconsciously thought that they would choose the Soviet Union. The opposing camps are strong enough to contend with, far away from the three major sanctuaries and the cold place of Superman. This is the perfect place to stay. After World War II, the biggest winners were the rapidly rising Soviet Union and the United States, which gradually grew into recognized superpowers. The red-brown bear that dominates the Siberian plains, and the bald eagle that always wants to dominate the world. The tension between the two sides and the Cold War atmosphere of not dealing with each other has already emerged. Therefore, if you say that the person in power sitting in the Kremlin is likely to be the first choice for Kang the Conqueror, why can't Mr. President in the White House be the second choice? But we went to the President's house not long ago. Have you found anything unusual? Howard asked in a deep voice. He thought this was a secret investigation of the White House, but he did not expect that the truth and characters involved would become more and more amazing. This is where I feel hesitant. It stands to reason that Kang the Conqueror's high-tech equipment cannot hide from Superman's senses, but I didn't notice anything wrong at the time. Luke's tone hesitated for a moment, and then returned to firmness. But this does not wash away the suspicion of the President. John Stillman, the Chief of Staff, only started contacting the Vampire Council when we were heading to Paris. Therefore, it is possible that Kang the Conqueror held Mr. President and put on his vest during this period. Howard heard the words, his face solemn, like a heavy lead. Continue to infer. The seriousness of this matter has exceeded his imagination. If all this is true, Luke's guess is the correct answer. The opening of the Third World War may no longer be the worry and joke of historians. To know that the nuclear weapons button of the United States is in the hands of the President, he can make bad decisions to destroy the world at any time. Howard once heard that when every president transfers power, he will inherit a black suitcase. It weighs about 18 kilograms and has a strong combination lock on it. The surface is a titanium metal shell specially manufactured by Zero Hall Upton Company, which is bulletproof, anti-falling and anti-collision, preventing all accidents, and high quality. Usually 5 special bodyguards take turns guarding them for 24 hours. They will not leave the president for half a step even if they go to the toilet, and they have the right to kill any suspicious person on the spot without warning. Under heavy protection, almost no one can approach this suitcase that will except the president himself. Don't be so nervous, Howard. It's not there yet. Luke calmed the opponent's emotions, launched nuclear weapons, and opened a new copy of the Global Wasteland. This shouldn't happen. Kang the Conqueror is the kind of strategy player who is more inclined to develop a wave in silence, then change history and conquer the world. Who can guarantee that the boring guy who travels through time and space will not be a frantic lunatic? Howard held his forehead and said anxiously, he is an arms dealer and does not resist war. But for the terrible disaster of the destruction of the world, there is no slightest interest. From Luke's mouth, it can be known that the who calls himself the Conqueror's biggest hobby is to play with one timeline before going to the next timeline. For him, a devastated world may be far more interesting than a normal and peaceful world. I have seen that suitcase. There is actually no nuclear button in it. Starting a nuclear war is not a simple game that can be done with just a click. There was a smile at the corner of Luke's mouth. The so-called nuclear button was not when the nuclear bomb was lifted off and mushroom clouds bloomed. If it is that simple, then who can guarantee that the person sitting in the presidential seat will not be a war madman? To tie the safety of the world to individuals is definitely not done by the wise. Then what is it? Howard asked curiously. The legendary suitcase for nuclear weapons has a mystery in itself. 4 documents, Luke said concisely. The first is to record the number of nuclear weapons in the United States, deployment locations, and scheduled launch routes. The second is the secret list. If the battle is started, the situation is urgent and the secret base location that can be used by the president. The third is the wartime broadcast program. Once the local area is bombed, you can launch a speech to the whole country. The last one is the serial number of the identity verification, which is used to confirm the president's instructions. In addition, there is also a safe and confidential private phone, a customized version produced by Skynet, which can directly connect to the Pentagon's Nuclear Warfare Center and various Air Force headquarters. Luke, like many treasures, revealed the highest-level secrets of the White House. Howard was stunned when he heard it. He almost thought that the Superman Lieutenant General had been president. How else would he know it clearly? Where did your news come from? He held back for a few seconds, but couldn't help asking. That suitcase is usually placed in the basement of the East Room of the White House, because the president must be carried by his entourage when he is out. I was also curious at the time, so I read the contents. Luke shrugged and answered calmly. The titanium shell can't block Superman's sight. This is worthy of you. Howard gave a thumbs up and tightened his clothes. By the way, as if worried about running out. Only you will use this ability to see other people's naked bodies. Seeing this action, Luke showed a look of disgust instead. Then what are you going to do next? Howard coughed twice, changing the subject to cover up his embarrassment. Not ready yet. Luke actually wanted to fly directly to the White House, kicked the door open, and punched the president sitting in his seat. According to his creed, as long as you have a 60% certainty of one thing, you can do it without thinking about the consequences. Before that, I need to confirm the identity of the president. Luke raised his eyebrows and said softly, but I think again, Kang the Conqueror will probably guess this and be prepared to deal with it. So, I plan to make things a little more complicated and play this game with him. Howard scratched his hair. Speaking only of force, he was very confident in Superman Lieutenant General Aryan Superman, Namor, Sebastian Shaw. These people have already proved Luke's power with their dismal end. It's just that this time his opponent is a future smuggler who travels through time and space. www.untilnovel.com. If you are not careful, you may encounter a car rollover situation. I tell you these things to prevent accidents. Luke's eyelids were drooping, making it difficult to understand his true thoughts. Don't tell anyone, especially Peggy. She can't help much, she can only worry in vain. Howard nodded, expressing his understanding. Most of the time, he behaved in a way that people could not trust. But occasionally, it also becomes very reliable. The first step in this game starts with Nick Fury. Luke put down his glass, already thinking about the right person to perform the task. The newly recruited agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. have debunked the dirty collusion between the top White House and the Vampire Council. This will be big news that people will talk about. Chapter 196. Steady driving skills. Professional old drivers, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Nick Fury lives in a single apartment near Constitution Avenue in Washington, D.C. When the morning sun shines through the window, his body is like a spring, and he suddenly jumps from the bed. He stretched his right hand to the bedside cabinet and pressed the alarm clock in time to make a harsh sound. Mom messing with FAC. You can't be late for the first day of employment. Young Fury rushed into the bathroom as he spoke his catchphrase. It took 10 minutes to complete personal hygiene, and he bared his white teeth in the mirror. Put on a normal suit and comb your hair like an adult. Next step can be omitted. When Fury used to study, he found that he had the potential to become a black singer. He once kept an exploded head, holding an electric guitar, screaming at an event organized by a community school, and was almost knocked off the stage. From then on, Fury lost his dream of being a singer, shaved off the exploding hair that swelled like a cloud, and replaced it with a refreshing bun. It's a pity that there is no rap form yet, and jazz and rock music are popular. Otherwise, Ephraim's racial talent might make his debut as an idol. A hot dog. Remember to add chili sauce. Fury hurried out of the apartment and ran to the hot dog stand across the street to buy a breakfast. He lives in a black African American community and the environment is not good. Gang members are rampant. There is always an unpleasant smell in the corridors, and there will be criminal incidents of robbery or theft every other time. The only advantage is that the rent is cheap enough. You look like you have won the lottery jackpot. The stall owner handed over a generous portion of hot dogs with chili sauce, which was obviously a special treatment. When he was blackmailed by gang members before, Fury helped to stop the other party's behavior. As the strip in the mouth of the gang, he has a deterrent effect on those street gangsters. Similar to that. Rubio, who is your favorite star? Ferry took a bite of the sauce-filled hot dog, with a contented expression on his face. Betty Peggy. She is so sexy, I do to her poster almost every day. Male celebrities. Come on, Rubio. I'm not interested in hearing how you do traditional craftsmanship. Fury quickly interrupted the other party. He also had Betty Peggy's posters at home, but at most he would look at it a few times before going to bed, and then try to have a charming dream. It's probably Clark Gable. I like his one-night love very much. The stall owner scratched his head. Speaking of male stars, he didn't talk about the excitement of female stars, and he was very calm. Then you can think that I'm going to meet Clark Gable soon working for my admirer. How is this different from winning the lottery? Between Ferry's words, he showed excitement. Then I would rather win the lottery. The stall owner murmured. He couldn't understand Fury's mood at all. The latter didn't say much. It was impossible for him to publicize the fact that he was received by Superman everywhere. I wish you have a nice day. Fury quickly ate the calorie-rich breakfast, bid farewell to the hot dog vendor, and stopped a taxi. It seems that I have to buy a car in the future. I don't know if the staff of S.H.I.E.L.D. have any relevant subsidies. With this thought, Fury stepped into the gate of S.H.I.E.L.D., just in time to clock in at 9 o'clock. Hello. This is Nick Fury. He followed the instructions from the front desk and took the elevator to the warehouse area of the logistics department. I received 2 sets of work uniforms to prove his identity, a gun and a fixed number of bullets. After that, go to the personnel department to sign a confidentiality contract and go through the process to complete the entry formalities. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Fury. The management of the personnel department reached out and showed a certain degree of goodwill. There is a task for you in the organization. A hint of surprise flashed in Fury's eyes. He didn't expect to receive the above task on the first day of work. Is the working atmosphere of SHIELD so strong and the working environment so tense? May I know what the task is? Fury asked subconsciously. He is currently an agent of the intelligence service. As a newcomer, it usually takes a few days to adapt and integrate into the group before they formally participate in various actions. You will know soon. The management of the personnel department looked at Nick Fury with a blank face with envy. This is a good thing that many people in SHIELD are not looking forward to. Fury, who was full of doubts, came to the underground garage of SHIELD Bureau according to the other party's instructions. A rather low black car turned on the headlights with a pop and shone on him. The driver in military uniform handed over the keys to Fury, and said in a voice with a sense of honor, "This job is for you." What job? Drive? Fury took the key. He thought it would be a dangerous mission to monitor suspicious persons and track foreign spies. But he did not expect to be a driver for someone. Nick Fury, who wanted to make some achievements, suddenly seemed a little dull. Right? There are still some questions you need to answer. The driver took out a piece of paper and read. Do you have a driver's license? How many years of driving experience? Is the skill good enough? Will it? The drain has a bend. If you drive a car these years, you still have to learn to drain a bend. Nick Fury was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Agent Fury, you are not driving for ordinary people. As the driver of Lieutenant General Cavill, you have very high technical requirements. The driver frowned slightly and said seriously. At this time, the car window was lowered, revealing a young face. It was Luke himself. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he looked at Nick Fury, who looked like a face in a Szechuan opera, and showed surprise, and said softly, "You don't seem to be very willing." Agent Fury. No, Lieutenant General Cavill, I used to work odd jobs in a garage. Not only can I drive, but am also an old driver. Knowing that he was driving Superman, Nick Fury's mood was like riding a roller coaster, ups and downs. Ups and downs. He is full of yearning for this job in an instant. With his mouth like a Lianza gun, he spit out a long paragraph. As for the bend of the drain ... I haven't tried it for the time being, but if there are requirements in this regard, I can go back and practice for a few days. This should not be a difficult technique. Then get in the car. MTLnovel.com. Agent Fury. Luke beckoned non-committal and smiled and said, I'm going to the Pentagon lunch meeting. I hope you won't let me be late. Freelu opened the door and sat in. Insert the key, hold the steering wheel, preheat the ignition, and start the engine. Perhaps because of nervousness, the black car quaked violently. Sway back and forth, swing left and right. Sorry, Lieutenant General Cavill, I'm a little nervous. The young Fury was sweating profusely. He looked at Luke's expression through the rear view mirror and found that the other party did not have any dissatisfaction, and his heart relaxed. I started to worry a little about my personal safety. It should be the safety of the car body. Agent Fury. Luke's eyes flashed and he said gently, Chapter 197, Making Money and Wool. First meeting with Pierce. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Facts have proved that Nick Fury's car skills are indeed good. The peak morning shift in Washington, D.C. usually causes nearly half an hour of congestion. Fury grasped the steering wheel with one hand, stepped on the accelerator, and hurried all the way. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the car under the buttocks shuttled between the dense traffic like a fish in water. Technology is good. At an astonishing speed. After arriving at the Pentagon, Luke, who did not feel too much bumps along the way, expressed affirmation of Fury's driving level. The latter's dark face showed a touch of pride. When he was still studying, He often drove a tattered pickup truck to deliver goods. Even in the bad traffic environment of Manhattan, it can drive unimpeded. Lieutenant General Cavill. You should call me the Chief. Luke corrected the opponent's name. Many people like to call him by military rank. Probably the identity of a war hero is far more compelling than the director of Aegis. Okay, Chief Cavill. Nick Fury changed his words. I might stay at the Pentagon all day. If you have something to do, you don't have to wait here. Just come back at night. The corner of Luke's mouth curled up, and he said lightly. He prepared a good show and waited for the curtain to open. Does Chief Cavill need anything? Fury scratched his head. He didn't expect that being a driver would be so easy. The only thing you need to prepare is probably enough mental quality. Luke's answer seemed full of profound meaning. Nick Fury standing in front of him is not the any-eyed chief who will be full of secrets in the future and will never fully trust anyone. The opponent has just stepped off the battlefield and has not experienced more battles, more dangers, and more betrayals. Therefore, Luke thinks it is necessary to adjust it. Let the other party know the true face of this world first. Psychological quality. Looking at the back of Superman, Lieutenant General Fury murmured. He sat back in the car, turned on the radio, and listened quietly. I didn't intend to use my free time to do other things. Always feel what will happen today. Fury lowered the back seat and leaned up in a more comfortable position. I hope it's just my illusion. I heard that the Pentagon's pie tastes good. Wait and taste it. With a light thought, Nick Fury closed his eyes. Is there anything more happier than fishing at work? After a few minutes, boom. Before Fury's eyelids became heavier and he fell asleep, the sound of knocking on the car window awakened him. Is there a problem? Fury rubbed his eyelids and maintained a good attitude. Of course, he was also vigilant at the same time. One hand opened the holster around his waist and held the scent gun. The window was lowered, and a man about his age stood outside. I'm sorry, I thought you were Locke. I remember he was driving Lieutenant General Cavill before. The man saw Fury's face clearly. He couldn't help but was taken aback. He seemed surprised, and quickly explained. Rock, you mean the guy who always frowns and speaks sternly? He went to another post, and now I am Chief Cavill's full-time driver. Fury said to the back and raised his head. His voice raised a few degrees. Just like the management of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel department, he thinks it is. This is a hot job that makes people contend for a breakthrough. Anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that the upward momentum of the Superman Lieutenant General is unstoppable, and the future is even more unimaginable. Who doesn't want to hold this thigh tightly and become a loyal supporter of the other party? For those at the bottom of the power pyramid, their promotion sometimes does not depend on their personal abilities, but on the future of their bosses. Ha ha ha, you are really interesting to say. That guy Locke really likes to have a straight face, as if everyone owes him money. The young man couldn't help but laughed. Congratulations, friend. This is a good job. Fury nodded and agreed. For the top political leaders, the driver is a special position. The exact itinerary for each day, who you have met, where you have been, and so on. None of the information that needs to be kept confidential can be concealed from the driver. Therefore, you must have a reliable confidant in order to serve. Actually, it's not that good. Director Cavill is a Superman, he can fly. Fury changed his mind and vomited. In fact, if the secretary wants to go to a certain place, or if there is an emergency, I don't need me at all. He moves by himself, much faster than I drive. Those generals don't want to see a Superman flying around, that will remind them all the time. Lieutenant General Cavill is not an extraordinary person. The young man introduced himself with blinking eyes. Get to know, my name is Alexander Pierce, and I work as a civil servant at the Pentagon. You can call me Fury. I'm from S.H.I.E.L.D. The driver. Out of social etiquette, Fury also reported his identity. You are an interesting person, Fury. I hope to see you again next time. Remember to bring me a message to Locke and tell him there will be activities at the Army Club on Saturday. The young man who claimed to be Alexander Pierce said briefly, then turned and left. With a smile on his face, He looks like a reliable guy who can easily win the favor of others. Civilian, I feel you are more suitable to be an agent. Fury continued to lie back on the seat, muttering to himself. Army Club. I don't know if I can participate. You stay in the car all day. When night fell, Luke walked out of the Pentagon and got into the black car. With the expansion of SHIELD, he has to deal with more and more tasks. The anti-tagging agents of the SSS project have been put on the agenda, and the Stark series of power armors have been manufactured, as well as the establishment of mutant gene banks and the drawing of genetic maps. Recently, after bringing back a few vampires as specimens, Trask has transferred his interest to longevity genes and self-healing genes. All in all, the staff under the name of SHIELD is constantly expanding in recruitment, and the operation of various research projects requires a lot of money. The generals of the Pentagon, and the group of budget committee members, began to find that they couldn't afford this giant gold-swallowing beast. It's not very successful to ask for money this time, Luke thought regretfully. His source of funding is mainly Skynet, a joint stock company with Stark Industries, and government funding. The profitability of the former is not as exaggerated as imagined. The communication technology of this era is too backward. Artificial intelligence and internet applications are only future scenarios that can only appear in science fiction. It is completely impossible to support SHIELD Bureau solely by selling mobile phones and operating charges. As for the Italian mafia he brought to the North American continent, the group has gone to Las Vegas to open hotels and casinos. 3 months ago, the first legal casino license was obtained. It is in the investment stage temporarily. If you want to recover the cost and make a big profit, it is estimated that you will have to wait a few more years. Therefore, the most important angel investor of SHIELD is the government. Only by squeezing their wool can they fill the pockets of Lieutenant General Superman. I wandered around. The Pentagon has banks, post offices, and various shops, no worse than the supermarkets outside. Fury grinned, his teeth looking extraordinarily white against his dark complexion. Recommend a fast food restaurant near the post to us.untilnovel.com. His burgers are quite good. Luke glanced at the night outside the window, dark clouds covering the stars and moon. It was a good day for nocturnal creatures to hunt. Director, are you going back to SHIELD or other places? Go to the metropolitan area. The corners of Luke's mouth curled slightly. Okay, Fury replied, but he was a little strange in his heart. The Washington metropolitan area is an important transportation hub, with highways and rail networks extending in all directions. Due to convenient transportation and developed economy, many high-end hotels and underground bars are open there. So late, Chief Cavill has to go to a hotel or bar to have fun. This is not like the other party's style. Chapter 198. Fishing Law Enforcement, Legitimate Defense, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The Washington metropolitan area is most famous for its various private clubs, like some veteran clubs, sea, land, and air clubs, cigar clubs. Either under the official name, or under various tall names. Most of them are used for interpersonal communication in small circles, so the threshold for joining is very high. Unless you have a familiar referrer or submit an application, you will not even be able to enter the main entrance. In the final analysis, the reason for the popularity of clubs is that the upper echelons of the United States advocate elite culture. They copied all the private clubs and salons of the nobles in Europe in the 17th century. Through the form of clubs, elites from different circles are brought together. And with the high-end consumption and lifestyle that only a few people can enjoy, most people are turned away. For example, golf clubs, sailing clubs and so on. These have strict requirements on income, occupation and consumption levels. Just stop here. Luke snapped his fingers, and the black car slowly slowed down and stopped in the bustling area. This is a bar street in the metropolitan area, where there are many jazz groups, and many well-known singers have walked out. Bar. Fury glanced outside, wondering to himself, the dignified Lieutenant General and Chief Aegis, how could it be possible to come out and visit the bar? The nightlife has just begun. Presumably it was when they appeared. Luke's eyes flickered, and he thought silently. There are several interesting streets in Washington, D.C. For example, Pennsylvania Avenue is a fixed parade location for various civil organizations and trade unions. If there is a strike or trouble, it will definitely start from this street. Because Pennsylvania Avenue is an important commuter route, it can lead directly to the White House and the Capitol. In addition, there is K Street, a famous lobby street in later generations. It gathers a large number of think tanks, public relations companies and international headquarters. People like the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund have settled here. If Wall Street in New York is the international financial center, then K Street in Washington, D.C. is the international political center. Every presidential election is a multi-party game between the public relations company here and the capital group behind it. It's really lively. Luke got out of the car. This fascinating street was called U Street. The most popular bars in the metropolitan area, as well as the most popular bands, are all here. He glanced over at random and could see a long line. Basically, they were all dressed up girls, as well as young guys wearing colorful wigs that made them look like Killing Matt. Director Cavill is a music fan in private. As the driver, Fury got out of the car consciously. Generally speaking, he should also act as a bodyguard. However, considering the strength of the head of the Bureau, there is a real danger, and it is not certain who will protect who. Don't get me wrong, Agent Fury. Where we are going is the club opposite. Luke deliberately changed into a suit today instead of wearing a military uniform. Coupled with Nick Fury, who haunts at night and is almost invisible, it is a bit like a common combination of young rich and black bodyguards. Wine club? Fury glanced at the shiny billboard, which was a goblet outlined with colorful lights, and there was a sign saying no entry was placed at the door. Fry, I said before, I hope you have strong enough psychological qualities, because tonight, you will see more real world. Luke fiddled with his hair a few times, made a bunch of curls, and then took a pair of glasses from his pocket. Clark Kent's glasses, a reward from the mutant camp mission. As long as you wear it, you can turn yourself into a sunny and handsome tall reporter image. It's a disguise weapon. Cavill. Chief Fury stared at Luke, whose image had changed drastically with a shocked gaze. The originally slightly stern young face was replaced by a gentle, sunny curly man. This is just a trivial camouflage technique. Fortunately, Luke's voice remained the same, without much change. It's almost like a big change. This made Ferry, who was frightened, spent a few seconds calming down. With such superb camouflage technology, he still said insignificant, and Director Cavill was really humble. It feels like there is no makeup at all, just putting on the pair of glasses. The appearance and temperament of the whole person are different. Go in, Fury. Luke swaggered in and walked in. Then, he was stopped without surprise. This is a private club and does not entertain any guests other than non-members. The strong bodyguard stopped the intruder, and his attitude was fairly polite. It might be seeing Luke's valuable handmade custom suit and the entourage who followed him. Those who are more prominent these days either are liars or rich people. I was recommended by Mr. John Stillman. Luke held the face of the Metropolitan reporter, leaned forward, and said in a low voice. At the same time, he took out his membership card from his pocket and handed it to the bodyguard. Director Cavill really made a thorough preparation. Ferry breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that after Luke was stopped, he would take off his glasses and forcibly break in. At that time, the scene may be extremely bloody. Regarding the legendary experience of the Superman Lieutenant General, many of them have killed the enemy camp guards and completed the astonishing deeds lurking. Therefore, it is not surprising that Nick Fury will have this idea. I heard there is a wine tasting tonight. Luke skillfully used his fingers to tuck a few banknotes into the pocket of the bodyguard. That's right. It was hosted by Mr. Getro and several guests were invited. After checking the membership card, The bodyguard put Luke in. The members of this wine club are high-ranking people from Washington, D.C., and they attach great importance to the confidentiality of personal information. Luke can name John Stillman, the White House Chief of Staff. Plus the membership card in his hand is enough to gain the trust of the bodyguard. Still the same place, the second floor. Luke glanced at it intentionally or unintentionally, as if he was quite familiar with the layout of the building, and directly pointed out the place where he usually meets. Of course, always. The bodyguard nodded. I need to bring him in. Shouldn't it be a problem? Luke beckoned to Fury, but the bodyguard did not stop him. Just a reminder. The entourage must wait in the reception room and cannot participate in the party. Entering the main entrance and going up the side stairs, Luke looked at the environment casually. The decoration was typical of Gothic. The complicated and exaggerated decorations and lines, and the brighter colors, reveal a delicate beauty. It's exactly the favorite set of vampires. Agent Fury, don't be afraid of anything you see later. Luke walked through the corridor, stepped on the soft carpet, and walked outside a thick door. Director, I have been on the battlefield and worked as an agent. No matter what happens, I will not be afraid. Nick Fury showed a brave side. He thought he was also someone who had seen the big scene. The flesh and blood trenches filled with corpses on the battlefield. The steel tanks armed with machine guns are like bombers roaring with death. Surviving from such a dangerous environment is a matter of courage and luck in itself. Bang! Luke opened the door gently. The wine tasting that had already started was presented to the two of them. A girl's body that had lost its vitality was placed naked on the long table. There was a bloodline on the wrist, and the red liquid that had lost heat followed the wound and quickly dripped into a goblet. The abdomen and chest seemed to be cut open with a sharp scalpel by the doctor's precise technique, and a few small silver bowls filled with the blood essence inside. The group of people sitting around the long table, the distinguished members of the wine club, dressed in well-dressed clothes and full of demeanor. But everyone's mouth was stained with a trace of blood. Do you see it? This is the so-called beast in clothing. Luke shrugged helplessly. If he could come half an hour earlier, he might be able to save the innocent girl. It's a pity that when he appeared outside the club's gate, the opponent's lively body had become cold. The so-called tasting is to learn from vampires and do such despicable deeds. Luke's appearance made the hall suddenly quiet. Those people looked at the intrusive curly man with strange eyes. Who are you? The middle-aged man sitting in the chief asked as usual. The party in the wine club is quite secretive, and it is impossible for outsiders to pass the bodyguard and appear here. My name is Clark Kent and I am the #1 reporter of the Daily Horn, a fighter for justice who is ready to expose your ugly face. Luke opened his mouth to let the group of huggy tribes sitting in a circle, and Nick Fury behind him, listened for a moment. Another fool who can't see the situation clearly. The middle-aged man waved his hand, pressed the bell on the table, and called the bodyguard downstairs. He thought it was a government agent, or a secret investigator. What big waves can a little reporter make? The middle-aged man didn't bother to do it himself, so he called the bodyguard to deal with it. Looking at Luke standing at the door, and Nick Fury following behind him, he said, "Shove this reporter into the trunk and see that he is so young that he can be tasted tomorrow as aired wine. As for that nigger, throw it in a bucket, pour concrete on it, and throw it into the river." The middle-aged man grinned and saw two sharp teeth vaguely. "Vampires engage in racism. You have no future in this way, because it is not politically correct." Luke didn't expect the vampires of North America to be so picky. The middle-aged man ignored the little reporter's talk, and a group of bodyguards of 5 big and 3 rough men went up the stairs in a fierce manner. The gun point of the black hole was aimed at Luke and Nick Fury, and the bodyguard guarding the door said in horror, "Sorry, Mr. Getaro." He said he knew Mr. John Stillman and his membership card, so I let him in. The middle-aged man named Getaro glared at each other coldly, pretending to be generous. People always make mistakes. This is nothing, but you must know how to make up for your own mistakes. Untitled Novel.com. These two people interrupted the wine tasting, which hurt everyone's interest and caused this high-end red wine to miss the most suitable tasting time. So, get rid of that nigger, and then send the other one to the freezer. The bodyguard nodded repeatedly and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Because of the silencer, the bullet shot out of the muzzle without making a popping sound. After the next second, there was no scene of Nick Fury falling to the ground. Well, Luke spread out his palms calmly, and the shriveled bullet fell. You now constitute an attack on SHIELD agents, shooting innocent people, and wanting to hurt an army lieutenant general, trying to illegally detain his personal freedom, and pose a great threat to his life. So next, it's time for me to defend myself. Chapter 199? God doesn't want to forgive you. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Catch the bullet with your bare hands. Nick Fury, who has never seen the world before, saw this unique job for the first time and his eyes were as big as a copper bell. Although the legend about Superman has been heard many times, it can be compared to the shocking experience that I have witnessed. That group of Germans is really unlucky. Thinking of the Axis powers facing such enemies on the battlefield of World War II, Fury couldn't help but sympathize with them. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. The gunfire sounded again. Fireworks spewed from the muzzle of the black hole, and the rain of metal bullets hit Luke. Those burly bodyguards who were big 5 and 3 thick. They were also frightened. But the inherent cognition of human beings, how can a body of flesh and blood be able to block bullets, is still at play. So, out of a certain kind of stress reaction, the bodyguards pulled the trigger one after another, trying to kill the curly male reporter on the spot. Van Gaetero's orders were forgotten. This kind of receptivity, this kind of psychological quality, it is not enough to go to a bar to be a security guard. How can you be a vampire? How can you be a running dog for the powerful? Luke's eyes flashed and he mocked. Then, his thoughts moved slightly, and the biological force field covered it. The rapidly spreading translucent field takes the entire hall as its own territory. I'm suffocating. Damn it. This reporter is a mutant. He is a monster. The panicked voice sounded almost immediately. The air seemed to freeze, and time seemed to slow down. Those metal bullets shot out, hit the invisible wall. The kinetic energy was exhausted, and he fell quickly and fell on the carpet. Mutant, your cognition is a bit poor. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched, and terrifying gravity was applied. The fierce and burly bodyguards knelt down one after another, and the guns in their hands were twisted into twists instantly as if they were being held by an invisible hand. As vampires, they have a bloodthirsty desire, and they treat the blood in organisms as food. I still understand to some extent survival is the first priority of organisms. A glimmer of cold light flashed through Luke's eyes, and he said coldly, "But as humans, is it a bit unreasonable for you to use such cruel methods to treat your own kind?" Snapped. A snap of your fingers. The bodyguard guarding the door exploded like a watermelon pierced by a bullet. The turbid liquid mixed with red and white splashed out and splashed on the carpet with intricate patterns. "Don't worry, take your time." Feeling the horrified eyes of everyone, Luke took off his glasses and changed from a curly-haired male reporter to his original appearance. Superman. The bodyguards finally recognized. Anyone who has not been out of touch with society and has read newspapers and TV, no one would be unfamiliar with the youngest Superman lieutenant general in the history of the United States. The legendary hero who ended World War II. In terms of the internet in later generations, the current Luke can be regarded as a national idol and a top-ranked military. It seems that my disguise is very useful. Luke put a satisfied smile on his face, then glanced over. Snapped, 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 snapped. Luke seemed to be a headshot madman, and the terrifying gravity that squeezed the air was exerted on the bodyguards, smashing their heads one by one. On the surface, it looked like Superman glanced at him plainly, and then the other party exploded. The headless body smashed on the ground. A large stream of blood gurgled out, soaking the thick carpet with red. How about it? Do you still like it? The air was full of blood, and Luke stepped over the fallen headless corpse, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Slowly, The big people sitting around the long table have fear in their eyes. If they are ordinary murderers, they can also use money and beauty to lure them, and their power and status are supplemented by threats. There is always a bargaining chip that can impress the opponent. In this world, there are only a few lunatics who really only want to welcome chaos and evil. But, sitting in front of them was a lieutenant general. When it comes to power, even the president has to give a bit of face. Speaking of wealth, Skynet's behind Theson's holdings are arms tycoon Howard Stark and Luke. This is no secret, as long as you can find it with your heart. In addition, there are hotels and casinos under construction in Las Vegas, which are said to be one of the assets of the Superman Lieutenant General. For him, wealth is a cheap thing at his fingertips. Therefore, these politicians and wealthy businessmen who are in high positions can make the situation of Washington, D.C. changeable. They really don't know what to use to impress Luke, so that the other party can raise their hands high and let themselves go. General Cavill, I am, snapped. Our head burst open. The red and white mixed liquid was sprinkled on the left and right sides of the face. The feeling of blood and death approaching made them pale, and the fear in their hearts had been magnified to the extreme. I know your name, Mr. Sfield. The White House cabinet. Your family is very powerful on the East Coast. There have been several members of Congress, known as the Congressman family, Luke said lightly to the fallen corpse. But without permission. You speak up without permission. It's very rude, and I don't like it very much. The hall fell into a dead silence for a moment, and even Nick Fury, who was unaffected by his actions, subconsciously held his breath, seemingly afraid that he would be the next hapless ghost with a headshot. Your name is Gaetero, right? When the cold atmosphere was absolutely quiet and maintained for about half a minute, Luke tapped his fingers on the table and looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the chief. The other party had the elegant temperament and pale face of a vampire. Two sharp teeth were faintly exposed, and a red light appeared in his eyes. Yes, it is. Gaetero was trembling, like a wild cat with exploded fur, showing the external characteristics of a vampire uncontrollably. Mr. Lieutenant General, I know the Chief of Staff of the White House, Mr. John Stillman. If there is an offense to you, I can apologize to you on behalf of the Blood Council and on behalf of Mr. Stillman, and make compensation with sufficient sincerity. I have to say that the long-lived vampires are really winking. Knowing that he could not come up with a bargaining chip, he moved out the White House Chief of Staff and the Kinship Council. What is your status in the Blood Council? Luke's complexion eased, and he asked kindly, Mr. Lieutenant General, I am the person in charge of the Washington area. I specialize in providing fresh goods to the elders of the council and conducting some public relations activities. Gaetero carefully considered his words, and he was extremely afraid of Luke, who suddenly appeared. Not only because of the horrible pressure brought by the biological power field, but also the tension that can't guess what the other party will do next. That is, you are responsible for hunting humans, bribing and colluding with another group of humans. Luke glanced at the politician sitting next to him. He thought his head was about to explode, and his legs were shaking with fright, and he was almost incontinent on the spot. What is your relationship with Stillman? Gaetero's brain turned quickly, his eyes flashing. He instinctively wanted to hide something, but seeing the fallen headless corpse and the strong smell in the air, he couldn't help but obey his inner will. Stillman is our big customer, Gaetero said truthfully. Client? Luke raised his eyebrows. That's it. Because the mages of the sanctuary in New York have regulations that vampires are not allowed to hunt humans privately, but the elders of the council sometimes need some fresh food. Gaetero said hesitantly, in order to obtain enough blood supplies, we will cooperate with hospitals. There are 2/3 of hospital blood banks in New York, and they actually have transactions with the Blood Council. Ferry, who was standing behind, widened his eyes. Is there such an operation? It means that when you went to the hospital to donate blood, it was actually feeding a vampire. Later, in order to enter the upper class, we used blood to develop an addictive drug. which is more vigorous than marijuana and is very well received by the rich, Gayatro said cautiously. Mr. Stillman was introduced by someone. He quickly became obsessed with blood poppy, and he often used it to gather crowds for parties. Later, a special wine club was established, and a few new friends were brought over every week. The corners of Luke's mouth turned slightly, and his fingers stopped tapping on the desktop. John Stillman secretly colluded with the Blood Council to use improper transactions, which was not the focus of his attention. Politicians in the White House, members of Congress, and generals in the Pentagon, no one has a clean enough foundation. Everyone has done power-to-money transactions and transfer of benefits. Politics itself is the dirtiest game in the world. To become an experienced player, or the final winner, you must completely sell your morals and conscience to the devil. I want to know, who gave Stillman the line? Luke looked at the uneasy Gayatro, and asked softly, how did you get to know the Chief of Staff of the White House? How did you turn so many politicians into a ghost tribe? The expansion rate of vampires in the Washington area is 3 times as fast as in previous years. In addition to this wine club, there are similar cigar clubs, sailing clubs. You use the name of a high-end club to attract elites. Most importantly, you also freely enter and exit the Pentagon in the name of the White House dignitaries. And you have prepared several laboratories to make more blood poppies. Tell me, Mr. Gayatro, who is pushing all this behind the scenes? Who subdued the Blood Council and made you his doglegs? Vampires seem to infiltrate Washington, D.C., but in fact they secretly used the cover of politics to begin to grow and develop. At the same time, you use the blood poppy to win over various forces. Does a certain vampire elder want to be president? Gayatro's forehead was sweating, and he couldn't answer any of these questions. Some changes have indeed taken place in the Kinship Council recently. Instead of adopting the previous conservative strategy, it took the initiative to attack. It can be said that no effort has been spared to penetrate the political and business sectors. The mage of the sanctuary in New York will not let the vampire become the administrator of the country. Luke gradually approached the truth and whispered softly, it's not a campaign that's seeking re-election or preparing to pass a certain bill. Does Mr. President have any big moves? Stillman is the Chief of Staff of the White House. You shouldn't have to guess who he represents. Hearing this, Gayatro's pupils shrank suddenly. His right hand turned into a mist of blood, bursting open. Afterwards, using the stimulating power of Puran, forcibly get rid of the biological force field that enveloped the hall. The mutilated body was like lightning, directly knocking open the glass windows in the hall. It's too obvious. It's equivalent to telling me directly that the person pushing behind the scenes is the president. Luke didn't stop him, and hunters sometimes let go of their prey, hoping for a richer harvest. Well, that's the end of tonight's performance. Everybody, I wish you good night. He stood up, and the pressure exerted by the biological force field suddenly dissipated, which relieved the group of club members who were hovering on the death line. Fury's lips pursed, as if trying to say something. These high-powered people, they are accomplices of vampires, who killed an innocent girl and deserve to be punished. But if they are handed over to the court for trial www.mentalnovel.com to be sanctioned by law, it may not be of much use. Officials in the White House cabinet, capitalists in the New York business community, and members of Congress, Ferry scanned the past and found that all of them were well-dressed and morally big men. Oh, right. Luke walked to the door and suddenly turned around. I just asked God, and his old man said he didn't want to forgive you and asked me to send you to Mephisto. Snapped. The Superman lieutenant snapped his fingers softly. It's like pushing to the first domino. Pa-pa 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 pa-pa. The heads are like fireworks in full bloom. After being squeezed, they spew out fascinating blood. Chapter 200. With justice in mind, a beacon on Earth, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. You must tell the elders. Gayatro, who ran wildly, hit the hard ground. Fortunately, the floor of the club is not high, and there is no death. Otherwise, the dignified vampire jumped off the building and died. This way of death would be too funny. Escape. This was the only thought in Gaetaro's head. He didn't dare to look back, and rushed forward desperately. I was afraid that the terrible Superman would catch up and blast his head with a punch. Shield noticed the Blood Council and our secret plan. Gaetaro's obedience to the Blood Elders temporarily overshadowed his fear of Superman. He is very clear. If those great plans to revitalize the blood race are exposed or announced, the Mage of the Sanctuary in New York will definitely launch a new round of cleansing activities against the vampires of the entire North American continent. Under the covering of the nest, there are no eggs. Although Gaetaro has never heard this Eastern saying, he also knows a similar truth. Therefore, he cannot betray the family and tell all the secrets. Go away. Just like a player in Grand Theft Auto, Gaetaro rushed to the street staggeringly, pushing away an unlucky ghost who got out of the car, kicking him on the other's chest. The original elegant aristocratic temperament and pale handsome face turned into a ferocious look because of the intense pain of the burst of his right arm. And bloody, as if someone had splashed a bucket of red paint on the dreadful tragic appearance, it was even more shunned. The news must be spread. Gaetaro got into the car. He didn't have the key, and he tore off the 2 lines of fire. In recent years, the technology of launching a car with a fire line has become a basic skill that everyone knows. Boom. 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 The white Ford Thunderbird uttered a low roar, and walked away in the eyes of everyone's astonishment. "That's my car, asshole!" shouted the unlucky ghost. The others watched for a while before continuing the night carnival. "Director, do we want to follow?" Nick Fury, who walked out of the club, was obsessed with the vampire who was running away. Those high-ranking and powerful people who committed crimes have been punished as they deserve. But the kinship council behind them successfully escaped, and it is estimated that they will hide in the darkness soon. I deliberately let Gaetaro go. The vampire bat in panic. The first thing I must do is to return to the lair. Luke wore those Clark glasses and pretended to be the image of a curly-haired male reporter. Those guys are used to hiding in dark corners. If no one leads the way, it's not easy to pull them out one by one. He stood on the street like a gay person, looking up at the billboard of the wine club. Tonight, a total of 6 business elites, 3 members of the White House cabinet, and 2 members of Congress died here, which is bound to cause an uproar in Washington, D.C. Agent Fury, you are now a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke helped his glasses and asked with a smile, "So, tell me, are you loyal to the country or to someone, such as the president?" "I am loyal to the national flag and the justice in my heart." Fury was stunned for a moment. He thought of the ugly-faced authorities in the hall and replied with a firm tone, "Well, I have other tasks to give you next." Luke was very pleased to see the young and passionate Nick Fury. "I'm afraid that I won't be so sincere when I change to the director of the Salted Egg in the future." "You go find someone named Howard Stark, and tell him everything that happened here," Luke ordered. "The situation is very clear. The president secretly manipulates the Kinship Council and begins to absorb the power of politics. Next, maybe use a certain fuse to restart the war." Kang, the Conqueror, likes to use this method to drive others with power and interests, fighting endlessly for the boring game of his rule of the world. Howard Stark. Okay. Frey took notes silently, and then asked, "Chief, what about you?" "Me? I'm going to end this easy difficulty game." Luke smiled faintly. He was already 80% sure that the president was posing as the Kang the Conqueror. Otherwise, how could the Kindred Council penetrate so quickly into the elite circles of Washington, D.C.? "I really want to know how that guy deceived the vampire around." The corners of Luke's mouth rose, and the tall figure rose from the ground, rushing into the night sky. With his appearance, if he wears a Superman uniform, he can really be a guest reporter in Metropolis. I have urgent news to tell the elders of the council. Gaetaro, who had broken his right arm, rushed all the way to a villa in the suburbs. Generally speaking, vampires don't like living in the city center. For them, The environment is too noisy and not quiet enough. It's Getro. Look at his embarrassed look. The white Ford Thunderbird rushed into the open gate, and then stopped in the courtyard. The brakes slammed to make the tires come into close contact with the ground, and the harsh sound echoed. Looks like he was terrified. Poor Getro. The voices of discussion are endless, and Getro is highly valued by the Kinship Council because he has caught up with the line of the White House officials. The elders have praised him many times, thinking that he is a descendant worth training. Maybe after a few decades, he can become one of the elders. The rapid rise in the past will inevitably lead to envy and dissatisfaction among a lot of people. There are only so many seats in the parliament. If someone takes one, someone loses the opportunity. I need to meet the elders. Getro, who drew onlookers, pushed the car door and broke into the hall where the banquet was being held regardless of the strange eyes of others. Which elder? Asked the vampire guarding the door. All the elders, Getro said angrily. I'm going to hold a kinship meeting and call all the elders in Washington. It's not compliant. Getro, you have no power. Shut up. Do what I said. Getro slammed the vampire against the wall, glared at him with fierce eyes, and said word by word, I need the elders to know that their plan is exposed, and this must be stopped immediately. Before long, the 4 elders in charge of this area of Washington, D.C. appeared together in the villa. Getro, can't you tell me something on the phone? The headed elder has blonde hair and is about the same age as a 30-year-old middle-aged man. This is to be cautious. Getro's right arm was treated and wrapped in circles of bandages. As far as I know, the East Coast telecommunications carrier business and mobile phone sales are almost monopolized by Skynet. The helm behind it is probably Luke Cavill, the Superman Lieutenant General. If you say on the phone, it is likely to be monitored. Dear elders, I want to inform you that SHIELD Bureau has most likely noticed the movement of the Blood Council. John Stillman, the White House Chief of Staff, became a breakthrough. That terribly strong Superman Lieutenant General, he broke into Stillman's wine club 40 minutes ago and killed him. The 4 elders who came to the conference room frowned. The Superman has been in the limelight for a while, and it is said that he has turned the vampire family in Paris upside down. Even the ancestor-level Alexander Covinus, the backer behind the group of hybrids, failed to stop it. Did he hit the bar with a vampire? A charming female elder scolded. You just finished the vampires in Europe, and you want to do something about the North American continent. You don't have to rest for a while. Maybe our movement is a bit big, which has attracted the attention of SHIELD. Another elder said in a deep voice. The person in the White House has reminded us a long time ago that an overly obvious move will make SHIELD vigilant. Getro listened silently. He was not qualified to speak. As Superman Lieutenant General had guessed, the changes in the Blood Council began not long ago. The elders, who have always been conservative, changed their cowering style of doing things and infiltrated Congress and the White House on a large scale. It seemed that I was not worried at all, which attracted disgust and warning from the New York sanctuary. Duke Dracula has disappeared for a long time, and the blood race needs an ancestor true god. The blonde elder's eyes flickered, and the reason why he agreed to cooperate with the White House man was because the other party held the blood of the true of blood. If you get www.mtlnovel.com, a ceremony will be held. It can completely make an elder-level vampire soar in strength and become the ancestor level of Duke Dracula. Become the ancestor. This is the temptation that every vampire cannot refuse. Then what should we do now? The female elder asked. Can you negotiate with him? The Superman Lieutenant General is in a high position and should understand the rules of the political game. If we surrender part of our interests, such as letting him join a cooperative alliance, we may be able to survive this crisis. The blonde elder hesitated. It sounds really good, but who knows if the other party will agree. That's Superman. How can a war hero with justice and an unselfish beacon on Earth negotiate a deal with a vampire?